Hello, this is the Parliament channel, and it's day 3 of the Standing Finance Committee's meeting where they go through a line-by-line examination of the national accounts budgeted for 2024-2025. 8 heads of expenditure will be examined, beginning with the Ministry of Labour. The Ministry of Labour has been allocated $411,083,100, and that is an increase of $11,520,400. The Registration, Recognition and Certification Board has been allocated $4,194,000, and that is a decrease of $64,000. The Ministry of Works and Transport has been allocated $2,757,797,000, and that is an addition of $266,888,000 over the 2024 allocation. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has been allocated $853,842,000. That is a decrease of $431,141,000. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development has been allocated $431,341,500, and that is a $52.6 million decrease over the 2024 figure. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries will be up next with an allocation for 2025 of $675,278,900. That's a decrease of $124,027,000. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts will be up with $354,714,300, and that will be a decrease of $5,381,700. And last for today's examinations will be the Tax Appeal Board, and they have been allocated $8,458,800, and that is an increase of $2,634,000. So those are the 8 heads of expenditure that will be examined today. Coming up tomorrow, on the day 4, of the examination of the heads of expenditure for the Standing Finance Committee. The first head of expenditure tomorrow will be the Tobago House of Assembly, along with the Central Administrative Services out of Tobago, which is responsible for national budgeting on the Tobago House of Assembly side. So we will now await the entry of the chairman of the committee. Yes, she's making her way into the chamber now. The chairman of the committee, Bridget Anisette George.
Morning all, kindly have a seat. Good morning to all, and this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. Head 30, Ministry of Labour. Head 30, Ministry of Labour, $411,083,100. I will now invite the Minister of Labour to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take this moment to convey my sincere appreciation and deepest gratitude to the dedicated staff at the Ministry of Labour, especially those who have accompanied me to this sitting. Due to the collaborative efforts of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago Our employment rate continues to be at an internationally acceptable level, with many avenues for job creation existing and emerging as identified by the Minister of Finance in his budget presentation. This is also largely attributed to the use of evidence-based policy making and the implementation of people-centered programs by this government. In the fiscal year 2025, the Ministry of Labour will continue to follow this trajectory of putting people first. Madam Chair, this will be achieved through key activities in our continued efforts to modernize labour legislation and to promote a safe and healthy environment. Other activities include the development of human resources through education and training provided by the Cipriani College of Labour and Cooperative Studies, an enhanced labour market information system, an increase in the public education campaigns on rights and responsibilities in the workplace, and strengthening social dialogue on key labour issues. The Ministry continues its efforts in facilitating employment training through the National Employment Services, the On-the-Job Training Program, as well as the Commonwealth Caribbean Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program. The Ministry of Labour has continued to deliver, and we will remain resolute in our mandate of promoting decent work, maintaining industrial peace, and providing equal opportunities for all. We look forward to participating in this program this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $411,083,100 for Head 30, Ministry of Labour, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $411,083,100 for Head 30, Ministry of Labour, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. We're at page 204. Member for Couva South.
Pleasant good morning, Madam Chair. Minister, colleagues. Just a point of clarification or information, Minister. Under 08 vacant posts, salaries and COLA, I see consistently there is no allocation, whether it's in 2024, 25. Is that an indication that there is no vacant post existing at the Ministry of Labour?
No, there are vacant posts existing at the Ministry of Labour. In fact, we have 180 vacant positions.
180?
180. Of that, we have 91 with bodies and 89 without.
So there's no attempt to fill the vacant positions and to promote those who are acting and so on?
Yes, there are. We also have contract positions, and we are, in fact, in tune with public administration and the whole revision of the public service and so on. So, yes, we do have in mind to recruit aggressively next year to fill these vacant positions, but they are being accounted for under a different head.
In terms of, so is it the policy seems to be one of an expansion of contract labor or to fill the established positions within the organizational structure of the ministry?
We are filling established positions.
The established
So it's
position.
a combination of both.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Item, anything else? Under item 001?
No.
Okay. Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority, Member for Vancouver South.
Minister, with respect to 06 remuneration to board members and taking into consideration the tripartite nature of this particular board, is there a full complement of board members existing?
Yes, at this time we do have a full complement
Full of all the different
of all the various.
stakeholders?
Yes.
Okay then, no problem.
Item 005 on the job training program. Member for Vancouver South.
Minister, given the under zero on salaries and cost of living, again, I'll ask question very quickly. Do you have a full complement of staff within the organizational structure at the on the job training program?
No, we do not have a full complement of staff at this time, but we did.
6 remuneration to board members?
No.
You call another one?
Yeah, I thought we moved on.
Or on the job training? Okay, I'm
Training
sorry.
program.
Yes. Sorry.
Minister
Yes,
was responding, madam.
In 2024, we did a fair amount of recruitment. The challenge is space at the moment, and we are looking at acquiring some different facilities. And at that time, we will expand even further.
Okay, but you said a fair amount of recruitment. How many persons were recruited and how much is to be recruited?
Five public service positions, of which 10 are filled. We have 25 vacant positions, but we have 24 people. We have 24 people. This is contract, right?
No, this is public service.
We do have public officers, 25, of which 24 have bodies in it, and there's one vacancy at the moment. What we do, give you the contract.
Yeah,
numbers.
take your time, Minister.
All right. All right, we have 86 contract. No, we have 86 positions. We have 63 filled and 23 vacant. We have 27 short-term employees in the ministry.
So you have, within the organizational structure, the established structure, 86 positions.
The established have 35.
35. So how we arrive at 86?
86 is contract.
86 is
Yes.
contract. So, and out of the 35 on the established organizational structure, all is filled, all of the 35?
24 are filled.
24. And you give me a number as it relates to 23 vacant.
That is in terms of contract positions. If you look at, if you do the math, it's 86 positions. 63 are filled and 23 are vacant.
All right, could you, just for our information, with the passage of time, you could supply the classifications of those positions which are to be filled within the organizational structure and also from a contract position point of view?
Questions under 005,
Yes.
01 and 08.
Yes?
I don't see contract positions under either of these.
Well,
Okay.
in the context of vacant positions, the minister provided the information to myself, and it is in that context, Madam Chair, I am seeking his cooperation in providing the information.
Okay, anything else on
you
the...
will allow?
Well, if the minister has volunteered, but, you know, I'm just pointing out that if we under 005 and we're looking at either 01 or 08, I don't see contract positions there. So, you know, it's for the guidance for both you and the minister.
Well, information on vacant positions, and under vacant positions, there will be different headings.
Headings, and it will take into consideration salaries and cost of living, Madam Chair. So the minister is in a very good spirit of collaboration and providing information this morning. So we will welcome all.
Okay, anything else under this item?
No, Madam.
Okay, so can we go on to subhead 02? Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver South.
And just to further amplify your concern or your issue, Madam Chair, 16 contract employment, $10 million will be spent in fiscal 2025. Will that take into consideration contract positions at the on-the-job training program and the Occupational Safety and Health Authority and so on, or will this fall under the general function of the ministry staff?
General admin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite clear, and you know, thank you, Vancouver South, for being considerate about my concern. But very question you've asked amplifies the matter. There are headings, and 001 is general administration. So this should guide both you and the minister.
Yes.
Okay? So I think you've made my concern even bigger.
Yes.
Yes?
So, Minister, how we intend to utilize this $10 million for how many contract positions?
I have outlined the contract position previously, and therefore that $10 million would be used in filling those particular positions. That is the one with the 86, with the 23 vacant positions.
Yeah. So will these be publicly advertised, or this will be done internally at the ministry?
Could you repeat that?
How does the ministry plan to fill these contract positions in terms of internal advertisements, or this will be done in the public domain? In the public domain. All right. Thank you.
Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. Item, yes, member for Point of Appeal.
Minister, line item 16 under Occupational Health and Safety Authority. I saw, based on the numbers here, 2024 revised estimate $65.9 million spent in that area. Minister, could you tell us what was the reason for that very high number and what this entailed, please?
That was to pay arrears of salaries owed to officers within the OSH agency that went back to, how far? Revised terms and conditions over 2 periods, and this money went towards paying off that debt to the workers.
Further question, Madam Chair. And this is a revised figure in 2024, Minister. I can't recall, I stand to be corrected, that in mid-year review, we didn't come here for that amount, did we? We did? All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to contract employment, this $15 million will be expended for how many contract positions?
How many contract positions in
Yeah.
occupational health and safety?
Right now we have 77.
Right.
And we advertise.
To an establishment, 77 are filled, and we are in the process of filling, or at least attempting to fill, as many of the other vacancies as we can over the period 2025.
Okay. And given the report of which emerged as a result of the Commission of Inquiry into what transpired at ParlView, in the recruitment of health and safety inspectors, is there going to be any focus on recruiting personnel from the point of view of deep sea diving and so on?
Not at this time, however. We have just completed some work on public consultations on arriving at a regulation for diving. And coming out of that, we will then determine whether we need to fill those positions with specialists.
Minister, taking into consideration that this particular scenario occurred 2 years ago and work continues to take place in the energy sector, and deep sea diving is part of that. And we do not want such a tragedy to repeat itself. Do you think that there should be greater emphasis on the recruitment of health and safety inspectors in the context of focusing on deep sea diving and avoiding such a tragedy?
I think you're really stretching all our goodwill this morning.
No,
you know.
Madam
No,
Chair,
no.
how you could say this is
No,
something that
I am not saying no, but I'm member for Vancouver South. It's whether it's a question for this exercise. I'm not saying what you're saying is not important. In any event, I rule that the question is out of order. Next question.
Madam Speaker,
Member for Vancouver.
I think that we have to ventilate this is the place to ventilate occupational safety and health and recruitment of personnel.
While member for Vancouver South.
Why my mic is being cut from making an intervention?
Well, I'm sure your mic is not being cut because I'm hearing you trying to talk above me. So I'm certain it's not anything with your mic. Okay? And I really, really regret that kind of imputation from that statement coming from you. I have ruled that the question is out of order. Do you have another question?
Madam Speaker, could I ask the Minister, given the 70, 23, 52, approximately 75 vacancies in the Occupational Safety and Health Agency, is there, within this fiscal year, how many positions you intend to recruit to deal with the vacancies?
And line item are we?
Contract employment.
Under 16. I believe the minister answered with respect to how many vacancies they intend to fill with the $15 million. I'm almost certain that that was the penultimate question.
He indicated that the sum allocated is to deal with the existing complement of staff, not the vacant position, if I recall correctly.
I believe the minister said they will try and fill as many vacancies that they can possibly fill. I am almost certain I heard that. I'll give you an opportunity to check Hansard on that, but I believe that question, I am certain that question has been asked and answered. Next question.
So, Minister, would you come back in the mid-year review looking for additional money there?
Ask the question at mid-year review, and I will tell you what we were able to do up till then, and whether or not we need to fill any further ones. Or
see, I am of the opinion there's a continued focus on this government to suppress this whole issue at ParlView. And that is my position.
Right. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for just joining. So I just want to make sure that the question was not asked and answered before. Minister, line item 16 that my colleague was pursuing. I just was advised that you had 79 vacancies still in existence. 77. Would that have carried over from the, because we have a 14 million estimate. I was told that the increase, the bulk up for the revised estimate came from arrears, etc., to be paid. So would that number of vacancies have existed last year as well?
We have done some recruitment this year, and I reported in mid-year that somewhere approximately, depends on the classification you're speaking about, which generally is inspectors, that we would have recruited at least somewhere between 20 and 30 inspectors during the course of this year.
Madam Chair, would a request for the identification of the specifics of the vacancies have been requested before? It would have been made?
I will provide.
Mr. Minister, would you confirm then that the absence of this number of individuals in such a critical agency as the OSH agency would have directly impacted the ability of the agency to do its job effectively?
No, I will not say that. The job is being done effectively. We can have more spread, but right now we are able to cope with the workload that we have before us.
So, Minister, you are convinced then that with $15 million, you will be able to fully implement the objectives of the OSH agency from a national perspective?
At this time, yes.
Thank you, Minister.
West.
Recorded, and these proceedings are public. I merely, as a member of this committee, wanted to place on the record, in respect of the last comments of the member for Couva South, that this government caused a commission of inquiry to be established and to carry out its work in respect of the Paria matter.
Line item,
and the processes are underway, and there is no suppression.
For Couva South, you made a comment. You are allowed 5 minutes on your intervention. Every member is allowed 5 minutes on an intervention. If it is that the members, you're saying that the member's comment is out of order, then therefore you've reflected on your own comment. I'm allowing the minister an opportunity to respond to something that you placed on the record. Please.
The part of this government, absolutely no suggestion or practical suppression of anything. It is all out there in the public domain, and legal and other processes are underway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Member for Couva South, you have another question to this, please.
Yeah, with respect to 16 and contract employment, Minister, given the number of vacancies in the Occupational Safety and Health Agency, are you satisfied that indeed the agency has been able to fulfill its mandate? And probably you could provide the information. How many? You want to intervene, Minister of Health?
Let's 1 minute. Let's all reset. Please continue with your question. Yeah. I will then determine. Please continue.
And you have previously indicated that it has been able to fulfill its mandate. Could you inform this House if indeed this shortage has impacted upon the agency's ability to complete its investigations into fatal accidents which occurred at Naikwan, ArcelorMittal, and Wassa?
No. Let me just say that the agency is a big agency, and you may be referring to whether or not we have enough inspectors, and we do have sufficient inspectors. So do not take the 77 as only inspectors. There are people in HR, there are people in accounting, there are people in several other parts of the organization that are included in this 77. So it in no way says that in the critical areas of investigation that we are hampered or not being able to do so.
So, based on what you have said, have investigations been completed by the agency into the fatal accidents which occurred at Naikwan, Wassa, and ArcelorMittal?
So, member, on this question, I rule you out of order for this exercise that we engage in. I'm certain you'll have other opportunities to ask those very important matters. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to ask the Minister, based on line item 23 and perhaps line item 16, whether there has been the engagement of any consultants for any specific incidents that may require us, the Occupational Safety and Health Authority's attention. Has there been the engagement of any external consultants in addition to having the regular staff?
Yes, we do engage consultants as and when necessary. We would have engaged consultants for the exercise at Paria. We would have engaged consultants for training in doing diving regulations and so on. So we do engage consultants on a regular basis depending on what the matter is at hand and whether or not we have the internal expertise.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you be able to provide us with a list of the consultants engaged on the last year and in the proposed to be engaged in the year going forward, and what purpose they were engaged for?
I will.
Thank you.
Item 005, on-the-job training. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. Minister, could you advise this meeting in terms of with the spend on the 16 contract employment, $7 million, how many contract positions will be recruited under this sum of money and the classification?
Previously, Madam Chair, with regards to the vacancies that we have in OJT, and so I don't know if we need to answer that again.
As I said, the classifications, I did not get the classifications. You gave the numbers.
We can provide the classification if so required.
Well, I'm requesting it, and I would really be grateful of your cooperation.
We will provide.
You will provide, okay.
Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under line item 17, training, the $275 million allocated for this year. Could you state how many trainees will benefit this fiscal year under this $275 million?
Target for this year is 6,000. We currently have 5,769 enrolled trainees, and we plan to maintain it around 6,000.
And follow-up question, Madam Chair. I know in this year's mid-year review, you came for an additional funds because of the increase in the arrears and stipend. There was an arrears and stipend. And due to the increase that was given in the budget. Could you state if this $275 million caters for any further arrears that you might need to address?
Arrears, it was an adjustment to the minimum wage at the level 1 of the program, and those employees were adjusted as of 1st January. So we came in mid-year to pay that increase. And the 275 is what we have catered for now. If we need to at mid-year, when we review it, we may come back.
Just a follow-up, Madam Chair. Minister, I know the age limit for OJT is 35 years, correct? And I know several individuals, given the economic state, who are just over 35, have been applying. Is there any policy decision being considered to look at that age and adjust it upwards?
Member of Point of Pear, when it comes to policy, I'm so happy that you're smiling. You know, when it comes to policy, that is not within the remit of this committee. So I'm certain you'll get that question in, and you know how to do it in another forum. All right? Member for Laventille West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the $275 million, I would have said when I participated in the deliberations around national security, we at National Security, and especially with the impressive 5,700 and something persons in the program, we see this as very useful expenditure, and to the extent that those who share the view that Pathways for Youth is an anti-crime measure, we welcome it and congratulate the ministry and the minister for this program, because it is indeed a very valuable contribution to our efforts. Thank you.
Member for
The question was asked and answered by my colleague from Point of View.
Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you. Minister, just to be clear, that's increase between your estimate and your revised estimate. That was for the payment of the outstanding stipends? You described coming back in the media review for additional funds to pay some stipends, some outstanding issues.
Yes, that was based on the minimum wage adjustment for our
correct.
level 1 employees.
Correct. So that this increase that we're seeing between the estimate and the revised estimate, that difference would have been accounted for based on what you're describing now?
Yes, I think so.
We have a movement from 255.6 million to 309.4 million. So my question is whether that difference would be taken up in the increase that you would have requested in the media review.
That would have been taken up in the media review.
Thank you.
And may I say, Madam Chair, that the OGT program moved from 4,700 last year when we met in this August body, and it has now been increased by 1,000.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Continuing from where my colleague would have left off on item 17, training. Honourable Minister, what we're seeing here is the revised estimate of 309 million, and you said that account for increase in minimum wage as of the first of, beginning of the last fiscal year, January the last year, with 5,769 current enrolled in this program. However, you want to move that figure to 6,000 this fiscal year, plus there's a further $2 proposed increase to minimum wage in the upcoming fiscal term. Will this 275 million that is being estimated for 2025 take all these things into consideration? Because I'm seeing a reduced figure here for the upcoming fiscal term versus the revised estimate. So can you kindly explain the disparities here?
Well, it is not disparities. This is what we catered for. And the 309 would have also taken up new payments, because if we move from 4,007 to 5,007, then during the course of the period, the wage bill would have been rising steadily. The 275, as we will work with this 275 at present, and if we monitor, we will see what will happen. Remember that these figures are based on where the bulk of our recruitment lies. We have 4 or 5 different levels. So we can hire a lot more people at level 1 than we can at level 5. And therefore the adjustments and the movements will have to be taken into consideration at mid-year to see where we are in that pendulum swing.
Minister, can you explain the adjustment at the level 1? It moved from, was it what, 1750 to 2050?
It moved from 1750 to 2050.
So the proposal that the Minister of Finance gave in his budget presentation of moving to 2250, that would have benefited URP, CPEP, MTS, that is not going to benefit the OGT program as well?
No.
So don't you think it is unfair for these OGT trainees?
Why is that?
Line of questioning is not allowed within this exercise. All right, you asked a question, the member gave you a response. Do you have anything else under item 005 on the job training? Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. Item 005 on the job training program. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Yes, member for Urupuch West.
Minister, just for clarification, your estimate for 2024 under sub-item 003, United Nations organizations. I'll hold my question. I just realized that is for the sum total, so we'll treat with it later.
Okay. Item 004, international bodies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Member for Urupuch West.
Right, so this is where the bump up would have been, Minister. Sub-item 40. We have moved from an estimate of 6 million to 14.26 million gratuities to contract officers. With this figure, clearly you underestimated the amount of persons who would have qualified for gratuities during that period. But I've seen that you're moving downwards again to 6 million. Is it that you paid off arrears? What would have accounted for this movement in 2024 from 6 to 14.3?
We came mid-year to pay the OSH agency, and that would have resulted in a spike. As you know, we sometimes cannot cater for paying these gratuities based on finances that are available. And therefore, from year to year, we need to make individual adjustments based on what we can get out of finance to pay these gratuities and so on.
So, Minister, you're saying that the reason for the spike is because you had outstanding payments that were due for a while?
Yes, we have several agencies where we had outstanding payment for a while. In fact, and OSH also got revised terms and conditions.
Okay, so Minister, my question is, you now projected another $6 million for 2025. That would have been based on what you expect that your gratuities and so on would be. Can you indicate whether any part of that $6 million budgeted for 2025 would be for payment of persons who are currently awaiting their gratuities?
Yes.
So we have outstanding gratuities.
Yes, we have outstanding gratuities still to be filled, and this figure will include that.
Minister, it's a bit of a concern that we have persons who have gratuities, especially given what gratuities are. It's a revenue, not a revenue, sorry. It's a debt that you owe these individuals, and we seem to have to wait on allocation. So persons are being denied their rightful entitlement as gratuities because we are on a waiting list for the Minister of Finance to be generous to give you the financing. Question then is, would you be able to provide a listing of the amount of money currently owed in gratuities that are outstanding? I'm not looking at your projection for 2025, but your current, if I can get the number of persons and the value of the overall figure outstanding.
Okay, we will provide that information.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 009, other transfers. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under 01, funding for the liaison office in Canada, it has been increased to, or you are expected to spend an additional sum of $2,438,600. Could you account what is the reason for this additional sum?
Sure. We are reorganizing the liaison office, and we have included 2-3 additional posts. that is intended to work with the Canadian Farm Program to expand our presence within the Canadian market. Trinidad and Tobago has approximately 600 people there, and if we compare it to, say, Jamaica, who has 8,000 or 9,000, it means we have a lot of room for growth. And therefore, we are taking advantage of new areas that are opening. But to do that, we have to have people on the ground doing the work. So we would have expanded the office, and those people are to pick up posts shortly in 2025.
Could you be a little more specific in terms of the job titles and so on? You said 2 or 3.
We have a vice consul, we have somebody in finance, and where's the third one? And we have locally recruited staff from Canada.
In Canada? Okay. Thank you. So you are focusing on expanding Trinidad nationals to
Yes,
go.
we are.
The last minister promised retrenched workers to drive long-haulage trucks in Canada. We hope that you will follow through with this particular initiative.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are at page 201, 17, Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Societies, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Are we on page 201, Madam Chair?
We're on page 202. We're at subhead 03, minor equipment purchases.
So, all right. You would give me the opportunity to go back to 201?
Well, I paused, I waited. Okay, and I know we are in the spirit of goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
But, I will allow you one question. I don't intend my goodwill to be overly elastic.
Elastic.
Okay?
I'll
So
keep that-
quickly.
I'll keep that in
So
mind.
let me just recall subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration.
Minister, you have, with respect to line item 12, settlement of arrears to public officers. Under this line item, you have no allocation.
Way back.
No, I am on page 201.
1 minute. No, 1 minute. We are in, you've asked me, we were at subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. My understanding was you wanted to go back to subhead 02, which was goods and services. And that's what I
No, I
allowed.
said if I could
Okay,
go back
so
to page
I'm sorry,
201.
I'm not, yes, goods and services on page 201, right? Where you're at is at personal expenditure. I'm not going back to 01, personal expenditure, regrettably. Okay, all right. So, 1 minute, please. Member for Laventille West. I am certain that the member for Vancouver North is speaking English, even though you may not be able to understand. But that I'm certainly speaking English.
Hey,
now,
cooking is fire-brainer.
Member for Vancouver
And
North.
I
Member for Vancouver North. If there's one underlying thing we have in this chamber, is that an eye for an eye will make all of us blind. And I certainly don't want blind members. What I am going to ask everyone here, okay, for the past 2 days that we've been at this exercise, we've all been trying to practice tolerance, patience, and containing our voting enthusiasm. And it's worked well. We've had some very productive sessions. And while the composition of the meeting has changed from time to time, I'm going to ask all members here today to also bind themselves to the successful modus operandi we employed for the past 2 days. So I don't expect to get any complaints from either side about people being disrespectful, intolerant, rude, obnoxious. We have business to do. Okay? Let's proceed. So we had subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration, and for all of us, we had page 202. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we now shall proceed to the draft estimates of development program. This is a different book. We are at page 79. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 003, economic infrastructure, G business services, member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Minister, line item 009, determination and impact of the minimum wage level on the economy. There is a $500,000 allocation for this fiscal year, and I see that it's a follow-up from a spend from last year as well. Minister, the question I have in determining this appropriate minimum level wage, how does the ministry plan to utilize this allocation in terms of the methodology, data collection, the integration of the economic indicators like inflation and so on? What is the strategy that is going to be employed by the ministry to come to this assessment of where a fair minimum wage level ought to be at, and how is it expected to be rolled out?
The Minimum Wages Board will take charge of this particular project, and through consultations, data gathering from our labor LMIS group, our labor information group, we will seek to engage consultants where necessary to do some of the groundwork. Simply put, we have had issues and a lot of different thoughts around what constitutes a minimum wage. People have even asked for issues surrounding working wage, and we're trying to put some science behind how we arrive at that. So this money, although it will not be, it's a 2025, we expect this to go beyond 2025, maybe into 2026, because of the level of consultation and research that would be required. If we are running into any financial problems in 2025, then we may come back to see how we could adjust that going forward.
So you don't expect this to be rolled out in terms of getting to stakeholders and so on in this fiscal year coming, in terms of any type of implementation, stakeholder consultation in the private, public sector and so on?
I do not think 2025 that we would see the end product, simply because of the amount of consultation that would be required and the amount of data gathering we will have to do.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
On this particular line item, Minister 009, and in 2024, the minimum wage was increased for approximately 190,000 workers in Trinidad and Tobago. And in this particular budget presentation, it focused on CPEP, URP, and MTS workers. would that decision would have been guided by the Minimum Wages Board in relation to this continued study and impact that you are speaking about?
The Minimum Wages Board did impact the January 2024 increase. The Minimum Wages Board was not involved in the second increase that you're referring to. That was wholly a governmental decision based on what we saw happening and what we needed to.
That was a decision of the cabinet?
Yes.
Not the Minimum Wages Board. All right. Thank you very much for your guidance.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005 spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. M. Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, we are at page 80. A. Administrative Services, we are at page 81, member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, Minister, with respect to 059, labor legislation reform, in 2024, you spent $225,000, and in 2025, there is a projection to spend $200,000. And taking into consideration that there was a broad-based commitment since 2015 through the commitment of the government to focus on labor legislation reform, could you tell us what work you intend to achieve with labor legislation reform as it relates to the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act and the Industrial Relations Act in 2025?
Thank you. In recent years, we would have looked at the Industrial Relations Act, the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act, the Recruitment of Workers Act, the Minimum Wages Act, Maternity Protection, Occupational Safety and Health Act and Regulations, and the Trade Union Act. All of these different pieces of legislation I call there are now currently, we are currently looking at it through various cabinet subcommittees and so on. And we expect that it will go to the Ministry of the Attorney General within the next few months, most of them, for writing the appropriate legislation. We are currently looking in 2024 into 2025. We're doing the Employment Exchange Act, the Recruitment of Workers Act, the Maternity Protection Act. We are also looking at the Minimum Wages Act and legislation to govern HIV and AIDS. So we have a lot of work that has been done and we continue to do. And we are hoping that in 2025 we will see several of those pieces of legislation come into Parliament. We are well advanced on many of them. And
because I asked that question in relation to a number of former workers of ArcelorMittal and Centrin and so on, your predecessor committed herself to an amendment to this particular act in 2016. Thousands of workers have been retrenched, and they continue to ask, when will amendments be brought to the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act and the Industrial Relations Act in relation to the legislative agenda of the government? You don't have any particular timeline on this?
That is an important piece of legislation that we are looking at, and I am championing, that I'm not a suspect, but I'll be working assiduously to get it into the drafting stage by maybe first, second quarter of next year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair. Minister, just following up from my colleague from Couva South. The $200,000 that is being allocated for this particular item, that is 059 labor legislation reform, I heard a number of pieces of legislation which is existing legislation that we're dealing with, and you're looking at areas of upgrading. Taking into consideration that probably 1/3 of the workforce is unionized, and the Ministry of Labor has a direct relationship with the unions, and then whatever comes out of the Ministry of Labor governs the private sector as well. My question to you is the ministry considering reforming legislation to take in the fast pace of where we're heading with automation, digitization? You know, how are we going to protect workers in terms of mandatory requirement for retraining, retooling, reskilling, probably funding for soft landings and so on? Is there any consideration by the ministry to look at those things within this particular project that you're looking at under this heading?
Yes, in fact, the Industrial Relation Advisory Committee has been tasked with looking at a number of those things related to the fast changing pace of work, remote work, etc. And you are right that there are changes that are moving leaps and bounds ahead of our ability just to finish consultations. When you finish one consultation, you have a myriad of other new items that you have to consider for that same legislation. And therefore, that is slowing the work a bit, but we have taken the position that we will go with what we have, make the necessary changes, and knowing that we will have to go back to make more changes. But if we wait for every single change to occur before we do something, we'd be proverbially spinning top in mud for the next 10 years, because things are just changing that fast.
Minister, just one last comment on this particular topic. The fact that, you know, you have over 400,000 private sector workers. Private sector really takes the initiative, what's coming out of the Ministry of Labor. And knowing that private sector pace of automation and so on is going to be a lot faster, I would like the ministry to really make that commitment to really look at those areas that they'll be able to provide the guidance for private sector, because we'll end up with a lot of retrenchment and so on our hand because of automation and digitization and so on. So I think it's important that the ministry really focuses on this particular piece of reform of legislation, Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to line item 071, development of a labor migration policy in Trinidad and Tobago. I see no money was allocated in 2024, neither in 2023, and none in 2025. But taking into consideration the number of migrant Venezuelan, we have Cuban, we have from the Dominican Republic, from the African continent, and so on, and we exist in the global environment. Is there any plan to focus on the development of this policy for the benefit of migrant labor in the country?
Yes, there is. In fact, there is a policy position paper that is currently being currently looked at the level of cabinet, and that policy paper, we need to understand that we keep thinking about inflows into Trinidad only, but a migrant policy document also have to look at outflows and how do our people, how are our people engaged and what problems and so on they have. So it is not a Venezuelan issue. You know, it's a much global concept than just migrants that we tend to focus on coming in. So yes, we are looking at it, and we have been having some discussions around it.
Thank you. I'm in Trinidad and Tobago as a member of the International Labour Organization, and I would hope that in your quest to also protect Trinidad and Tobago nationals working outside of Trinidad and Tobago, we could advance this particular issue. With respect, I could move on to another of the, Madam Chair, the development of a child labor policy. And Minister, at some point in time, I could recollect that you had indicated that there was a percentage of approximately 4.3% of children who engage in child labor between the ages of 5 to 17 years, and the government was working to eliminate all forms of child labor in this country by 2025. Could you tell us, with that sense of focus, how you intend to achieve this with an allocation of $300,000 in fiscal 2025?
Labor would have been done in 2023 and 2024. So the same level of work is not required in 2025. With regards to that percentage you just spoke about there, my maths would say that you're talking about over 50,000 children who are engaged in child labor, and we are nowhere close to that. What we have been doing, however, in the child labor sphere is to identify what we consider child labor. And we have had 2 consultations so far, one in Trinidad and one in Tobago, in coming up with a work list that identifies clearly to the population what child labor looks like and what kind of work being done by children can be considered child labor. So we are way ahead on that particular agenda, so we do not need significant sums to complete our exercise.
So, and if you got, I said 4.3, I never said 43%. If you could wrong in what I was saying.
4% of 1.3 is what?
No, you said 4.3% of the children.
I cannot recall saying that, but...
All right, I wouldn't get into any toing and froing over that. But so you are on target to eliminate child labor by 2025 based on a prior commitment that was given.
Yeah, and just one further clarification, the International Labour Organization is working with us, and they have provided some funding with helping us come up with the actual child labor policy.
So the legislation will be tabled in this Parliament in 2025?
The legislation will be tabled as soon as we can table it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 101, implementation of the National Workplace Policy on Sexual Harassment. There's a $500,000 allocation in this fiscal year. I guess because of we are the implementation phase, I have 2 questions for you, Minister. One, in terms of what will be rolling out this year for the implementation, if you could give us a little idea of what strategy the ministry is employing in terms of pushing the protection aspect of this particular plan. And 2, was there any consideration in terms of dealing with the cultural barriers that prohibit sometimes persons or victims from coming forward within the workplace? So did this project take those 2 things into consideration?
The issue of implementation is really on a rollout basis now. You would recall that at our conciliation and advocacy group level, we would have put in a telephone hotline in English, Spanish, and French, right? And that we've been having a number of calls coming through, and we have been treating with people both at the level of employer and at the level of employees to work through the calls when they come. The issue is that many women, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen to men, but many women, which we tend to focus on, have real issues in reporting sexual harassment because of victimization, because of the shame factor, because they just don't even know who to go to. And therefore, a lot of our work in 2025 would be sensitization, both to local and migrant workers with regards to what their protection and how they can report these matters and not suffer the consequence of being fired, particularly with single mothers who are vulnerable. And therefore, it would be a whole sensitization process. And in order to roll out those things, the 500,000 would be on literature, it would be on ads, it will be on both print, television and radio. And therefore, although we expect to reach many women, we know that that figure is not in fact very high with regards to the work that we maybe still have to do, but it's a start in the right direction.
Vancouver South.
Thank you very much. Minister, with respect to 093, the operationalization of the National Tripartite Advisory Council, I see in 2025 no money has been allocated to the National Tripartite Advisory Council. Is it an indication that the National Tripartite Advisory Council is non-functional, or has it been disbanded by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago?
It is currently non-functional, but I have asked the Industrial Relation Advisory Committee to prepare for my benefit a paper on how other jurisdictions treat with tripartism and to seek to find a way to reoperationalize the whole issue, because I think as Minister of Labour, it is one of the tenets that make for good industrial relations, that we should be engaged with our partners in open dialogue. The problem we have had is that it has been very loose and that the structure under which it operates is not as clear as it should be. Some people legislate it, some people do it by policy, and we are examining what and how we can attempt to resurrect the National Tripartite Council.
Because this was launched with much fanfare by the Prime Minister, if I could recollect, in 2016 at the Diplomatic Center. But if you have not allocated any sum of money, how do you intend to get this form of social dialogue and tripartism working or re-engineered based on, again, Trinidad and Tobago focusing on adhering to the International Labour Organization?
But member, I think inherent in the response the minister gave, he set out quite clearly what he intends to do and what he has his ministry engaged in doing. I'm certain that that was made quite clear. Do you have another question?
I defer, Madam Chair, but
yeah.
I subscribe to your ruling. With respect to 105, regulations of the Occupational Safety and Health Authority, Minister, as I said, given the fact that the Paria tragedy occurred with the loss of life approximately 2 years and more, and there was a commission of inquiry and recommendations out of that commission of inquiry focused on deep-sea diving regulations and so on. Can you advise this meeting if this sum of money that will be spent in 2025 will realize that?
Yes.
Yes. And what is the roadmap in relation to its implementation?
We have two pieces of regulation that we are currently working on, which is the personal protective equipment and the commercial diving regulations. Those, we already have 4 other pieces of regulations that are currently before Cabinet. And as you would appreciate, you would have to roll out regulations on a phased basis based on what our priorities are. And protective clothing and diving are our priorities for 2025. And therefore, we have already had consultations in 2024 where we would have brought down subject matter experts and we would have met on a full consultation, and we are now moving to the other parts of that building the regulation.
Minister, I hear you, and in keeping with honoring the legacy of those who would have died, I would urge you to prioritize and get this out of the way as soon as possible so that there will never be an accident as what occurred at Paria in the workplace. And Madam Chair, if I could move on to the relocation of an upgrade of the Occupational Safety and Health Authority. Minister, has the Occupational Safety and Health Authority
Item, the line item number.
public building?
We haven't reached yours yet, but I like that you jettison us there. F, public buildings, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, could you inform this meeting if the relocation and upgrade of the Occupational Safety and Health Authority has been completed?
New office is at the corner of St. John's Road and Eastern Main Road, St. Augustine, and the OSH authority is now tenants at that location.
And what the sum of $500,000 will be spent for?
Of course, as you know, when you move into new buildings and you're outfitting and so on, you will have residual spend, and sometimes you have spend that are rolled over from one period to the next.
And given that your mantra and your colleagues' mantra have been doing more with less, could you tell us how much is being spent? What is the cost of renting this building?
One sec. I have that information for you now. This document. Pick up this 100. Yeah, it is being rented at $100,787 per month.
Per month?
Per month.
And what is the duration of this rental agreement?
Member, you know I've allowed you some leeway here. So after this response, this is the end of this. All right?
I'm not sure what is the current period for which, but we'll be there for a long time.
Okay, any other light?
Spent by the taxpayer at Laventille West? Yes. I would want to know.
It's 3 years.
3 years, because this is more than approximately more than $1.5 million per year.
Okay, so can we move on?
So
Infrastructure
multiply that.
Development Fund. Page 203. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, F, buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $411,083,100 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $411,083,100 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce, and the other supporting staff from the Ministry of Labor. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board. Registration and Recognition and Certification Board, $4,194,000. I will now invite the Minister of Labour to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Madam Chairman, the Registration and Recognition and Certification Board is a tripartite body created via the Industrial Relations Act 8801. The board consists of a chairman and 8 other members who are appointed by the Minister of Labour. The board has a secretariat which is headed by a secretary who is the accounting officer. The secretariat is comprised of 25 public officers who carry out the day-to-day functions of the board. The role of the secretariat is to provide consistent, accurate, timely, and useful information to the board in carrying out its mandate. The duties of the board as outlined in Section 23(1) of the Industrial Relations Act 8801 are as follows. The determination of all applications, petitions, and matters concerning certification of recognition. 2, the certification of recognized majority unions. 3, the recording of the certification of recognized majority unions. 4, the making of agency shop orders and the conduct of ballots and proceedings. 5, the cancellation of certification of recognition of trade unions and any such other matters that are referred or assigned to it by the Minister. The board generally meets once a month with ad hoc meetings, and the work of the board, Madam Chair, is critical to the industrial relations piece of Trinidad and Tobago and continues to keep abreast with ever-evolving work environments. I would like to thank the current board and the staff of the Secretariat for their ongoing commitment to our industrial relations climate. Madam Chair, we stand ready and willing to respond to any questions that this honorable committee may have.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,194,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $4,194,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 49. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to under 06 remuneration to board members, this sum, Minister's reflection that there's a full complement of board members, again taking into consideration the tripartite arrangement of this board?
Yes, it is.
All right, and are you in a position to tell us how much matters are pending at the board level for determination?
Do we have that? Year, currently, we have 108 matters pending, and during that same period, we would have completed 66 interventions.
Thank you very much.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. We are at page 50. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $4,194,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $4,194,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board now stands part of the schedule. I thank you, Minister. I thank you to the Acting Secretary of the Board and to the other support staff. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, $2,757,797,000. I will now invite the Minister of Works and Transport to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I welcome the opportunity to be here today to provide responses to the questions that may be raised by members pertaining to the proposed budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Works and Transport, inclusive of state agencies, namely the Airport Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Public Transport Service Corporation, and the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority in fiscal 2025. For fiscal 2024, the Ministry of Works and Transport would have expended under the Ministry's Public Sector Investment Program approximately 85.11% of its revised allocation. In this regard, I would like to express my gratitude towards the Ministry of Finance for facilitating all requests. Yes, 95. I'd like to express my gratitude towards the Ministry of Finance for facilitating all requests for funding in fiscal 2024. Further, also I wish to express my appreciation to the Ministry's executives, head of division, and staff, as well as various agencies for their support in achieving this high implementation rate for projects under the air, land, and sea sector in fiscal 2024. Madam Chair, I wish to give the assurance that the Ministry of Works and Transport will continue in this vein in this fiscal year. Madam Chair, as members are aware, the documents before us today would have been prepared before the end of the last fiscal year. Taking this into consideration, we need to be mindful that there may be instances of variances in the expenditure of various line items. In this context, since the preparation of these documents, the Ministry would have received and proposed further bills resulting in an increase in its rate of expenditure for certain line items. On the other hand, there were instances where the Ministry received bills for work that were completed towards the closure of fiscal 2024. However, due to the late receipt of these bills and timing issues, these unfortunately could not be processed. However, Madam Chair, I have no doubt if we were able to process these bills based on our calculations, the Ministry would have extended approximately 95% of the PSIP allocation. With this expenditure, we delivered over 200 road rehabilitation and over 600 drainage projects across Trinidad. Madam Chair, I wish to inform and provide the assurance to members that during this fiscal, if there are instances where statutory line items are in need of additional funding, the necessary steps will be taken by the Ministry to address these matters accordingly. Further, and as per usual requirements for additional funding, under other specific line items, a comprehensive review of the Ministry's 2025 budgetary allocation will be undertaken with the view to undertake the necessary transfers or virements of funds until the necessary representation can be made in the midterm review. Madam Chair, I stand ready to provide details and clarifications as required with regards to the Ministry proposed allocation for fiscal 2025 by this committee. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,757,797,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,757,797,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, we are at page 251, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to the Minister, PS, and all persons in the Ministry. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 14. 14,
Yeah.
Remuneration to members of Cabinet-appointed committees. Minister, this line item in 2023 we see 1.5 million, and in 2025 estimate we see a further 800,000 for this line item. Can you identify the amount of committees, the number of committees, and what these committees are for?
Okay, so we have the members of the cabinet-appointed committees. Then we have the 9 members of the Standing Negotiation Committee on Air Services Agreement. We have the Maxi Taxi Advisory Committee, and then we have the Road Safety Council. So the Road Safety Council would have been a new addition to the ministry, because Cabinet did approve the long-awaited Road Safety Council.
Thank you, Minister. I'm hearing new committees being added on. However, the figure for 2025 estimate is half of what was actual in 2023. Have you disbanded certain committees?
No, we have not, but as I said in the opening statement, wherever funding will be required, it will be moved around, and if additional funding is needed for some of the committees, we then go to the mid-year review. That's why I made a long opening statement.
Minister, would you be kind enough to provide us with the members of who sit on those committees?
Sure.
Thank you. Also, moving on, Madam Chair, to line item number 2, with respect to wages and COLA. Minister, the estimate for 2024 was 2.5 million. However, the revised estimate is 1.4 million. Can you identify the number of positions that should have been filled in 2024 with this 2.5 million that was not actually filled, which is why we see the 1.4?
Okay, so we could provide you that in writing as well.
Thank you.
Item 002, Highways. Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair and Honourable Minister, to line item 2, the same for this with respect to wages and COLA. What would have been allocated in 2024 of 89 million, only 86.7, so whatever positions were not filled there, if you could provide us with that in writing. Provide us in writing.
Item 003, Traffic Management. Member for Urpuch West.
Thank you, ma'am. Sub-item 28. Other contracted services. I note a proposed increase of $9 million. Yes, yes. Oh, sorry, I'm ahead of you guys. Sorry, my apologies. I'll wait. I'm patient.
Member for Couva North.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. And in the interest of time, if it is that the information requested for line item 02 with respect to wages and COLA is here in traffic management, and it might run across in all the other sections with respect to what was budgeted for in 2024 that was not filled, if the Minister could provide for all the different divisions.
Yeah.
Thank you most kindly.
Member for Urpuch, was your hand up? No, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Item 004, Central Planning Unit. Item 005, Drainage. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 02, wages and COLA. Minister, under this line item here, under drainage, is this the line item that treats with the different teams that provide drainage and maintenance services across the country? Minister, this line item was allocated 41 million. However, the revised estimate of 2024 shows 35.4 million, a significant underutilization of the funds that were allocated for this line item. And when we have been visiting the Central Division, Ministry of the Works and Transport Central Division, the complaint that we would have received from the officers there is that we are understaffed in the Central Division with respect to the teams to actually execute the work to maintain these main drains and canals, etc., especially along the main road where we have continuous flooding in the Couva area, in the Edinburgh area, and surroundings. Can you explain why it is that the funds allocated to the ministry under this line item is not being utilized to recruit the necessary personnel to ensure that these drains and watercourses are maintained?
So the actual spend was a little more than the 35 million, was 36 million. However, there's a process to hire staff with the unions and everybody. That process is ongoing, and the Central Division is one area that is being addressed at this point in time.
So hopefully in 2025, we should see an increase in the cadre.
Once there's an agreement, yes, because, I mean, we want to get the staff on the cadre.
Yes. Yes, member for Urpuchwe.
Same line item 02, because South also has a similar problem. Minister, you said that there's a process that takes a period of time before employment takes place, which is fine. However, when you estimated your $41 million in fiscal 2024, you would have catered for specific positions to have been filled, for specific purposes. Tell me when I'm wrong, please. So this initial budget of $41 million would have been specified for particular purposes, particular pieces of, particular individuals for employment. Given that you only spent $36 million according to you, Minister, what classifications of persons, what areas were not hired? Or what, and what numbers of persons? Because your estimate for fiscal 2025 is basically what you have now.
Allocation will vary, daily paid and different positions. Remember, this money would have been earmarked for positions. And unless the positions are filled, then you can't do a drawdown on it. So
No,
as I
understand.
said before, there's a process ongoing where we have to engage the unions, and so that process, unfortunately, takes a little longer than we anticipate at times.
I accept that, Minister, but you are still budgeting $36.4 million for fiscal 2025. The question I'm asking, actual figure 2023 was $36 million. You're saying that your revised version in 2024 is about the same figure, and you project the same figure for fiscal 2025. So therefore, you are not looking at new employment. You are looking at basically continuing the same level that you are at now, which my colleague just indicated is not sufficient to meet the obligations and the desires and the needs for support in the various areas that we're looking at.
So as I said in the opening statement, and I want to refer back to the opening statement, once these positions are filled and funding is required, there are mechanisms in place for additional funding as required.
All right, Minister. Minister, just
No, I
to be clear,
I get your point, but
this
we
is supposed to
are
be a
going to-
projection for 2025.
I know, but we are going to use, that's why the opening statement, that for the first time in 9 years, I used my full 5 minutes for the opening statement. Because after 9 years, we are also supposed to understand how the system operates. There are mechanisms in place we could do transfers, and we go back in the mid-year review for additional funding.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can you confirm in the Central region, the last time there were active recruitment taking place was in 2014?
what?
02, wages and COLA. Same line item, sorry.
So, we can't go back to 2014. What do you want to ask under wages and
Under
COLA?
wages and COLA, was any recruitment undertaken in the last 2023-24 with respect to this line item?
So you want to know if there was any recruitment taken under this line item in these sums?
In the central division, the central region of the...
But the process is still ongoing until we fill the cadre of people that is required. We would have taken on, yes.
Minister, I want to indicate that the officers there are indicating they are severely short-staffed to meet the needs of the region, and in some instances they are asked to also leave the central region and assist elsewhere, when in fact there are dire circumstances within the region.
And I have no doubt of that, and that is why the process is ongoing. The process is ongoing because we recognize there are vacancies that needs to be filled. So I'm not saying that there's no process, so we have a full staff. We do need staff, there's a process ongoing, and we recognize that. So I understand exactly the plight of the people in Central, and I want to congratulate them for, at least staying the course with us.
Member for Oropouche West?
Minister, I appreciate the fact that you indicated that for the last 9 years, this is the first time you've used your whole 5 minutes in your introduction. But I want to follow up on what my colleague raised, and in fact it's the one issue we've raised under the subhead so far, wages and salaries 02. Minister, you accepted that the division is short-staffed because it's short-staffed both in Central and in South. I'm not too sure about what it is in terms of North. But would you agree that the fact that we've had 9 years and there's still substantial space for employment which has not been filled, would you agree then that this has caused tremendous, it has tremendously adversely affected the ministry's ability, especially as it relates to drainage, to execute its mandate?
Right. The reason why I use the full 5 minutes is because after 9 years, I still feel certain members don't understand the budget process. Secondly, you will always have staff leaving the establishment due to several reasons. So recruitment is an ongoing process. Every year you have people coming out of the system and you have to refill the system with new employees. So recruitment is an ongoing process, and that is why in the government service there are systems in place to hire people on an ongoing basis. You will never have a full cadre of people because people retire, people reach retirement age, and so every year. But you have to fill it. Unfortunately, filling position in the public service is not as easy as the private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Would you be able to provide some indication of the amount of personnel still being required for fiscal 2024? So you would have the number of persons that you know that you would have employed already, and I'm looking for the number of people still to come. Thank you. And their various designations, if possible, Minister.
Sure, I could provide that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Minister. Just simply on line item 02 as well, I'd just like to support all my colleagues' statements on this side and state that I'm very disappointed that the 2024 estimate of 41 million resulted in an actual spend of only 35 million in 2024. So I'd just like to reinforce my colleagues' statements that more has to be done with regards to jobs and filling vacant positions in this line item. Thank you.
Item 006, Mechanical Services. Member for Oropouche West.
Minister, I think the same issue with regards to the drainage division also exists in the mechanical division, 02, where we've had an actual spend in 2023 of $6.8 million. You estimated an increase to $8 million, but you only spent 5.3. So why then, again, you've increased to 6.5, which is your projected for 25, sorry. So why then was there this substantial underspend in 2024? And I suspect that this exists in the other subcategories as well, because it existed in the drainage, it existed in maintenance, and now we are seeing it now in mechanical services as well.
I would agree that, again, employees, the hiring of employees is a process, and like many other ministries in the daily paid staff, there are some vacancies that has to be filled. In the mechanical services, we did take on employees as well, and we will continue to do that until we reach the day. But we must understand, filling the positions is not everything. We have to make sure we have the competent people to fill the positions as well. And sometimes that takes a while.
I accept that, Minister. The challenge I have is that in South, in fact, in my constituency, we have indications of substantial amounts of equipment that at this point has not been able to be repaired for several reasons, one of which is that the existence of staff in some of these divisions doesn't exist. There's inadequate staff, and therefore equipment is left idle or unrepaired, and as a result of that, we have work which is required to be done being subcontracted to other to private contractors as opposed to being done by the ministry itself.
The ministry has its mechanical service division, and they do most of it. There are some things to be done that cannot be done in-house and has to be subcontracted out. There are some specialized areas, like in any ministry or any industry, that is done on the outside. So I would not be surprised that they do some subcontracting out, but that would be specialized areas that the ministry do not have the capability of doing.
I just wanted to highlight, Minister, that this sub-item is very critical in ensuring that the equipment is functional so that we don't have critical infrastructure works suffering as a result of the inability to access equipment.
And as I said before, the process of hiring is very important to us, and it's an ongoing. Unfortunately, it's not just left to the ministry. We have to consult with the different stakeholders involved, and it's an ongoing process.
Minister, can you also provide, just like with the previous request,
Sure.
the positions and value? Thank you.
Item 007, maintenance. Item member for...
As well. Similar request for the vacant positions. Thank you.
Item 008, construction. Item 012, unemployment relief program. Member for Old East.
Claire, ma'am, what page are we on? 256. Yes, I had a
256
on it here. Yes, unemployment relief program. Good morning, Minister, and good morning, members.
Good morning.
I was on the non-strikers end for a while here. Minister, regrettably, we don't have the benefit of the Minister in the Ministry of Works and Transport this morning, who may have been some assistance to us. I hope he's okay. On the unemployment relief program, this that we're looking at here, the wages and contribution to group health and so on, salaries, cost of living allowance, this, I imagine, is for the management staff of the program. Yeah, sure. Would you be kind enough to supply us in due course with the structure of the organization and those persons who occupy various positions in the structure of the URP at this time?
Public Service Department.
Yes, thank you. But I imagine here would also have contract workers.
Yes,
in that structure.
You have contract workers in the public, in
the URP.
Contract.
But then we'll get the structure
these are
and the
the public
persons who occupy
servants
that.
who
Okay.
manages this aspect of it.
Yeah, sure.
North? No? All right. Item 014, Transport Division. Item 015, Maritime Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. We're on page 257. Item 001, General Administration, member for Old West.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, I want to refer you to line items 04, 05, and 06. I note that in terms of electricity, your proposed expenditure was less than your revised figure, and it continues to be less than your initial estimate for 2024. My question, Minister, for all three of these items is whether there is any outstanding arrears that we are going into fiscal 2025 with, both, all for electricity, telephones, and water and sewage rates.
We had 0, 4, 5, and 6?
Yes, ma'am.
You said less?
Sorry?
Did you say less? Let me hear the question again.
No, I'm wondering whether or not there's any provision for arrears, whether there's any, existence of arrears going into fiscal 2025 that these numbers will consider.
We got an increase in 5, we got the same thing in 6, and 04 would have been a slight reduction. However, the system that is used in terms of arrears is that if there is arrears, it has to be taken into consideration first. So if there is arrears, it will be taken care of, and if there's a need for additional funding, then we will make the necessary requests.
I understand that, Minister. My question is very specific, is whether or not there are current arrears that will
be arrears, because you know electricity rate, telephone rates, and water rates, they actually come for previous times. So today, if we get a bill today, it will be for probably a couple months behind.
But it will be due sometime in the future, Minister.
Right. So
would you be in a position to provide us with a listing of the arrears and the period for which they are owed?
Sure.
Thank you.
Couva North.
Ma'am, based on the question that my colleague asked with respect to line item 4, 5, and 6 on the general administration, and as we go forward for this line item, if we can also get the arrears in going
across
forward across the board for 4, 5, and 6. Thank you. Line item 16, Honourable Minister. The actual spend in 2023 was 8.511 million. The revised estimate for 2024 was 7 million, even though 9 million was allocated for 2024. Can you identify which contract positions that were filled in 2023 was not occupied in 2024?
By that time.
And I see that you have an increase of 1 million for 2025, which implies that there will be further contract positions that you intend to fill in 2025. Can you also provide us with that information?
Yeah, okay, but if you look at the additional 1 million is 1 million less than the 2024. So if we didn't fill all the positions in 2024, we made provisions to fill them in 2025. But we will try to facilitate your request.
So the request is for the positions that remain vacant in 2024, because only 7 million was utilized out of the 9 million. And as we go forward in 2025, that increase in 1 million, which positions we intend to fill with that 1 million?
Yes, member for Orpuchwas.
I'm moving on to the following page, line item 22, short-term employment. Minister, would you be in a position to advise the committee what exactly you're proposing to do with this additional $700,000 under sub-item 22, short-term employment?
Repeat that question.
What are you proposing to do with regards to this $700,000 increase in the provision for short-term employment?
This fund will be used for the payment of 56 short-term employees during this period.
Minister, would you be able to tell us where those short-term employees will be, what their functions will be, etc.?
Sure.
Thank you.
Item 002, highways. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 09, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment. This line item was budgeted in 2024 at 3.5 million, only 2.6 was utilized. Minister, can you explain what this line item, the vehicles and equipment, is for, and why the entire sum was not utilized?
Right, so the funding will be used for the rental of specialized equipment to undertake the silting, cleaning and underground drains, and equipment including heavy equipment and so. Now, sometimes what will happen is that, again, referring to the opening statement, that the bills, because as you're aware, a lot of this work have recently been ongoing. So it depends on when the bills actually come in, then the expenditure will show up here. And that is why we have the September, the closing of the Minister of Finance will brief me a little more on that, where you get the final figures coming into the budget.
Minister, thank you for that explanation. Looking at the allocation for 2024 of 3.5 million, the revised estimate of 2.6 million, where clearly the sum that was allocated was not utilized. Minister, I would have made several requests to you for the cleaning of the underground drains in Couva and in Edinburgh area, because those drains are filled to about 80% to 90% with silt that really needs to be cleaned.
So again, I just want to reiterate that it is not that the funds was not utilized. It is just that by the time the bills came in, have not yet been paid. And that is why I try to explain into the budget. You know, really, after 9 years, we're supposed to know basically this represents what was paid at that point in time, not necessarily the amount of work that was done or what bills that might be outstanding.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to 2025 estimate of an increase of 900,000 for that 3.5 million, I'm once more putting a plea to you to have these underground drains desilted in the Couva, in the Edinburgh area. Please.
Member for Urpuch West.
Thank you. Same line item, Minister. 09, rent, lease of vehicles and equipment. You indicated that a lot of this would have been for the use of heavy equipment in fiscal 24, and I'm guessing for fiscal 25 as well. Minister, would you be able to confirm that the acquisition or the rental arrangements with regards to these pieces of heavy equipment and the companies involved was conducted under the full authority and guidance of the procurement regulations?
That every single thing done at the Ministry of Works and Transport is done with the procurement regulation rules in mind.
Then, Minister, may I request then that you provide a list of your suppliers and the various pieces of equipment?
Sure.
Thank you. This will be for 24 and proposed 25.
Unfortunately, I can't go back to 23, 22, 21.
No, I just want 24.
I will definitely give you that.
24 and proposed 25. Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva, no?
And just to reiterate, 25 cannot be given because we would not have identified the suppliers for 2025. But
yes, it's member for Couva.
But you have proposed
once
equipment
after the budget is ready.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just to embellish what my colleague has been saying from the point of view of Couva North. Minister, under 28, other contracted services, you intend to spend an additional $45 million in 2025 to increase that line item to $150 million. Do you intend to acquire or procure the services of a gully sucker to desilt the southern main road in Couva from Isaac Junction to Savanetta Junction, based on the fact that if it only drizzles, the entire main road is flooded out?
I think the member must know the geography of the area. However, under other contractors' services, once projects are identified, whatever equipment is required for the job will be procured. I can't tell you that where we're going to be working, we're now working on the schedule, or what equipment will be procured. However, the experts at the ministry, the engineers at the ministries, they will identify what equipment is required for what job, and they are the ones with the responsibility of procuring those equipment, not the minister.
Just as a follow-up, Minister, just to refresh your memory, in this very said chamber, you committed in sometime of 2023 to descend this stretch of road, and I hope that you can follow through on your commitment.
Some work was done, and we will continue.
Again, I am the member for Cuba South, and I'm very familiar with the geography. Absolutely no work has been done.
Me too.
Absolutely none.
You are aware that I am also familiar with the area. So
you are traversing it much these days.
Which is?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to re-emphasize the point made by Cuba South first on the importance of acquiring or under rental of equipment and so on, Minister, that gully emptier, also known as gully soccer. And the purchase of 2 or 3 of that would be very useful given the conditions that we face and the circumstances. WASA, I believe, had
and
one.
a rent lease equipment?
Yes, you can rent it as well.
Oh, I thought I already would purchase.
Yeah, you can rent that as well, or lease, as the case may be. Ma'am, under materials and supplies, I'm there now, item 12, I believe, yeah. You had an actual of 1.9 in 2023, and increased 24 to 6 million, and downward in 2024, a dramatic downward to 1.5, with a slight increase now. I notice you also increase books and periodicals, but I don't want to ask about that. The materials and supplies, what would be the reason for this lack of spend in something as critical as material and supplies, given, again, the reality that we know?
this was one of the areas that we had a late spend that would not have been represented here. Also, a lot of this material is bought under the PO. Okay, so this spend would have again been increased at the closure.
When bills come in and so on.
Yeah, and also this is the Alexander plant. No, these materials.
Sancho.
Thank you. Madam Chair, line item 09, rent lease. Having regard to the response of the Honourable Minister to my colleague for Cuba North, we have made several requests, Honourable Minister, in respect of the underground channel at the Freeport flyover. And if it was not for the intervention of the regional cooperation, that will still be clogged today. Is there any plans with respect to the clearing of that underground channel at the Freeport flyover?
I will take note of your request, but just to let you know that we do work with the regional corporations, and we work with them in several different areas. So it is not unusual to see a regional corporation assisting the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Works assisting the regional corporation. But if you are asking me to pay some attention, there's a challenge there, I give you the assurance that I will instruct the Highways Division that there's a challenge there to deal with it.
Yes, because, Honourable Minister, on at least 3 occasions, the work was programmed to be done collectively together. And the Ministry of Works Highways Division failed to show within the last year on those 3 occasions. So therefore, there's... Yes.
And the rent lease?
Yes, rent lease, yes, the same line item. It's a follow-up question to what the Minister said.
You could tie that to the rent lease, please?
Yes, so therefore, the rental of or lease of equipment is not being done so as to facilitate the execution of the works on at least those 3 occasions. On one occasion, please, Minister, I'll allow you to respond. On one occasion, I myself presented myself at the location for the works to take an active part and supervision of the works to be done, and the ministry did not show.
Again, I can't tie that to lease rental, because suppose the project does not include lease rental. Suppose it is some in-house work that the ministry has the equipment for. Lease rental goes out basically where we do not have the equipment, so we rent the equipment. But to bring a job into the picture, I can't tie the two at all. So sorry about that.
Wes?
Minister, I want to take you back to line item 28, where you had an actual spend of $73 million in 23, but you had proposed a substantial, last year when you came in, last year when you sat here at the Standing Finance Committee, you explained that you needed $112 million in fiscal 2024 to do substantial work. At that time, we had asked for a breakdown. I think we did get some level of breakdown of the proposed works for 2024. But Minister, in the interest of clarification and clarity, given that you've only spent 70 out of the 112, so you've only gotten to a point of revised estimate of 70 out of the 112. Would the Minister indicate what work was projected for 2024 and not done?
Okay, so
and why?
So just for
now,
clarification.
Minister, before allow me to finish. I understand your explanation that bills are now coming in, and if that is one part of it, that's great. That's fine. We will just get some clarification there. But there's a substantial difference between 70 and 112. So I am of the view that projects which were proposed to be done in fiscal 2024 were not done. And we know that because we see your fiscal 2025 estimate has now gone back up. So, would the Minister be able to be in a position to tell us what was proposed in fiscal 2024 and not done, and whether those are carrying over into your allocation for 2025?
Okay, so under the vote 28, I can tell you that we went back for supplementary funding for this vote. And just to give you a figure as to what work was actually done, the ministry actually spent on jobs $213 million. $213 million. The jobs that were completed was 163 projects at $121 million. So again, you will see when this is corrected that we would have completed all the jobs that were projected, and we even went on to do more work in the ministry. And as we speak on this vote here, we have close to 94 projects ongoing. So once this is corrected, you will see the full amount being utilized under this vote.
Hold on, Minister. Now you've given me more cause for concern.
Right.
You're suggesting that $221 million of work was done for fiscal 2024, which is in substantial excess, over almost $100 million more, $90 million more than was projected for 2024.
And again, based on the way the system operates, you can get a confirmation of funds to do work without the allocate. So we got the confirmation, right? But the bills would not have come in as yet. So you see, it is important that we understand the cycle. This here, we would have done work and we would have had bills for our allocation. But we got a confirmation, so we were able to start more work based on that. So under vote 28, a significant, all the work that was projected was done.
Here's
done
my
or
maths.
started.
Here's my maths problem, Minister. Here's my maths problem. You have budgeted for fiscal 2025 $115 million. Based on what you just said, you would have spent $221 million.
I didn't say we spend that.
You have bills.
No, I did not say that either.
Clarify, Minister.
What you have is bills to the tune of this amount. But you have a confirmation where you can go ahead and tender other jobs.
You're helping me make my point, Minister.
Yes. So you have
you have
money
bills up to $70 million.
No,
but
we have bills
go ahead.
to the full amount of the allocation. Yeah? We have the bills to the full amount.
Take your time, Minister. Take your time.
So we have projects issued to the full amount of the allocation. All right? This figure that you're seeing here is what for the bills that came in at the time of this document.
All right, Minister, let me explain what I'm driving at. the 70 million revised estimate, that is bills that came in at the time of
And paid.
Came in and paid, sure. Came in
Right.
and paid at the time of doing these estimates, correct?
Yes.
You have just indicated that you have done substantial more work above and beyond the initial estimate. So you gave a figure of $221 million that as today you would have committed work for. Is that correct, Minister? $221 million of work committed, which I assume would have included the $70 million.
So, again, the works that were committed would have been up to the full allocation, which is 112 million.
But, Minister, you just gave us a figure of $221 million. Where did that come from?
So that would have been about 60 projects that came over from the year before.
Right. So, Minister, here's my question. Just to be very, very clear, allow me the 2 minutes to lead up. You have $70 million in which you would have spent on projects. I'm not looking at the 112. I'm looking at the 70 that you would have committed for projects. You have now $115 million for fiscal 2025.
Yeah,
but you have now $151 million at today, before we are in month 1 of fiscal 2025. You have $151 million. That's your $221 million minus the $70 million that you've already paid. That works out $151 million. That means that your $115 million would already be assigned to work that you have already committed to.
No. Again, I said before, when you get an allocation, your commitment is to your first set of bills. So if you have a carryover from the previous years,
So let's make it easy. What's the value of the carryover from last year into fiscal 2024?
About 60 million, you have it there?
By my calculation, based on the numbers you gave me, it's $151 million. So based on what you just described, out of this $115 million, $41 million is for works that already have been committed.
But that was ongoing.
That's ongoing.
Right.
So that's the amount of works outstanding. Minister, I challenge you to go back and revise your figures, because based on the information you just gave to us, what is carrying over into fiscal 2025 is going to be substantially more, so that your present commitment, your present estimate of $115 million, based on what the information you have provided to us here today, would not be sufficient to cover what you have going into fiscal 2025.
And that is why, again, I just want to refer to the opening statement. We expect that. And that is why provisions will be made for
Of course,
additional
Minister,
funding.
I am very well aware that you will come back in the media and ask.
The Minister of
I'm
Finance
very
would
well
like to
aware
make
that you're
an
going to come back in the media and ask. I'm very well aware of that. However, I want to be very clear. The budget is supposed to be a realistic projection going forward. Sure, there are going to be ups and downs of numbers. But what you are describing to us and what other ministers have described to us is that this is not going to be sufficient. We're going to come back in the media, which means that the budget documents that we have here currently and discussing and spending all this time trying to get clarification for are not realistic. They do not reflect the true picture. And the irony is that the minister and the ministries are aware of what the true picture is. They're just not putting it down on the papers. So we are discussing figures here which are going to be drastically different at the end of the fiscal year from what the reality is.
And to clear this up, so
I
we
will
can
try
vote on
my
that
best,
item.
Madam Chairman, because the member for Oraport West is on a path of his own. When the procurement law was enacted, a new requirement came into being that ministry should not proceed with the award of contracts without getting confirmation of funds. The reason being, you don't want ministries, which has happened in all governments in the past, going ahead, awarding a contract, and they have no source of funds. Okay? I can give you many famous examples, but I won't, lest we descend into Bacchanal. So that the Minister of Works would write the Minister of Finance saying, this is my program for the next 24 months, even 36 months. This is my projection of cash flow. And the projection of cash flow is based on when the minister and the ministry anticipate that a contractor having completed a job would send an invoice. Then the engineer would inspect the works, certify the works to be paid for. Then it would go through the process of internal review, internal audit in the Ministry of Works and so on. And then find its way into a request to the budget division and then eventually result in a release of funds and end up in a payment. So that the minister is talking about commitments. A commitment is when you award a contract. Let's say you award a contract for $100 million. Therefore, you have committed $100 million to that expenditure. But that could take 2 years before that entire $100 million is spent. So therefore, what is in the estimates is the best estimate based on cash flow, based on experience, based on how long it takes to inspect the works, to certify the works. Sometimes contractors don't send in invoices right away. So it's based on history, estimates, experience. This is what the cash flow demands of the ministry will be in this fiscal year. Okay, and it is not guesswork. It is based on experience.
Minister, if I may, at the risk of carrying this on too long, Minister, my questions are based on the numbers provided by the minister himself. I would appeal to Hansard to get a copy of the documentation, and then I will treat this with it separately. Is that all right?
No problem there at all. I just wanted to clarify the meaning of the word commitment. It is simply a commitment to a certain sum of money, a contract sum, an award of a contract, but that does not result in an immediate requirement for the full amount of money.
Minister,
so I'm simply clarifying the
meaning
of the word commitment.
I accept that, Minister. It's just that I'm very concerned that we'd have committed as of October, at the start of the fiscal year, we'd have committed to a substantial amount of projects at the start of the fiscal year, which is way in excess of the allocation, even understanding that it may be piecemeal payments going forward.
It's a fact that there will be commitments to way in excess of the allocation.
However, there's a legitimate concern, Minister.
Mr. Orapuch, member for Orapuch, I did not interrupt you. I'll wait for you to finish.
Thank you, Minister. Then you must be very clear in accepting that it is an area of concern. It is it's not a small sum. This is not chicken feed. It's a substantial amount of money in excess of what we are seeing on the books here. So there must be some level of concern, and it is my responsibility and my duty and my right to ask questions and to raise queries, Minister. This is the place for that. Would you not agree?
I'm waiting for you to finish. You finish?
Minister, I'm a politician. You give me a chance, I will go on and on because there are multiple issues of concerns here, Minister.
No, you won't be able to go on and on.
There are multiple issues of concerns
I'm putting
here,
an end to this conversation
Thank you, Member.
I'm simply trying to answer the point you have made and to clarify. And that's why I asked if you're finished. Of course, the commitment to contracts will exceed the actual requirement for payment. But what you're looking at in here, in this book, is the best estimate of the actual funds that will be required during the fiscal year to deal with the particular projects. The contract sums will exceed the amount inside of here because there's always a time delay between the completion of the work and the payment because of the process of certification, invoicing, release of funds, and so on. Well, I'm not finished. And what we do as the Ministry of Finance, we would fund the Ministry of Works in different ways. We fund other ministries in different ways. Similarly, education, community development, rural development, housing, etc. We use two types of funding, two sources of funding. I've said this before, so that we balance, and Ministry of Health, I use the example of pharmaceuticals. We balance the actual allocation and appropriation in the estimates with the requirement for loan financing. So if the Minister of Works manages to outperform his own cash flow estimates and requires more money sooner than anticipated, we will deal with that by way of off-budget loan financing through a state enterprise.
Okay, so member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister, line item 28, other contracted services, that 70 million that was utilized, well, in the revised estimate for 2024, would that include the works that would have been executed for the old Southern Main Road, the Perseverance Road? Other contracted services, line item 28.
Other contracted services, I mean, I wouldn't have the list of the details of what it is. Remember, we do work under different programs. We have the PURE program. We have different programs.
Okay. Other contracted services.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to say exactly which contracted service.
Road repairs for the main roads.
Well, yes, the highways. So highways will do work, but you also have other units that does work on the main roads as well.
All right, so for this line item 28, if you could provide us with a breakdown of the spend, the contractors, and the amount paid, and the amount of road that were, the road works that was executed here, or other contracted services that were executed here. However, Honourable Minister, under this line item, other contracted services under the Highways Division, under the Ministry of Works and Transport, in the past, you would have discussed projects which you indicated that you would look into. For example, the Waterloo Main Road, the Perseverance Road, a portion of that was done, and I want to thank the officers in the Central Division who would have conducted site visits along the Perseverance Road, the Orangefield Road, the Waterloo Main Road, the Calibre Road, all the way to the facility that falls under the Ministry of Works and Transport, the old Southern Main Road. All these main roads, which falls under the Ministry of Works and Transport, have significant amount of work to still be done on these roads. And what we are seeing here is the estimate of 2024 of $112 million, only 70 million was utilized. So I'm hoping that as we go forward, out of this 115 million allocated for 2025, that consideration will be given for these main thoroughfares in the Couva North constituency to be considered.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to,
Yes?
I just want to, because after all the conversations, and as accepted by some members on the other side, that the figure, the 70 million, is not the actual figure that was spent. I don't want to leave it on the records where the minister would have said that all we spent was 70 million. I just want to confirm that. Okay.
Just to also indicate in terms of the actual figure that we have to work with is for 2023 only. That's the only actual in front of us. And for 2023, it's 73 million.
Member, 1 minute. Let's stop nitpicking. I think the conversation has taken us to a point that I believe what you want is what roads were done, how many, with the money that was spent in 2024. I think that's where we've got. So let's stop nitpicking because the conversation goes on. People say things and the conversation goes on. All right? Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I want to give the minister the room to breathe. Easier question, line item 43, security services. Minister, your actual spend in 2023 was $840,000, but I note that you are now proposing an increase to $1.8 million. You've increased it in 2024, and you're now increasing to 2025 further. So between the actual spend of $800,000 odd in 2023, we are looking at a $1.8 million. So that's a $1 million difference between actual 2023 and estimate for 2025. Can the minister account for what would have caused this increase in the allocation for security services?
Well, this funding will be used for security services at high-risk compounds, where we actually have stockpiles and so, because you recognize now we are actually reusing a lot of the materials that we take up from the road. And we need to protect that, because in the past that would have found its way into private hands and so, and we are actually doing a lot of recycling with the materials that we pick up from the road. So there will be some level of security that's required.
So this increase is specifically for that purpose?
Well,
for
it will be
guidance stockpiles,
one of the items that we have to, because
Minister,
we actually
would
store materials are all around now, because we are actually doing a lot of recycling now.
Minister, would you be in a position to advise the providers of the security services? Is it MTS or?
The ministry used several different companies through a competitive tendering process.
Right, and so therefore, Minister, there should be no issue with regards to providing the providers.
I have that is public knowledge. I will provide whatever is required, because I think, if we have a provider for something, unless it's something with national security, then we have no problem.
Excellent, thank you very much, Minister.
Item 003, traffic management. Member for Oropouche East.
Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, I want to focus on 28 other contracting services, an actual spend of 13.9, and this is now heading upwards to 22 million. And now, I accept your position, which you have repeated about 10 times already. These books are not printed an hour ago, so they are figures of some time before. And for every ministry, not only your own, the figure may change. But we actually do have a way of working around this, in that if the actual is 13.9, it is feasible that the revised estimate of 13 is where you would spend as well. It's unlikely that that would change to 75 and so on. So we have worked with this, and until we get a really progressive and technologically driven Minister of Finance, unlike the one we have, who can give us online in real time on our devices. So when we look at these figures, we can see a bill that came in this morning is carried there. That will happen when this current minister demits. But until then, we'll work with the book we have, and we try to make as much sense as we could. My question now, if this would include the traffic management and issues related, the increase in the spending, would this relate to capacity to maintain and fix traffic lights? As you know, when traffic lights break down in this country, sometimes it takes a very long time, with hazard and real threat of accidents and loss of life and limb and so on, before it's repaired. Now, we had a problem in my constituency. I communicated with you, and I think the next day or day after, so it was but it was fixed. But not everyone would be as privileged as I am to have access this way. The ordinary citizen may complain about traffic light. They may complain about non-functioning equipment and so on. And it takes really months sometimes to have these things rectified. So I'm just raising that in the context of this.
Yes, and that is why there's an increase in the spend. A major project that we implemented this year is an upgrade of all the major traffic lights, and we are actually setting up center at the license office, the traffic management road safety department that is there now, and we will actually have a centralized area for monitoring traffic lights. So we wouldn't have to actually wait for someone to call us and tell us a traffic light down. They will be able to see it in real time and dispatch people from that center. So that is happening, where hopefully we reach the point where all the traffic lights in Trinidad are monitored from a central area, which is not really happening right now.
Member for Couva North.
Ask and answered, Madam Speaker.
Okay, item 004, Central Planning Unit. Item 005, Drainage. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 09, we see the estimate of 50 million there, and the revised estimate of 70 million for the rent, lease, vehicles and equipment. Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of the spend, the 70 million spend?
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Line item 28, other contracted services. Minister, you had a revised spend of $17.17 million in 2024 fiscal, but you're proposing to increase that now by $59 million to $76 million. Minister, would you be in a position to provide a breakdown as to exactly what you propose to do with this additional funding?
We have 58 projects proposed, and I could make that available to you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Oropouche East.
Yeah, Minister, I'm at 28 as well, other contracted services. And let me say, Minister, I think that in the ministry, I'm not pointing fingers at you necessarily. There's a tragic inability to spend funds that are budgeted. And I think I was switching, looking for something on television, and I saw the Minister of Finance in a meeting once, and he said that the Ministry of Works has resources, they cannot complain, they must implement their projects. And I'm wondering, Minister, what gives you the confidence that having spent 25 million in 2023, downward budgeted to 17 and 24, that now you will actually spend 76 million for 2025? And what projects would be included here?
Again, the entire amount would have been awarded. So work is actually going on. This is just the bills that came in at the point in time. Now, we must recognize that because of the procurement legislation, some implementation takes a little longer. Okay? So the entire estimated amount would have been committed with ongoing works taking place. It is just that the bills at the point in time when these figures would have been taken up and estimated were not there. But the entire amount, as a matter of fact, all right. As I said before, we have about, I think it would have been about 34 projects ongoing at different stages, right?
And for our benefit, could you, since it is 34, could you give us a list of those 34 projects under this subheading, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister, line item 28, other contracted services with respect to the drainage. Does that include the cleaning, the desilting of the rivers to the mouth of the rivers? Also, Minister, with respect to line item 16, contract employment, the actual spend for 2023 was 4.5 million. It was estimated at 5.2 million for 2024. However, only 750,000 was utilized for contract employment. Can you explain why? What's the reason for this difference here?
So this estimate would have been taking into consideration a new unit that we had proposed to formulate in the last financial year, and that unit have not been formulated fully. So that is why. That is the new unit to deal with the...
Minister, that new unit may account for the increase from the 4.5 to the 5.2 between 23 actual and the estimate for 2024. However, moving from the 4.5 actual of 2023 down to only 750,000 seems as though a lot of contract employment has been discontinued within the drainage division.
Again, that is one item I'll still have to take a look at the spend on, and I could furnish you with that. But part of that money was for the new unit to deal with the national drainage plan that we finally have in our possession. But the unit itself have not been fully staffed as yet.
Minister, okay, thank you.
But I'll check the spend on it, and I'll get back to you with that.
Since 2016,
Item 006, Mechanical Services. Item 007, Maintenance. Item 008, Construction. Item 009, Environmental Health and Safety Unit. Member for Couva North.
Yeah, 264. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 16, contract employment. Minister, this line item from 1.6 million, it was estimated in 2024 to 3.1 million. However, there's a significant decrease here to 370,000 in the revised estimate of 2024. Can you explain the reason for this under this line item?
These are contracted employees that the contracts would have expired. The unit would not have been the contract would not have been renewed at that time because we have to renew the entire unit, and the employees would have gone on a month-to-month short-term contract until we finalize the structure, the new structure, which is being reviewed. So the employees are there, but they are on short-term.
Which is being paid for by another division?
Under general administration.
Okay.
Item 010, Traffic Warden Unit. Item 011, Program Monitoring and Evaluation Unit. Item 012, Unemployment Relief Program. We're at page 266. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I want to refer your attention to line item 08, Rent Lease Office Accommodation. We're seeing here estimate for 2024 of 5.5 and the revised estimate of 2.5 million. Can you explain the reason for not utilizing what was allocated in 2024?
What we have been doing at the ministry is looking internally to see where we have actual space. And some of the offices here, we would have actually moved them into ministry-owned buildings.
Yes. Item 014, Transport Division. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Minister, line item 12, Materials and Supplies. Minister, the actual spend was $6 million in 2023. You proposed to spend $7 million, but only spent 4.5 as at 2024 revised estimate. But you're proposing to increase this item, which was $6 million in 2023, to $10 million in 2025. Minister, can you indicate what would have caused, what exactly your thinking is with regards to what falls under this line item that would be increased substantially in 2025?
Under the transport division, the license office, you'd see a lot of upgrades taking place. And we are expecting that in this fiscal year, again, you will have things like the spot speed cameras, a lot of new initiatives coming into play through the license office. Things like renewing your driver's permit online and things like that. So on the drive of trying to go to license, allowing people to go to license only if you have a problem, we try to do a lot of the services online. And this year we will see a lot of rollout of a lot of new initiatives coming out of license office.
So a lot of this proposed increase would be for IT-related support services
and other areas.
Minister, may I appeal for you to provide a listing of what the proposed items for fiscal 25 would be?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 16, Contract Employment. Again, we are seeing the allocation for 2024 of 2.8 million, but the revised estimate is only 500,000. Minister, can you explain why is that?
Okay, so again, there's another unit that was supposed to come in at the Maritime Services Division. Right, this is, you're on Transport Division. What line item are you on?
Line item
16.
16,
sorry.
Contract positions.
Yeah. No. And this unit was which one? Similarly, the TechU unit, the contracts for that would have expired. We are reviewing the terms of the unit, and again, these employees would have gone under general admin until the unit is renewed.
General admin or short-term employment within the same transport division?
Sorry?
General admin, or are they under the short-term employment within the
No,
same
this would have
division?
gone under the short-term. Yes. No, this would have gone, correct, under the short-term.
Item 015, Maritime Services. Member for Couva North.
Yeah, just to confirm, Minister, you just said something concerning maritime service with respect to contract employment. That holds for line item 16 as well? That the unit you were supposed to set up, you were unable to set up that in the last fiscal term? Because the
This funded with contract officers employed in the unit.
Yes, however, the allocation for 2024 was not utilized. When we look at the revised estimate here, only 600,000 out of the 1 million was reported here for us. So is it that several of these contract positions are not filled and not being occupied?
The time that they came on, because of the recruitment process, we were not able to utilize all the funding. But now we have them in place.
Okay.
Yeah. Of hiring people here takes a little longer.
Item 016, Procurement Unit. Member for Oropouche West, you're here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you. Minister, given all that you just said about the importance of the procurement, following the procurement regulations, etc., and how committed you are as minister and as the head of the ministry to ensure that the procurement unit regulations and so on is fully adhered to. I note that your procurement unit seems to be interestingly funded by your good self. You have substantial estimates for fiscal 2024, but I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, several of these estimates. In fact, there's only one that actually has a spend, which is contract employment. The others, traveling and subsistence, telephones, office stationery and supplies, books and periodicals, materials and supplies, repairs and maintenance, short-term employment, other contracted services, postage, publicity, promotions and printing, etc. Those have no spend allocated for 2024. Is it that this unit was not set up, or is it that the unit that was set up was only based on contract employment and they have no resources at all at their disposal? Because you are going into 2025 repeating some of the projected 2024 estimates.
Under the general admin, because a lot of the staff would have been transferred into that. Actually 12 people. Is one of the larger procurement units in the ministries, and it's funded under the general admin at this time.
Even if it's funded under the general admin, Minister, now you're seeing a 2025 proposed spend on some of these very same items. So it's not fully funded under general admin. Maybe some of the staffing is, maybe traveling and subsidies are, maybe telephones, but office stationery and supplies, you are now having a proposed for it here. So my question then, Minister, is since you spent none of those items that you're repeating in 2025 during 2024, how was the unit functioning?
The unit was functioning with staff, but it was funded under the general admin. This year, as we take on more and more staff, that is why you have the allocation in the 2025.
So, Minister, all the proposed spend based on the books in front of us, the proposed spend for 2024 was listed out. Last year in your proposed spend, you listed specific items for this procurement unit. Are you saying that it was then lifted out for whatever purpose, whatever the reason, it was lifted out of the funding under this head and funded under the general administration, and you're now putting it back under this head?
Yeah, so what I will do, I'll get the actual spend on some of these, in some of these areas that there's no spend here, and I could give you that.
Okay,
but
much better.
I give you the assurance the unit is fully functional.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Highways. Member for Couva North. We're at page 270.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm seeing here under 01 vehicles, 175,000 was allocated for 2024. Can the minister indicate what vehicle was supposed to be purchased, whether the vehicle was purchased or not?
Ordered, and two brush cutters. Unfortunately, the payments were not made at this time, but we actually bought 2 brush cutters under this vote item.
But however, Honorable Minister, what we're seeing here for the estimate of 2025 is nil.
Well, so again, once we get these in the invoices in hand, then we will make the necessary arrangements to via money or.
Because you know the problem, we will run into the same problem with local government and the development projects. What was not completed within the fiscal year, as the minister would have explained to us yesterday, it will then utilize the funds from this fiscal year to pay for those things.
And if additional funding is required, then we go back in the mid-year review.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Item 003, Traffic Management. Item 004, Central Planning Unit. Item 005, Drainage. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, vehicle 375,000 was allocated in 2024. Honorable Minister, can you advise what this was for, whether the vehicle was ordered?
We under drainage.
Drainage,
Where are you? 01? Yes.
Vehicles.
Yes.
Any vehicles this year.
All right.
Fortunately, then.
Item 006, Mechanical Services. Member for Couva North.
Minister, can you explain that 1.5 million that was allocated for line item 01, vehicles that was not utilized for mechanical services?
So the procurement process for vehicles there was not finalized. That's why we had no spend on that. Yeah, and what we are looking at the ministry right now is not just because we have the allocation to buy vehicles such as buy Prado. We have taken a halt on that, and we are utilizing VEMCOT to repair a lot of these vehicles and bring them back on the road. So it's not just going to buy more vehicles. Minister of Finance have been very stern with us.
Item 007, Maintenance. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, the same issue here with line item 01 under the maintenance section of the Ministry of Works and Transport, and allocation of 550,000 for 2024 for the purchase of a vehicle. Can you identify which vehicle it was, whether it was ordered?
Again,
you see, Minister, why I'm asking these various questions under this line item is because my honorable colleague for Urupuch East would have made mention the importance of procuring a gully sucker. While it is we could rent and lease, when we look at all these different failure on the part of the ministry to utilize the funds allocated for vehicles purchase, the ministry could have purchased 5 gully sucker.
And you see, these vehicles are different vehicles here. Normally, when we go for these bigger equipment, we do it under the DP program. These vehicles, in most cases, are passenger vehicles. And we have taken a deliberate step not to spend money on these vehicles at this point in time. So, and again, I know the word Galisaka keep coming up, but we do work with WASA, because WASA have gully suckers, and we do work with them.
How much about our gully suckers?
I'm not the Minister of Public Utilities. All right.
Yes, let me come in here. There is some clarification required on the allocation for vehicles. Vehicle procurement is allocated in the recurrent expenditure estimates and also in the development program. It's in 2 different places. the intention in the recurrent estimates, and I'm told we are still on recurrent, these are replacement vehicles for vehicles that already exist in the fleet of a particular ministry. In the development program, those are expanded scope. In other words, those are vehicles in addition to the existing fleet. So in recurrent, when you see something like that, it is to replace an unserviceable vehicle in the existing fleet and not increase the number of vehicles in the fleet. And therefore, that money cannot be used for any other purpose.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Finance, for that intervention here. And Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, just closing off on this line item and others which will follow under 01. You see, when the minister comes in the budget, like he would have done last year, and identified that vehicles were going to be purchased for the staff in the various divisions, the staff are happy that they know that it is budgeted for in 2024. They expect to get these vehicles to improve the efficiency of operations at the various offices. But a year passed and nothing happened. And that keeps repeating itself with this administration. A lot of broken promises year after year saying that we're going to do one thing and it's not being done. So this is where we hold the ministers to account for what was promised last year, why it was not done. Because more promises are being made this year and nothing is going to change because we've seen this for the last 9 years.
I don't know that any promise being made on the vehicles in 2025 estimates, how I see it here. Under all of these, there's nothing. But I just want, and maybe the Minister of Finance will give me some clarification. 1 minute.
I want to give further clarification.
Yes, just 1 minute. May I ask this question? Under 2024 revised estimates, okay, these are matters that come in the media review. Am I correct or incorrect? What we have here, 2024 revised estimates, this occurs in the media review?
The revised estimate is the best estimate up to around, I would say, end of August, beginning of September.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but
It's not specific to media review.
No, but I want to give further clarification. Since, and I want to emphasize this point, we are still on recurrent expenditure. And any allocation for vehicles under recurrent is a replacement vehicle. And we encourage ministries, as the minister has indicated, rather than even doing that. So we're not talking about expanding the fleet. We're talking about keeping the fleet the same size, but replacing an unserviceable vehicle. We are asked, ministries and ministers, if you can repair a vehicle and bring it back into service, rehabilitate and refurbish, we would prefer that you do that. So we are encouraging ministries to do that, look in their fleet and see what vehicles they can bring back onto the road, rather than putting any allocation for replacement vehicles. I just want to make that point as well. That's why sometimes you will see no allocation under recurrent for a vehicle, because we're encouraging the ministry to rehabilitate and refurbish its existing fleet.
West.
Thank you very much, Madam. Minister, just to build on your statement, that would be the Minister of Finance, with regards to vehicles generally and the desire to repair rather than purchase, repair where available. Would the Minister of Works and Transport be in a position to let this country know, let the committee know, the number of vehicles that the ministry currently has allocated and the number of those that are under repairs at present?
We'll provide that to you, right?
Just for ease of reference, would you be able to provide not just a total sum figure, but under the various divisions, the type of equipment that is, so it's going to be, for example, you just mentioned passenger vehicles, whether it is a minibus or if it is a Prado or van, a SUV of some sort. That's the, so I'm looking for the amount of vehicles, total number of vehicles, total number working, total number unserviceable and unrepairable and packed up. Thank you, Minister.
Item 008, construction. Item 009, environmental health and safety unit. Item 010, traffic warden unit. Item 011, program Monitoring and Evaluation Unit, member for Urupuch East. Yeah?
Sorry, I was looking at transfer to state enterprises, sorry.
Item 012, Unemployment Relief Program, we are at page 273. Item 014, Transport, this is where you are? Okay. Item 015, Maritime Services. Item 016, Procurement Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, we are at page 274. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organization. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 09, debit card system for URP employees. 2 million was allocated in 2024, however, 1.4 was utilized. Can you explain this line item and why it is the full amount was not utilized?
So this is the FCB. These are the debit cards that when people come onto the program for the first time, they are issued a card because URP don't pay with checks anymore. They actually go to the bank. So if you come onto the program and you already have a card, then you don't necessarily need to get a new card. So you will always find a fluctuation, but the provision is made for new people. But once you have because in the URP program, you have multiple times to come into the system. Once you have an existing card, you don't need a new card.
So
but
this
provision is made for just in case you have a lot of new people coming in.
This payment goes to the institution or to the employee?
This goes to the bank that you use the facility from.
So is it the processing?
Yes, this is
the
cost of processing the card and the cost of the card and processing the card.
Item 008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers. Yes, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 02, Operations of Aqua Santa, what was allocated 5 million in 2024, close to what was actual for 2023. However, only 1.7 is seen here in the revised estimates of 2024. Can you explain the decrease here and the reason for it?
Again, the actual spend was a little higher than this. However, for a significant period of the time in this period, the plant was actually down. So we weren't actually producing material out of the plant. Yeah.
So would that be a reason why these repair works and the material available for these main roads and stuff like that would have
no,
lacking
we don't.
Material during
The Aqua Santa plant is just as a small portion of it. What we do whenever we have these problems, we actually bond the material and we take them from suppliers. So we have people going to the different plants to pick them up. So this don't really hinder us in doing that. The Aqua Santa plant is really a small plant that we use basically in-house, but we also get material from other contractors.
Is the plant fully operational
now
for
the plant
2025?
is fully operational, yes.
That being the case, Honourable Minister, why it is that the estimate for 2025 is still 2 million less than the actual for 2023?
Well, as I said before, if more is required, we have avenues to access it.
West.
Thank you. Minister, may I carry you to line item 07, Traffic Enforcement Center Unit, where you budgeted $15 million for fiscal 24. That is, if the Minister of Finance will allow you to focus on this item. He's been here for 9 years. I'm sure he knows this. So 07, Traffic Enforcement Center Unit. You estimated $15 million for 2024, but your revised figure is $6.8 million, and your estimate going into fiscal 2025 is another $7 million. Minister, can you advise what is the current status of this Traffic Enforcement Center Unit?
Okay, so the unit is functioning. We are actually reviewing the structure of it as we speak. So the unit is actually functioning right now, but it is being restructured.
So, Minister, would that account for the effective halving of the allocation for 2024?
Right. So if you look at the figures, it's 6.8 million, the actual spend was.
Yes, Minister.
And in 2023,
well, you said it was
7.5.
It's revised estimate as opposed to actual
because
spend.
we didn't fully, we still have some work to do which we were not able to get done in this fiscal. So in terms of the employees and so, yes, they are there. And if you look at the spend from 2023, 24, and 2025 is still around the same figure.
Okay, so Minister, that's my question. You just made my question even easier.
Yeah.
So on average, you would have spent, you've been looking at a $7 million spend on average. But you had something in mind when you came last year to ask for this $15 million. You are saying now that because you are restructuring, you are now spending less.
Yeah, because once we, as I said earlier, and that is why we had the increase in the traffic transport division in the license office. Once we have on board the red light cameras, the spot speed and differential, then this unit will then have to be expanded. Okay? So it all is, everyone interlocks with each other.
Okay, so
that is why I had a bigger spend there and a less spend here.
Agreed. So, Minister, basically the reason you have not been able to utilize the full allocation for 2024 is because you have not been able to implement those various precursor requirements to have this unit fully functional.
Yes, because until we have the enforcement of the red light camera, the spot speed, which we anticipate to have on by the first quarter of 2025, then there's no need to just expand this unit and have it there.
So again, Minister, it was just for the just to put it in context.
For the sound
it
bite.
Is the inability of
for the sound bite.
Yes, for the sound bite, for the TikTok, etc., Minister. It is the failure of the ministry to have implemented the various subcomponents which would feed into this particular unit. Because you have not been able to implement those subcomponents, you now have not utilized the full allocation for fiscal 2024. But you're proposing, and your expectation is that you will be able to do it in fiscal 2025. Is that correct, Minister?
And let me answer it and see if I could take the soundbite from you.
By all means, go ahead.
Technology changes. And we do have a competent staff at the ministry who have been monitoring the changes that took place. The system that was supposed to be implemented earlier in the last fiscal have been reviewed. And a significant amount of savings because we have moved now to a new technology. And we are working on different areas in terms of the number plate system. We have also implemented that into the new system for the cameras that will be installed. And reviewing the entire system, we found it prudent, where a significant saving was able to be achieved and a more modern technology used. The ministry decided to review the system, and as we speak, there's an open tender, a public tender in the newspaper for this system, and we're hoping that if this tender closed by the end of November or October, whenever it is, and we implement that system, there'll be a significant saving to the country and a more modern technology being used that has now been introduced in traffic management.
Minister, I want to caution you not to go down the direction the Minister of Finance is directing you in. These are not savings. If you have not implemented, it is not savings. It is unutilized, which is why this very said unit is not fully functional yet, because of the fact that you have not implemented all these new wonderful new technologies, etc., that have been now considered this year, that were considered last year, and is now apparently obsolete within 1 year of your consideration.
Where I came from,
it is still not, Minister, implemented. which is why we have this unit not fully utilizing the 15 million dollars that it was allocated in fiscal 2024. You can't walk away from that. The fact is, the reason the unit is not implemented yet is because all these components have not yet been put in place. That is the fact. Whether they're new technology, recently discovered overnight, they discovered, whatever you changed, your suppliers, etc., all of that does not change the fact that the component parts which are required to implement, to install, to fully function this unit has not been put in place.
Madam Speaker, I don't know, I got a long lecture there, but the bottom line is where I came from. If I don't spend something, it's a saving. And if I see...
Minister?
So,
it's a failure of implementation.
I think, member for Oropouche West, we spent a lot of time on definitions. And I think we'll have to agree to disagree about definitions of savings and unspent and so on. I think that ground has been well traversed in the last 2 days. Okay? Yes. Is there another question? Yes, please.
Let me carry the minister to page 277, items 44, 45, 46, and 47.
All right. So you're going on to
It's still
transfers to states?
No, sorry. I think I have to hold on to current transfers and subsidies. So if I may just stick with the transfers to state enterprises, ma'am?
Just now. So item 011, transfers to state enterprises. That's where you are?
Yeah, I want to go back to this.
No, we now reach here.
Yep, sorry. Line item 21. This will be on page 276, line item 21, NIDCO, Ship Management Services for the Inter-Island, I assume this Inter-Island Ferry. You have a new allocation of 26 million. So there was no allocation for this previously. You have an allocation for 26 million. Can the minister indicate the name of the company that is now providing the ship management services?
This line item here is for the Spirit, and that is why you had no allocation 2023, 24, 21, ship management service. Oh. Yes, let me just...
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So this is in NIDCO Ship Management Service. This allocation will be utilized to meet the expenditure relating to the provision of ship management service for the APT James, the Boko Reef, the Galleon Passage, currently being provided by Matrix Ship Management Service.
Minister, some of those vessels have been in operation before. How would what was the nature of their ship management facilities? NIDCO was doing that in-house?
No, we actually have a ship management where some of the required management skills are provided by this company.
No, all right.
And some is provided.
So back to my question, just for my clarification, Mr. This is a new item, $26 million for fiscal 2025. My question is the various vessels that you just described existed before. They have been in operation before fiscal 2025. They've been in operation for a couple of years well. What facility was used to execute the same function that is being proposed here now by this matrix?
By NIDCO, but not under this line item, under another line item.
But it was funded for the same
yes.
Why then, Minister, is it now under this item?
Because we're now going back, we're going out now for a new service. So this is a new line item.
So you're now proposing to go out for an overall ship repair, ship maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 34, Lake Asphalt, Trinidad and Tobago, 1978 Limited. The actual spend there for 2023 was 61 million. However, that has now been brought down to 30 million. Is it that the operations, is it that workers at Lake Asphalt has been cut down and so forth. Can you explain the reason for the cut from 61 million down to 30 million?
The lake asphalt have been functioning at a very, I mean, I'm quite comfortable what is happening. Nobody have been sent home, and they have been actually producing a lot more. What this is just, it's basically a subvention that is given to them to ensure that no worker is sent home and to help them as they continue to improve their services at Lake Asphalt.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. And Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 25, NIDCO Roadworks, Point 14 Highway, 500 million there. Minister, is that for the work that is ongoing?
This is a loan facility. This is repayment of a loan facility.
Okay. Okay, it doesn't have loans here. Also, with respect to the line item 49, leasing of semi-submersible barge. There's a new sub-item here for $46 million for the leasing of a semi-submersible barge. Can you explain what this line item is for, what this project is about?
As you'd recognize, the former Caridoc facility is now under the Ministry of Works and Transport. And we are out for a tender, an active tender is being evaluated, because there was the accident where the barge, the dry dock there would have sunk about two years ago. And this is a temporary replacement for Caridoc.
Okay. And with respect to line item 47, Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, that was allocated $50 million for 2024. There isn't anything here in the revised estimates. However, we don't know if there are bills that are going to be brought in that was not brought in before this book was printed. Can you explain, give us an explanation on this $50 million, how much of it was utilized?
Well, that company have been now is under the Ministry of Finance, because as you're aware, the company would have been in the process of being wind up. So whatever outstanding, whatever they have is being dealt with at the Ministry of Finance now. Once a company goes to that level, it actually goes under the Ministry of Finance.
Member for Oakwood East.
Minister of the Secondary Roads Rehabilitation Improvement Company Limited. Now, this company, I believe, took birth in the Ministry of Local Government, was transferred to Ministry of Works and Transport, where it died. But it was in operation for, I believe, half of the fiscal 2024.
Yeah.
I wanted, if you can give a commitment, we may not have it at hand now, to give a list of all 41 completed projects identified by the Secondary Roads Improvement Company, all projects undertaken, the cost of those projects, the process used to award those contracts, and the identity of the successful contractors for all projects undertaken by the Secondary Roads Improvement Company, which functioned, whether good or bad, at your ministry for some period of time. I'd also like to ask if you can identify the outstanding projects that were being considered by this company before the decision to close down the company was taken at the Cabinet.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, I will not be able to fulfill that because the company doesn't fall under the Ministry of Works and Transport. It actually falls under the Ministry of Finance. So that question might be better posed to the Minister of Finance.
Could I clarify?
The difficulty I have is that there's no allocation under what we're considering for this fiscal.
No, but we have a 2024 estimate of 50 million.
Yeah, but we're not considering the 2024 estimate.
But could I not ask him where the funds, as my colleague from Oropouche West is prone to say, what the 50 million was used for?
Well, if there were an allocation under 2025 and maybe the revised, there may have been a way for you to ask that question as we've seen others have been doing. But this is unique because there's nothing. Okay? So you may have an opportunity to ask that at another time.
No, but okay.
Yeah.
My related question now.
Yes.
Since this company was properly under the Ministry of Works before transfer to the Ministry of Finance for the purpose of closing down, winding up, during this financial year, 2024, could I ask the Minister to give me a list of the projects undertaken, simply?
We did not utilize any part of this 50 million, so these questions are better suited to the Ministry of Finance, who will now be in possession of all the documents from the secondary roads company.
So what did you do with the company when it was under the Ministry of Works?
The ministry, again, this is a
was it a ghost
state
company?
Enterprise.
That's the
And it was
difficulty in
funded
trying to ask these
outside of
questions
this.
here.
Yeah,
Okay?
so I think the Minister of Finance would have those, and I don't think your questions.
Conveniently left the chamber when this matter came up.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to ask an all-encompassing question with regards to the loans that I'm looking at here. Line item 41, 42, 43, 44, 44, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46.
No.
One question.
Okay.
These are both interest payments and principal payments for loans. Interest and principal. Right, the interest payments are the 41, 42, 43. The principal payments are 44, 45, 46 for the same loans. Minister, there was a budgeted allocation in fiscal 2024, none of which was used, and there's no indication going forward that there's any estimate for fiscal 2025. Have these loans been wrapped up somewhere else, or is it that the new loans that I'm seeing under 50, 51, and 52 are somehow to be utilized in these to cover these? You understand, Minister? From 41 to 47, to 46, sorry, are loans that were scheduled to be repaid, interest and principal, scheduled to be repaid in fiscal 2024, but there's no allocation in no spend in fiscal 24, and no proposed spend going forwards. My question is whether these loans continue to be existing, or whether the government has decided not to pursue settlement or repayment.
Right. So these loans were initiated by the Ministry of Finance, and we await their directions on them.
Minister, you await directions from the Minister of Finance, who is
Yeah,
conspicuously absent at this point in time. But Minister, there's no allocation. So the query that I have, Minister, is that this would have been a year. We passed a year. So you came last year, you asked for this money for these purposes, repayment of interest and loans. But you, as Minister, have no allocation here. So this is not under the Minister of Finance. This is your ministry has no allocation for it.
So line item 41 to 46, I think that's the ones that are in question.
Yes, sir.
These are all new loans that are being proposed by the Ministry of Finance. These loans have not yet been finalized. Allocations and are provided in anticipation of finalizing. However, these loans do have corresponding allocation under the Ministry of Works IDF. So these loans have not been finalized. That's why there's no allocation for it.
Okay, so we'll look at it under the IDF
and next
when we
year,
get it.
Next year, we'll deal with that.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Members, we now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We're at page 395 of the relevant book. Subhead 01, 39 Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. In 2025, we see an increase here in this line item of $2.9 million. Can the Minister explain the reason for this increase?
Sorry. No, but I'm no increase. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is 01 here, right? There's a plan to fill the vacancies, filling of critical vacancies that exists. Right, because we have to fill vacancies, and remember the East Terminal. That's it, Tobago. Yes.
Minister,
we're expecting to come on stream early first quarter of 2025.
Can you provide us with a list of the vacancies to be filled and the process?
Sure.
Draw your attention to line item 05, and this will be true for the various heads going forward. Minister, my only request for clarification is whether or not there exists, as of today's date, any outstanding arrears for the NIS, for payment of NIS. And this will be true for the other subheads as well, Minister?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Item 002, passenger and cargo terminals. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, and the same will hold for 003, airport operations, 004, runways. Honourable Minister, can you provide us with a list of the vacant position that you intend to fill in this upcoming fiscal year? Because I'm seeing an increase here of 3 million, 1.4 million, 2.4 million in the various divisions.
Sure.
Item 003, airport operations. Item 004, runways, taxiways, grounds, and car parks. Item 005, security. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to same 01 here, salaries and cost of living allowance, an increase of close to $10 million here. Minister, can you explain the reason for that increase? 01, salaries and cost of living allowance.
01. Okay, so recruitment plan including the filling of critical vacancies that exist at, and security for the East Terminal as well, including the East Terminal. So you will see a lot of, because remember we're actually bringing on the Tobago Airport in the first quarter of 2025. So obviously vacancies has to be filled, and on existing vacancies and new positions.
So I guess the same explanation will be for 03 and 04, overtime and allowances. We're catering for the additional warm bodies, all right? Okay, thanks.
Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Minister, I'd like to refer his attention to line item 05, telephones, where there is a significant increase here of 3.1 million. Can the Minister explain the reason for this increase of 3.1 million in this line item?
It's an upgrade. Right, so it's an upgrade of the entire PBX system and also at the North Terminal.
Also, Madam Chair, there's an increase in line item 09, rent, lease, vehicles and equipment of 2.3 million increase. Minister, can you explain the reason for this increase?
This is, no, this is rent and lease. Right. It's for, again, it's to put in a new new check-in system, and again, making provisions for the new terminal.
Thank you most kindly, Honorable Minister. Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to line item 10, office stationery and supply. While we're moving towards a digital environment, and we anticipate this line item to be decreasing, I'm seeing from 2023 we have moved from 2.9 million up to 6.9 million in 2025. That's a significant increase of 4 million in this line item. Can you explain the reason for that?
Again, we are actually moving to the terminal in Tobago, and there will also be an increase in several printing and different areas. So, there will be an increase. We will actually see the actual spend after it's done. We anticipate an increase in the spend.
Line item 15, repair and maintenance. Is there some kind of major maintenance to be executed for some major piece of equipment? Because there's an increase of 11.4 million here.
What do you have to do on that?
Line item 15.
Okay, so this, a major part of this is for the replenishment of stock and parts. As we've done, yeah.
Thank you most kindly, Minister. Minister, can you explain the increase for line item 61 with respect to insurances from 13.8 to 16 million?
Again,
is it new facility, new building, or just
talking about
rates?
a new airport in Tobago.
New facility. Okay.
Item 002, passenger and cargo terminals. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I draw your reference to line item 21, repairs and maintenance buildings. That will be on page 397. There was an actual spend in 2023 of $19 million, a revised estimate of $10 million, $10.8 million in 2024, and a proposed spend of $13.4 million. Minister, I'm asking the question as to whether or not this will meet all the requirements for repair and maintenance of buildings associated with the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, especially given the government's history of poor maintenance of infrastructure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 003, airports operations. Item 004, runways, taxiways, grounds and parks. Item 005, security. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm referring to line item 15, repairs and maintenance of equipment. This falls under security, correct? We had a $294,000 spend in 2023, but our $6.1 million estimated spend, revised estimated spend for 2024, with a smaller figure, half of that figure, $3 million. So that's a substantial difference from the $294,000 spent. We moved from $294 to $6.1 million and now to an additional $3 million. Minister, can you advise what would have caused that, or what equipment, in fact, would have been subject to this consideration for such a drastic increase in the expenditure under repairs and maintenance of equipment?
Okay, so we prepare. So we replaced some of the equipment here, and in 2025 it will be. We plan to just to replace some more, but not as much as we did in 2025.
So the definition here is wrong. This falls under repairs and maintenance, and given the explanation just provided by the Minister of Finance, repairs and maintenance basically is for fixing what exists, not for new acquisitions, which will fall under the infrastructure development.
If you use it to replace some of the existing equipment, it's not new equipment.
So you replaced existing equipment, Minister,
yes,
to the value of $6.1 million, with a further $3 million to come.
Depending on the amount that you do. Yeah.
Minister, would you be able to advise whether or not there's a given that you have now acquired new equipment, whether there's a maintenance contract to ensure that these pieces of equipment are continuously maintained and upgraded?
All equipment comes with a maintenance contract.
Minister, would you be in a position to provide the type of equipment and the supplier?
Sure.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you. Ma'am, actual and revised estimate for sub-item 02, office equipment, was in the vicinity of $1.5 million. In fiscal 2025, we are moving to $5 million. We are increasing that by $3.5 million. So what we have now is a movement, a shift from an annual spend of close to $1.5 million to spend $5 million in fiscal 2025. Ms., can you provide some clarification as to what would have prompted this increase?
Yeah, because there will be a replacement of damaged and obsolete office equipment.
Okay.
Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 50, Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. We're at page 410. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister 01 and 02. For 01, we're seeing a decrease of salaries and cost of living allowance from the revised estimate of 38.3 million for 2024. We see that figure has been reduced for 2025 of 35.8 million. Minister, we recently would have seen industrial actions at the port with respect to negotiations and breakdown in negotiations and so forth. Does this estimate for 2025 take into consideration the requests of the workers at the ports to facilitate the conversation in going forward for 2025?
Well, I remember, just for some information, the port will utilize figures not based on what the workers are asking for, but basically what the CPO approved. And what is taken into consideration here is what the CPO would have put forward.
However, Minister, what we heard the Minister of Finance would have recommended that 5%. We are not seeing an increase of 5% in 2024 fiscal moving into 2025. What we are actually seeing here is a decrease. So is it that the ministry's policy is to cut down the number of workers at the port?
Estimated years before. Yeah. Well, it's simple. Prior to the CPO making that offer, a higher figure would have been budgeted for based on the negotiations that were going on for some time. So now that we have the actual offer, the figures were brought into line. So it have been taken into consideration. And this is up to 2017. No, the negotiations. 2020, yeah.
And that would be the same for the various divisions going across where we see that
Yeah, where you see that fluctuation is because now that you have the offer, you could budget a more realistic figure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Minister, my question relates to sub-item 05, and it will be the same question for the other three subheads.
Yeah.
So this is government's contribution to NIS. In all the subheads, we see a decrease proposed in fiscal 2025. Would the minister indicate why we would have had this decrease from 2024 to 2025?
It's all related to the salaries and wages and salaries based on the offer.
Minister, you're proposing that, you're saying that it's based on the offer for with settlement of wages and salaries, correct? But that settlement is upwards, not downwards. What we have is NIS contributions going down.
Because we would have budgeted a higher figure before.
So you would
now
have
that we have a more
over-budgeted.
realistic figure, we have a more realistic budget.
Sure. All right. Minister, just to wrap that, am I to assume, since the figure has now dropped, that there are no outstanding arrears for NIS contributions?
At the end of the day, the unions have to agree. So while that negotiation is going on, if they do agree, then we good to go. If they do agree, well, then we just wait until a decision is taken.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 002, Engineering Division. Item 005, Wharves Division. Item 006, Cruise Ship Complex. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 23, fees. Minister, for 2024 revised estimate, we see a figure of 15,486,000 utilized under this line item. Would you be able to give us a breakdown of how these monies were utilized?
Item 002, Engineering Division. Item 0, yes, sorry, member for Couva North.
That's fine, ma'am. I'd like to refer to the line item 15, repair and maintenance of equipment. 25,257,000 was utilized under this line item. Would the minister be able to provide us with a breakdown of what this 25 million was utilized for?
Sure.
Also, there's a decrease in this line item, repair and maintenance of equipment, of $11 million. Minister, can you explain the reason for this such a significant decrease in the allocation for this line item?
Right. Because the majority of the work was done in the previous year. So this year, this is what the work that is anticipated to be done.
And would you provide us with some information in terms of the scope of the work, the projects?
Sure.
Thank you.
Item 004, Marine Division. Item 005, Wharves Division. Item 006, Cruise Ship Complex. Subhead, sorry, member for Couva North.
The minister's attention to line item 21, repair and maintenance of building. Minister, 31,280,000 was utilized in 2024 under this line item. Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of what this 31 million was used for?
Sure.
And also 17 million is being estimated for 2025. Can you provide us with some information on what that 17 million is going to be used for as well?
Sure.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, engineering. Item 005, wharves division. Item 006, cruise ship complex. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 52, the Public Transport Service Corporation, we're at page 429. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
I just would like to get your guidance with respect to the detail of income. Do we examine the detail of income on 428? or we deal with just the detail of expenditure? and going
Just
forward?
deal with the detail of expenditure.
Okay, thank you. With respect to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, Minister, there's an increase of 2 million there on the salaries and cost of living allowance. What we see before us is the actual from 2023, which was at 14.8 million, is now going to be estimated for 2025 of 19.1 million. That's an additional $5 million there. Can you explain the positions, the salaries positions that have been filled from 2023 for what is anticipated for 2025? Sorry?
And for any arrears?
It's provision for arrears on salaries?
Yeah, of any settlements. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the,
So no new position was filled under this line item?
No. That is if, remember, they have the unions, the arrears. So if they come to a settlement, that is just provision for that.
All right.
002, vehicles and equipment maintenance. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. 13. 1-3.
Where are we?
No.
Oh, we're not under that yet? Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yes, thanks.
Right.
Jumped ahead.
Item 007, property development services. Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. From the actual spend of 3.5 million in 2023, this line item has now reached down to 988,000. Can the Minister advise the reason for this decrease in this allocation for the line item?
The outstanding. Okay, so that would have been moved to another vote. All right. So
which vote is that?
The salaries and cost of living, part of that would have been moved to gone to general admin.
Well, normally there's a note in the book if it is that it is moved from one to the next.
Not necessarily.
Item, Member for Oropouche West.
Just for clarification, Minister. Minister, you said that the line item has been moved.
Some things have been reallocated to general admin.
So some personnel has been
yeah.
shifted. Would the Minister be in a position to provide a listing of which personnel has been shifted, just for clarification,
sure,
to see how this would have impacted the operation of the property development service?
For Couva North.
Minister, with respect to this item, salaries and cost of living allowance, if you could identify for us the vacant positions and all the positions that have been filled over the last fiscal term across the board. Thanks.
Item 008, Transit Express Commuter Services. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 09, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment. From an actual spend of 557,000, this figure is now proposed for 2025 at 1.3 million. Can the Honourable Minister explain the reason for this increase and what additional vehicles or equipment the PTSC intend to rent or lease?
Right, so this is where the NRV vehicles are. This vote is used for those, and those are like wreckers.
Not wreckers, vehicles that respond to
all right, so vehicles that respond to breakdowns and so we have been ramping up that.
Item 002, Vehicles and Equipment Maintenance. Member for Oropouche West.
Chair, now we move to sub-item 13, maintenance of vehicles. Minister, I'm just curious. We have $27.7 million proposed spend in 2025, which is the same as your revised estimate for 2024. Minister, would you be in a position to tell us how many vehicles you propose to repair? In fact, let me ask a bigger question, if I can get away with it, Madam Chair. Because this deals with the existing number of vehicles under the PTSC, correct? Would the minister be in a position to tell the committee the number of buses, in particular, the types of vehicles, firstly, the state of same, so whether they are actively in operation or currently under repair, and whether they are vehicles which have been retired? So I'm looking for the...
we can provide that for you in writing, because those figures change on a daily basis.
Sure. So at some particular point in time, yes?
No.
So can we assume that we can get that information before the wrap-up of the Standing Finance Committee?
Can't promise, but I'll try.
Thank you very much.
Member for Couva North.
Madam Chair, just following up from what my colleague would have asked there, and I do understand, Honourable Minister, that the run-out figures change on a daily basis. If you can provide us with the figures for the 1st of October of how many buses were operational, and how many to be repaired, how many are derelict.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Item 005, Port of Spain Transit Center. Item 006, Paratransit Unit. Item 007, Property Development Services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 16, contract employment. The estimate here the actual for 2023 was 2.3 million. This went down to 918,000, and there isn't any allocation for contract employment in 2025. Is it that the contract positions have been discontinued in this division?
Consolidated under the general administration.
Okay, and moving on to line item 37. I see that there's an increase in this line item of 758,000. Can the Minister explain the reasons for this increase?
Yeah. Okay, so again, this is for the increase here because they will actually be going on a major cleanup of all the different buildings and so. So we have to actually look at the actual spend, but there will be a ramping up of cleaning buses and cleaning the buildings and everything.
Okay, thank you very much for that piece of information, Minister. With respect to line item 43, security services. From the actual spend in 2023 of 16.5 million, this has now increased to 19.2 million. Can the Minister explain the reason for this increase in allocation?
It's an increase in the security. The PTSC would have ramped up their security services.
I know there's a new facility that's supposed to be constructed on the factory road in Chagonas. The factory road Chagonas, is it security is being provided there as well?
Yes.
Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of 2024, the security services, who the providers were, and how much was allocated to them?
Sure.
Item 008, Transit Express Commuter Services. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, other transfers. 57, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority. We are at page 442. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance, from an actual spend in 2023 of 69 million. This is now being proposed for 2025 at 77 million. That's an increase of approximately $8 million. Can the Minister identify the salary positions, whether new positions are being filled in this upcoming fiscal term, or whether there has been an increase or some sort of an arrest?
Arrangements would have been made for the increase in salaries for the period between 2011 to 2019.
And some of this was paid out in 2024.
2023.
In 2023 it was 69, in 2024 revised is 75.
2024. Yeah, between the period 2023-24, yes. Some of it was paid off.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 05, telephone. There's an increase from 14.9 million to 21 million. Honourable Minister, can you provide us with an explanation for this increase in this line item?
The ADSB. Yeah, it's an upgrade of the ADSB, which was at a cost of 4.7 million. Yeah, so they have actually implemented a new system.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, Households. Member for Couva South.
Minister, is there any outstanding sums of money to these health plans?
No.
The health and pension plan
Health and pension.
fully funded and
Fully
so
funded.
up to date. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program. We're on page 113 of the relevant book. Item 001, Pre-Investment. A, Administrative Services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 06, the Public-Private Partnership Project of the Port Authorities of Trinidad and Tobago, which was estimated in 2024 an allocation of 1 million, however, only 100,000 was utilized. Minister, can you tell us what sort of progress was made with respect to this project?
Oh, yes, a significant amount of progress. As a matter of fact, they're actually evaluating the RF. Yeah, they're actually evaluating the RFQs right now. So, but it have been funded by the, who funded the? No, the process is being handled by the Port Authority, and it is being evaluated. So a significant progress have been made, and we're hoping that we will have a successful end to that process.
Thank you very much. Chair. Minister, this new line item a public-private partnership project of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. It means that the Cabinet-appointed Committee on the Restructuring of the Port Authority that was chaired by Minister Alison West has been abandoned by the government.
No.
So this is in keeping with that mandate.
It's all in keeping with good governance.
Good what?
Good governance.
Good governance.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 001, development of a national transportation plan. Minister, taking into consideration that this plan has a direct impact on the environment, family life, productivity, real estate value, fuel subsidies, the primary focus of the plan, can you say if the plan is anchored on moving people or moving vehicles? Because either way will require a different solution. If you could give us some insight into what's the foundation of the plan?
So it's a combination. And I can tell you the plan have been completed and the policy have been completed, and now we will have the plan being implemented. And there was several consultations. It's a national transportation policy on land, sea, and air. It is the last national transportation, approved transportation plan we had was 1967. So we have made a lot of progress, and finally, as the Minister of Finance said in the 2015 budget, we will have once and for all a national transportation plan that we can work with going forward in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's a combination of moving people and vehicles, but it's also for land, sea, and air.
The factor in like rural communities in terms where you have limited land space.
It's for entire Trinidad and Tobago.
So that is catered for in the plan as well. Thank you, Minister.
Items, I'm sorry, Member for Oropouche West.
So you indicated that the policy has been completed, and the plan is now being developed, which is why we have the allocation now. But does that plan include consultation with any other agencies outside? I mean, popular agencies, community-based organizations, etc.
It will be done with consultation with all stakeholders, including the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who will be actually using the facility. So yes, that will be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Item 003, economic infrastructure, A, drainage. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam
Drainage
Chair.
and irrigation.
Thank you. Minister, line item 001, major river clearing program. In 2023, 4.6 million was spent. In 2024, 5.4 million was spent, and we have an allocation for 4 million in 2025. Can you give me an idea of what works may be planned in 2025 for the Caroni River?
We have work going on in the Caroni River, as you're aware. We are actually now cleaning the mouth of the Caroni River, which is a major project being undertaken. That have not been done for quite a long time. This is the drainage and irrigation is one, major river cleaning is one program that we have, and we have several projects coming out from the Caroni, out of the Caroni River under different projects. But I could facilitate you with a list of the work that is being undertaken in the Caroni River, but the major project this year is to clean the mouth of the Caroni River.
And would this be completed under this allocation, the clearing of the mouth of the Caroni River?
The cost of that, once we have to get additional funding, as I said at the start of my presentation, we will make necessary recommendations to the Ministry of Finance on how we fund the projects going forward.
So you're hoping to complete this project within this fiscal year?
It depends on which one of the projects. As I said, on the Caroni River, we have several projects. We have bank repair, we have widening, we have pumps and gates being done at different points on the Caroni River, because we recognize the Caroni River is really the main river that takes the water all the way out on the entire east-west corridor, and even parts of Central that flows into the Caroni. And the flow in the Caroni is very important to flooding on the whole plain.
Thank you. Minister, while I have you, line item 003, Infrastructure Rehabilitation and Flood Mitigation Program. I see in 2023, 700,000, roughly 700,000 was spent. In 2024, we have a spend of 7.9 million, and then we have an estimate allocation of 6 million in 2025. Could you give me a reason why only 700,000 was spent on this initiative, on this program in 2023?
What you asked the member? Because
In
we're not going back to
2025.
2023.
With 2025.
Yeah, Minister, what caused the significant
yeah.
increase in allocation between 2023 of $700,000 to 3 million in 2024 and an actual spend of 7.9 million in the revised estimate of 2024?
We're doing
9
plenty more
million?
work now.
We're
We're doing a lot of work.
We're on 003, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Because the action for 2023 as compared to 2024 was 7.9 million was spent.
Yeah.
Ministry working for you.
I understand that, Minister, but I'm saying only 700,000 was spent in 2023.
Yeah.
So I'm asking, was there any deficiencies in the ministry?
In 2023?
Yes.
No, we can't go back to 2023
You could
in
ask
that
in
way.
2024.
All right, Minister, no, I'm not allowing that question, 2023. You have another question, Carly East? You have another question?
Minister, line item 009, program of upgrade to existing drainage pumps and gate inventory. And I'm seeing that $5 million has been estimated for 2025. Mm-hmm. Could you give me an idea of any upgrades, any drainage pumps and gate inventory with regards to the Caroni River?
Yeah, so this year, the bills came in late on that program, right? Because that program actually deals with, let me just give you, okay. Certain areas. So in 2023-24, we had the reconstruction of the Saddle Trace pump house, upgrade of gate structure in Center Gustin area, the Transfer Road upgrade of the Bamboo number 2 pump house and gates, and upgrade of the Bamboo 1 stormwater pump station. However, the bills did not come in on time for payments, but the work would have been done and some of the work is ongoing. So that is why we expect that the bills will be paid in the first opportunity in the next financial year.
And thank you very much, Minister. I just want to go quickly back to 003 and just a question on the infrastructure rehabilitation and flood mitigation program. Would the retaining walls that are being built by the Ministry of Works at the Cunupia River along the southern main road, would that fall under this line item?
No. No.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, same line item 009. I note that we had a $6 million allocation for 2024, but a spend of $222,225,000. So there's a substantial difference. I know, the Minister, as you're aware, I've been pleading with you for some attention to the Trinidad Point 14 Gate site, where the pump there has been in desperate need of replacement, not repair, been in desperate need of replacement. And even a couple of the floodgates are still under, they are still in need of repair because they are not functional. So, Minister, can you clarify whether or not, well, it was not done in fiscal 2024, whether or not the provision for fiscal 2025 would include consideration for flood pump and final repairs to the 2 outstanding floodgates that are not fully operational?
Okay, so I know I have had requests, I think, from you and for a pump down in that area. Unfortunately, if you have to put a pump in an area, the area must be designed in such a way that a pump can work. All right? I am not too sure that the engineers at the ministry feels that area, a pump is going to solve the problem there. However, as I said before, the lower than expected spend in this area is as a result of the bills coming in late.
No, I'm in agreement with that, Minister, but I know that no
But
no work has actually been done with regards to this pump.
right, and it is because
allow me, Minister, I understand your concern with regards to whether a pump is required or not. But by now, after 9 years, I would have assumed that a clear study would have been done to determine whether a pump is in fact a possible use in that facility. There was a pump when that whole system was designed. There was a pump in place together with the 14 gates. That pump is now a dinosaur. It's non-functional. So whenever these facilities were designed originally, there was consideration for a pump. I would have expected the Minister to advise today that we have not put a pump in place because the Ministry has determined that a pump is not required. Not that we are still reviewing it, Minister.
No, well, my information is that at this point in time, and coming under the National Drainage Plan, that area as well, there are several projects to be done in that area. But I cannot tell you if a pump to be installed is one of the recommendations coming out of all the studies that have been done. I could always have a conversation with you on that, and we could.
I will appreciate that very much, Minister.
Yeah.
In addition to the repairs to finalize the 2 floodgates that are still currently not functional.
Well, I will look into that.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, with respect to the clearing of the river mouths under this drainage and irrigation program, I understand that you indicate the cleaning of the Caroni River mouth happening here. However, Minister, with respect to the Kaparo River, Honda River, Diana River, can you indicate when it is we will have some desilting and clearing of these river mouths?
Well, we do have a program for the cleanup of river mouths, and this year we have program 4, and once that is completed, based on the surveys that have been done, then we will look at the silting of the other areas. So this year we have earmarked 4, which one is the Caroni, the Maraba, by the member for Pointe-à-Pierre. I notice he's not saying because he knows his river mouth is being addressed. So we are working on it, but it's a program. All can't be done at the same time.
Can you provide us with a list of that for?
We provide you based on as we go forward. Yes.
Just listen to me. Now remember, Oropuch East, you came in a little late, so you may not have understood the ground rules today. Respect, tolerance, no innuendos. And we've been proceeding in the last couple of days very well. Yes? Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, moving on to the infrastructure rehabilitation.
1 minute, please. Member for Diego Martin Northeast. Member for Diego Martin Northeast, you also understand the ground rules. You've lived by them for the past 2 days, and I keep saying we've done very well.
Madam Chair,
Member
just saying he can't.
Member from Couva North is the only person I'm recognizing right now.
Deeply appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you most kindly.
Thank you for leaving.
As we move on, the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport, I'd like to draw your attention to Project 003 with respect to infrastructure rehabilitation, flood mitigation. Minister, under the same drainage and irrigation, Project 003, the infrastructure rehabilitation works that would assist with retaining walls and so forth along the various river courses and the embankment and so forth. Representatives from the Drainage Division, Ministry of Works, would have visited the Couva North constituency and completed surveys of the La Cuesa River that is threatening a lot of homes along the banks of the La Cuesa River. Can you indicate if it is that any funding or any sort of allocation for 2025 and going forward will be able to address the concerns along the La Cuesa River?
Well, yeah.
So whether La Cuesta River is under 003?
I wouldn't have the list of the work, and based on the availability of funding, it is programmed by the engineer.
So I just want to put in a plea on behalf of my constituents in that Bank Village, Orangefield Road, etc., where their homes are being threatened by the erosion, if some work can be done there.
Where are we under drainage?
003.
Yes, okay.
Drainage and irrigation. And also under the major river clearing program, that consideration be given for those rivers that exit to the Gulf, Couva North being the westmost constituency, where most of the rivers through Central come through Couva South, Couva North, Claxton Bay. We have the Couva River included in that list of rivers, Caparo, Honda, Diana, and the Couva River. So we are pleading once more, because the flooding that we experience in the constituency, Honourable Minister, is a recurring decimal since this administration has come into office, and we're really hoping that some additional effort can be put into clearing these watercourses, and not piecemeal cleaning of the rivers itself, but a complete cleaning of these rivers all the way out to the sea.
Am I supposed to respond to that, or just?
You will determine that.
Well, you know, I want to compliment the Drainage Department of the Ministry of Works, who have been doing human service over the last couple of years. We have done more drainage work based on the records of the ministry in the history of this country. Yes, there have been challenges with flooding, but we have to take that into context of what is happening internationally. And we have to say in Trinidad and Tobago, so far, we have been doing well. There's no guarantee that we will get away from what is happening. If you look at the newspaper today and last week, the Sahara Desert is underwater. So you're seeing flooding in the deserts in the world. I don't think the low-lying areas in Trinidad will be spared from that. But I want to compliment the staff of the Ministry of Works Drainage Division. I think they have been doing a fantastic job based on the funding that is available to them. And we will try our best to attend all the areas in Trinidad.
P, coastal protection. A, air transport. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to line item project 15, security system, CCTV, access control system, Minister, 1 million was allocated for this project in 2024. However, what we're seeing here in the revised estimates is nil. Can you explain why it is? None is reported here if there was a late spend or no work was done.
But we have not had bills for that project, so the money was transferred to another vote item.
All right. With respect to the expanded project 007, expanded aircraft parking ramps, flood lighting, 1 million being allocated there in 2024, but again, none of it being reported in the revised estimates. Can you explain what's the status with this project?
007, yes. There's a reevaluation of the scope for that project. So based on that reevaluation, there was no spend on it.
So, Minister, you take a whole year to reevaluate and nothing?
Well, again, we don't waste money. Eh? If we don't come up with a proper solution, then we wouldn't just waste the money because it is in the budget.
So the proposal in 2024 for
$1
$1 million was to waste money?
No, they have had some changes on the scope. So that is why the project. And the money then will be utilized in other areas.
Minister, can you give us a status update on project 003, the airfield pavement rehabilitation at the ENR International Airport? $2 million allocated in 2024, none of it utilized, and we're asking for a further $1.5 million in 2025.
Funding proposed already. Yeah, so the project there was deferred to 2025.
Thank you.
B, bus transport. Member for Couva North. I just want to remind members, while I don't want to truncate anybody's questioning, we do have other departments, ministries here with allocated times, and I believe we are running a bit behind for the next ministry. Okay, so let's try and be very efficient.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister line project 39, development of a passenger facility at Rio Claro. In 2023, we see 857,000 was utilized there, 20,000 utilized in 2024, despite 1 million was allocated in 2024. And this project has been ongoing for 9 years. Plus, can you explain the status of this project and what we expect for 2025?
Where there are some occupiers on the land, and that is being resolved. Until and when that is resolved, then we will have some progress there. But there are some people who are in occupation of the land, and it's a matter that is being dealt with legally. And until then, we can't do anything on that.
D, roads and bridges. G,
Ma'am?
yes, member for Couva North, we on roads and bridges?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, project 171, provision of road safety audit on the roadways of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, this project was allocated 5 million for 2024, and we have been pleading with the Minister of Works and Transports to ensure that the cable barriers along the highway to be repaired. We hear it's an ongoing process, but we're not seeing any work being done to treat with the cable barriers or even the installation of barriers itself along the highway. Minister, out of this 5 million that was allocated, none was reported spent in 2025, and a further 1 million is being estimated for in 2025. Can you explain why it is nothing is being reported here for 2024, and what is the intention with this 1 million for 2025?
Madam Chair, the member is a little bit confused with this. This has nothing to do with cable barriers. This is a road safety, or this is a program, is a study that is being done in conjunction with the the CDB, sorry. So this is really, once the CDB finalizes everything, this will be then the government contribution to that whole study. This has nothing to do with safety barriers or anything like that.
G,
Honorable,
yes?
Ma'am, yeah, continuing with G here.
G, road systems, operations and services.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, member
Project
for
one-
Couva North.
Yes, project 164, the provision of upgrade obsolete traffic signal control equipment. 3 million is being requested for 2025. However, 8.4 million was allocated in 2024, but we're not seeing any of it utilized in the revised estimate. Minister, can you explain the status of this project, please?
Yeah, so we are in the process of upgrading all the traffic signals as we reported earlier, and it will all be controlled from a central location in Caroni. This project is ongoing as we speak, and it encompasses all the traffic lights throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and also the monitors, to upgrade all the monitors at the intersections and so. And also raising the intersections with now CC cameras, that in the event of managing traffic on the lights, it can be done remotely.
However, it's nil here in the revised estimate. So up to the point in time when this book was prepared, no bills or invoices was
No,
submitted.
it's an ongoing project.
Also, with respect to the provision of backup power supply for the traffic lights, 2.2 million allocated in 2024. None of it utilized here in the revised estimates. Can you explain why?
159. Backup power supply, which will maybe. So again, this is an ongoing project where bills would not have been presented at the time.
H, C transport. I, administration. Item 005. Member for Oropouche
West.
West. Where
Yes,
are you?
ma'am. H.
H.
Item 824, removal and disposal of wrecks and derelict vessels. Sorry, Minister, this is of course a major issue. It's been an issue for a long time. You estimated a $4.8 million spent in 24, but you didn't spend any of it. I know that we now have a new derelict vessel, which has gone out, you've gone out for tender with regards to removal. I'm seeing a $4 million figure here as your estimate for 2025. Having not spent any money in 2024, having a new item now for removal, a new vessel that was sunk, that's the barge, famous oil barge. Is this $4 million going to be for that, for the removal and disposal of that oil barge, or is it for other existing vessels that are now receiving your attention?
So we do have a program for removal of the vessels there, and that program is ongoing.
Yes, Minister.
We would have cleared a significant portion, and the program continues. This money is for that program. This vessel that you're speaking about is not a vessel that is within this program, and where you saw the advertisement is all part of the process that is being undertaken by the Ministry of Works Maritime Services Division and also being guided by the Ministry of Energy, where we have a process to go through based on the accident that happened with that barge. So whatever you see happening there, that's a separate something.
So, Minister, just for my clarification, the removal of a wreck, especially a shipwreck, involves the cutting up and disposal of the steel structure. Is that correct?
It is
that
much
what
more,
we were
it
looking
is
at
much
here?
more than that. We have to make sure that the security aspect of it is taken care of, that we don't damage the environment, and that is why you have to be very careful. So it's just not just going in, because if you cut up a vessel that has oil or anything in it, then you damage the environment. So it's a lot more than just going and cut up a vessel and get rid of it, because you have to have divers, you have to float vessel. It's really a complicated situation.
Understood, Minister. And we are paying for that benefit. We are paying somebody to come in and cut up the vessel and remove the superstructure.
To cut your trend, but if you could really, I would ask everybody now, if we could cut to the chase. We are 2 hours behindhand. Let's cut to the chase to what you really want to ask.
Sure, Ms. My question is whether the steel that is in existence for these vessels, what happens to the steel? Because we are paying, taxpayers are paying for the removal and disposal of wrecks and derelict vessels.
Okay.
But that steel is a valuable component,
Yeah,
but we are
so
paying for the
regrettably,
exercise.
I'm not going to allow that question under this item. Okay, anybody else? Member for Couva North.
Chair, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Project 844, acquisition of specified equipment for the Port of Spain. We're seeing the revised estimate of $18,200,000. Can the Minister provide us with a little breakdown of what this $18,200,000 was used for? 200,000.
Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister, Project 20, expenses of the Program Management Unit, pure, $14.5 million for the 2024 fiscal term. Can you provide us with a breakdown of this $14 million?
This is employees, eh?
It's
This
a
is not
salary
the
bill.
This is not the work, you know. This is employee. This is the unit.
All right, thank you, Minister, for that breakdown. Also, Project 12, the procurement of critical heavy equipment for emergency response and flood relief. This critical equipment project was estimated in 2024 to be $2.9 million. However, none of the critical equipment was procured from what we're seeing here in the revised estimate. Can you explain why?
Okay, so this was for actually a long reach excavator, and it had been ordered. However, the bills would not have been submitted because this is an item that we have to import. It's a long reach excavator.
And will the $1 million allocation for you take care of that?
Well, again, if we need funding, we know the process.
Member for Moruga Table. Okay. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. P, VEMCOT. A, administrative services. Member for Couva North.
There, Madam Chair, Minister, can you provide us with an update on Project 27? That was estimated in 2024 at 1.5 million. However, only 200,000 was utilized there. That's the implementation of the business plan for the licensing division.
Going, and the actual spend was 680,000. So the project is actually ongoing.
When is this project to be completed?
Well, I mean, if it is completed within this financial year, then we will make provisions for additional funding.
F, public buildings. Member for Couva North.
Minister, Project 311, the Sangre Grande Works Office, Guayco, $2 million allocated. None of it was utilized. A further $1 million is being requested for 2025. Can you provide us with an update on this project, please?
Sure.
And the same for item 318.
Sure.
Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. This is page 215, item 001, pre-investment, A, drainage and irrigation. Member for Old West.
Looking at 007, flood mitigation erosion control program. We see increase from 30 million to 50 million in the revised estimate. I'm concerned about what exactly would have prompted that drastic increase.
Plenty work.
Sorry?
Plenty work.
Minister, then can you confirm what work was done that was unbudgeted for in the last year?
Sure. Sure.
Thank you.
H. Member for Caroni East. Okay, H, C, transport. Item 0, member for Moruga Tebola, you under H, 3, on page 215.
No, 216, sorry.
Right. Item 003, economic infrastructure. We are at page 216. A, drainage and irrigation. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 007, flood mitigation erosion control program. As before, would the retaining walls at the Cunupia River, at the Old Southern Main Road, would this be included under this line item?
If you want to find out if that is under this, this project. I don't have a list of all the projects that is under this. There would have been several projects. I could facilitate you with that. You want to find out where that project is?
Well, what I wanted to ask you is when would that project finish?
Oh, when it will be completed?
Yes.
I will have to get a date on it, but I know a lot of work would have already been completed on that. If you pass there, you will see significant progress being made. I could always get that and facilitate that for you, a date for completion.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I will follow the ruling of the Chair and cut to the chase. Honorable Minister, under 005, I'm asking this question. It relates to partially drainage, and I repeat requests that I would have mentioned in previous Standing Finance Committee post-budget debate. There are just a couple areas I would mention, which you are already aware of, in the constituency of Chaguanas West, that I would hope that we can see some more resources being spent, particularly Bokal Road, Adjoda Road, and Upper Warren Road, which is a combination of drainage issues and road repairs. They go hand in hand. So, Minister, I would just ask that somehow you factor in these increases, albeit it is nominal here from what I'm seeing, that you can facilitate some of those works that I have requested, please.
Definitely.
Okay. And other services. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Minister, I would just seek an update with regards to 003. As you're aware, this project would have started in July 2020. I see for fiscal 24, we had an allocation of 2 million, but we have a revised estimate of 22 million and an estimate for 10 million in fiscal 25. So I know the project is completed and we are waiting on a date for with regards to opening. So if the minister could account for the funds in revised estimate 24, the 22 million, and the projected 10 million for this fiscal 25.
Well, yeah, the 22 million would have been spent on the project. As you're aware, the project is completed, and we will be opening the facility shortly and handing it over to the Ministry of Agriculture. In terms of the allocation 20 million, we do have ongoing bills.
Thank you, Minister.
P, Coastal Protection, member for Oropouche West.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer the Minister to line item 003, Shore of Peace Coastal Cliff Stabilization Works, with a 176,000 revised estimate for 24, but nothing for 25. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Faizabad, would have raised this issue, which is next door to my constituency. In fact, it's part of my constituency as well, where the Shore of Peace, that cliff there, is continuously falling in to the point where now the unit, the gazebo, is now at the brink of collapse. And there's no provision here now for continuing stabilization works to prevent collapse. So I'm very concerned that we're going to have a continued deterioration of the asset called the Shore of Peace.
Okay, so let me just again clarify for the member. This line item here has nothing to do with what was raised there. What was raised there is not the Shore of Peace, the coastal protection. That is a landslip on the land itself, which is handled by the regional corporation. This money that we see in here is for the work that the ministry would have done in terms of the shore, stabilizing the revetment and so. That is intact. Nothing is wrong with that. And this is just some interest payment that we have for that. What
so
you're speaking about is
stabilization works, Minister?
No, it's two different things. It's a shoreline stabilization work, and then there's a landslip that is taking place higher up.
Yes,
the
Minister.
Shores of Peace, as you're aware, is under the corporation, the regional corporation. So we have been in contact with them. We are giving them advice and so on how to deal with it. But this has nothing to do with that.
Okay. I accept that, Minister. It's just that the reference refers to Shore of Peace Coastal Cliff Stabilization.
So, member for Oropouche West, we've got the explanation that the words there don't translate precisely into what we think they mean. Yes? Anyone else? Item
25.
Yes, Maruga, we're under coastal protection?
Yes, Madam Chair. With regards to 25, Minister, if you could give us a quick update. I saw funds was allocated in 24, but the revised estimate shows non-spent, and then we're asking for $1 million. With regards to the Maruga coastline, you know we do have active erosion, so I'd like an update with regards to this project.
That's taking place there. So I could give you an update later on, but this is to continue the studies, and so that is taking place in that area.
Noted.
Because coastal erosion is not something you just go in and build things like that. You have to study the whole area and everything.
Okay, Minister.
D, roads and bridges. So, you know, we're ramping up now, okay? So we'll pay attention. You are 35?
Yes.
And
The
you're still under
Kumana.
coastal protection?
Yes, under P.
Right, so remember we cut into the chase.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honourable Minister, item project 35, the Kumana Fishing Facility Coastal Improvement Works, so 3 million was allocated there. However, we're not seeing any for the revised estimate. Can you explain if any works was done to this fishing facility?
This is just studies and so, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this again is like studies and so that is ongoing, so no bills wouldn't come in for that as yet.
And what is expected for 2025 with that 2 million?
Well, there is more consultancy and so.
Roads and bridges, member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 247, road construction, major road rehabilitation under the PURE program. I see 110 million is allocated for 2025. Asking if consideration could be made for Welcome Road in Kunupia. It is very, very bad and it needs major road rehabilitation.
Consider.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, just on this line item, road construction and major road rehabilitation, in my budget presentation, I had asked that we could simplify our exercise in terms of communication with the national public, in terms of how the 40 million was spent in fiscal 2024 and the estimated spend of 110 million in fiscal 2025. If your ministry would take some time and put into the public domain the planned works, the works that would have been completed, because I know every member of parliament on this side will ask you for specifics, and we simply don't have the time to do that. So my hope is that you can publicize the planned works for areas across the country, because I know there's been a push by the government, or they've said that there will be a push by the government to do major road rehabilitation. So if we can, as representatives, get that information so we can effectively communicate with our constituents when the works can be expected, I think we'll find an easier go of this entire exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, first I'll carry the Minister to 288. Minister, if you could provide me with an update, because this project would have started in 2017 with an estimated cost of $178 million. I know last year you said we were at the tune of 200 million. I saw we had an allocation of 25, which you said was for an ongoing project, but we only spent 14, and now we have an estimated 15 million. And I know this is with regards to establishing a newly mint Murga highway. So I wanted to know how we are accomplishing the highway with regards to the 15 million, if the Minister could give a breakdown.
The area, unfortunately, is an area that has, as you'll be aware, every morning you get up, you get 5 more landslips. So it's an ongoing work. We have work ongoing in the area whenever bills come in, and this is for at least to close part of the project to where we started, and the work in Maruga will continue as we go along. It's an area that is very challenged, as you're aware, because of the soil type, and the update is that work will continue.
All right. So, Minister, with regards to seeing some significant work with regards to the highway, when could we see some sort of completion? Because, as I said, this project started in 2017. Mm-hmm. We are 7 years away from that start date. When it first started, we had a projected completion.
Remember, we're doing some précis. So the question is...
Yeah. So we had a projected completion date of 2019, which was 2 years. We are 7 years away from the completion date. So could we have an estimated time frame, given that we would have spent over $200 million?
So as the member would recognize, I've said time and time in this chamber, when we started that project, we started with 21 landslips. We are now up to 72. It's a constant challenge we have in the area. Every year we will continue the work until we reach to the point where where it's completed. But it's an area that is challenged. If you drive on the road now compared to where it was when we started, it's a big difference, but it's a challenged area. It's an area where every day you have land movements, and you could see it reflecting on the houses and so.
All right, so we don't have a projected completion
Member for Oropouche.
Yes, come on.
Okay, I don't mind coming back.
Yes, Member for Oropouche.
Of the speeding up, line item 275, Bridges Reconstruction Program. My question, Minister, is whether any consideration in this $60 million estimate has been made for the reconstruction of the bridge at St. John's Trace in Avocat.
St. John's Trace in Avocat. That is this bridge that they have.
That's a bridge that collapsed earlier this year.
That is, I think the Minister of Local Government have dealt with that. That, from my information, is that that bridge is on private lands, and they are looking at the opportunities that will allow for repairs for that. These bridges are major bridges, and we have done close to, I think it is 70 bridges over the last 9 years, and our program continues. But that bridge is something that they are looking at to sort that out.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, on this same project, 275, Bridges Reconstruction Program. Minister, I believe the Perseverance Bridge would have collapsed. 1.6 million, I understand, would have been spent towards propping up that bridge. From what I understand, there was significant indifference.
Remember we're doing précis. We're doing Prissy
So,
question.
okay,
So, Minister, I know that was a temporary fix where we pumped some concrete into the sand.
Maybe you didn't hear me. Question.
Can the Honourable Minister identify when it is we will get a permanent fix and the removal of that barriers at the Perseverance Bridge?
Right. So, Madam Chair, I think the member is well aware of that bridge because I think he was there all dressed in suit waiting for an opening for a temporary bridge. What had happened there, the bridge had collapsed.
Minister,
the bridge had...
your answer also on the Prissy.
All right.
Please.
So the bridge had collapsed, Madam Chair. What we did, we had to reinstate the
fix?
traffic flow. That bridge now will go on the bridges program. It will be designed and then constructed. Meanwhile, we'll operate with the bridge that we have.
Can we get a list in terms of going forward? There's $60 million in terms of the bridges that will fall into fiscal 2025, a list of all bridge works, and also for project 247, the list of this $140 million that is in the revised estimate of 2024, how that $140 million was spent, and the program of works for 2025 as we go forward.
Perfect. Member from Muruga Tableland. Remember Prissy.
All right. In the interest of time, Minister would just like with regards to 247 for consideration to be given to George Village, 6 Company, Hindustan, Estate Road, the Barako, Rosha Douglas Road, Kunjal South, and the many others that I would have been written for. Thank you, Minister.
All right, so I believe the Minister was asked to give us a program of works by member for Couva North. Member for Caroni Central.
It's just that, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, 247, 275, the list was completed in 2024.
That was asked and already given a commitment for.
Yeah.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Project 291, Solomon Hochoy Highway Extension 2.14 project. I see 70 million is allocated for 2025. Does that 70 million include repairing the works at the Mosquito Crack?
The Solomon Hochoy Highway Extension to Point Fortin, and this is the allocation for this year. So once that the program for the Mosquito Creek has been approved and so, then funding will be available once we come to a position on it. But this is for that project.
G, Road Systems Operations and Services. H, Sea Transport. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. B, Recreation. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,757,797,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,757,797,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the Minister. Thank you to the Permanent Secretary. Thank you to the representatives from the Port Authority, the Civil Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Public Transport Service of Corporation. And thank you to the members who have cooperated. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Your team is in place, Madam Minister. Yeah. Welcome, Madam Minister. Welcome to your Permanent Secretary, and again, welcome to the senior executives of this particular ministry. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, $853,842,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing to give brief opening remarks, not exceeding 5 minutes. Over to you, Madam Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, members of the Standing Finance Committee, for myself and the Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Honorable Adrian Leons, Member of Parliament for Claventhill East Morpha. We are honored to be here with our team to engage the members of the Standing Finance Committee on the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is instrumental in driving the government's social agenda with a strong focus on housing. We are of the view that it is our mission to promote urban growth and modernization, uplift informal settlements or squatter settlements, and enhance public green spaces. We are about delivering sustainable housing solutions and creating spaces where our citizens' lives are enriched and communities are empowered. Under this ministry, we have several key divisions and agencies. These include the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit, the Program Monitoring, Coordinating and Evaluation Unit, the Housing Development Corporation, the Land Settlement Agency, the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, or EPOS, the Port of Spain Shopping Complex Limited, and this includes the Eastside Plaza, New City Mall, and the soon-to-be constructed number 43 Independence Square, formerly the Drag Brothers Mall. Mr. Deputy Chairman, as we look ahead to the next fiscal year, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is committed to a comprehensive approach that combines sustainable urban regeneration with community empowerment, and we are strengthening our partnerships with the private sector entities to accelerate the delivery of housing projects and ensure that our housing development are both economically viable and socially inclusive. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. We are both here at the disposal of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And just for the records, welcome to your junior minister in the ministry. I didn't do it initially.
Deputy Chair, we like to call him Minister in the Ministry instead of Junior Minister.
Minister in the ministry.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $853,842,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $853,842,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in: the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, and members, we are on page 288 of the recurrent expenditure booklet. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Recognize the member for Couva South. Couva North, sorry.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister and Minister in the Ministry, it's good to see the Honourable Minister here with us. We did miss you a few days during the debate, and it's good to see that you are back in good health. To the Honourable Minister, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, this line item would have been estimated in 2024 for 8.6 million. However, only 5.6 was utilized. Can you provide us with an explanation for that line item, please? Page 288, line item 16.
Sure, Madam Minister.
At the moment, we are filling the positions, so the increase is to facilitate the additional staffing.
All right, Minister, would you be able to provide us with a list of the positions that are going to be filled in 2025?
Certainly, we can do that.
Also, line item 22, short-term employment on the following page. Minister, this line item, sorry, page
22, page 289.
Item 22, short-term employment. Minister, from the estimate of 20...
Can give you the positions. No.
On the first question?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Sure.
Hold
Okay.
on. Proceed, Madam.
So, at present, we have a total number of positions of 92 positions. 49 are filled, inclusive of the 2 ministers. 38 are vacant. 33 with bodies, acting or temporary. 5 without bodies, awaiting the Service Commission. We have 2 suppressed, the Executive Secretary and the Director of Research and Planning. We have 2 temporary positions of clerk typist and 1 part-time cleaner, temporary and suppressed. There are also a total of 63 positions on the contract establishment. 27 are filled and 36 are vacant. Additionally, we have 29 short-term employees, 2 associate professionals, 18 on-the-job trainees, and 2 library staff, and those 2 persons are from NALIS. We have a total, therefore, of 204 employees.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Minister. And Madam Minister, you did indicate that the increase is for filling vacancies in 2025.
Yeah.
If you will also be so kind as to provide us with the vacant position that the ministry intend to fill in 2025 as we go forward.
Okay. We have 4 under the heading of Information Technology Services, 2 under the Legal Services Unit, 13 under the Corporate Communications Unit, and 17 under the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit. So there's a total of 36.
Right, member, still going on to 22?
Yes, 22,
okay, proceed.
Mr. Deputy Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I recognize in 2024 estimate it was 2.6 million. However, the revised estimate was 5.1.
Under short-term employment.
Under short-term
Yeah, short-term, and we're on
Seems
page
to be a
289.
significant increase in persons being employed under this line item here. Can you explain what these persons were employed for?
Minister.
Just 1 second, please.
Sure.
The short-term employment was in the area of the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit. And General Administration, Economic Research and Planning Unit, the Legal Services Unit, and the Corporate Communications Unit, also the Program Monitoring, Coordinating, and Evaluation Unit, and in the Minister's Secretariat. But we are in the process of filling a number of these vacancies. So we will be recruiting for the legal, communications, IT, and the HPFIU units. Sorry.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We now on page 290. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. And we now on page 465. Now on page 465 of the statutory boards and similar bodies, the big House of Assembly booklet. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 18. Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund Administration. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, 465, page. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. 54, Land Settlement Agency. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Be on page 473. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Page 474, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Members, you with us, sir? Members? You with? Okay, fine. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund, and we now go to page 126, different book, subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund, and we're going to item 004, Social Infrastructure, and we're going to D, Housing Estates, page 126. Member for Upuchis. Lovely.
Chairman. For many of us, this is really the meat of the matter. On this, I'm at 232 housing grants. Could the Minister give an undertaking to make available to us a list of all the successful recipients of housing grants and the locality, region that they are from?
Madam Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we have not been given the authorization to reveal the names of all the recipients. However, we can give the regions, if you wish, and the numbers that came from the various regions.
Just for the clarification for the record, to give the identity of someone receiving a housing grant, you require that person's authorization.
Authorization, yeah.
But you can give the region.
Regions. I can do that now.
You can do that. You can do it now.
Yes, I
That's
can.
fine, please.
Okay, so under the grant, the home improvement grants, from Arima, there were 30 persons, Sangre Grande, 108, Tunapuna Piaco, 63, Samuel Laventil, 68, Port of Spain, 24, Diego Martin, 30, Cuva Tabaqui Talparo, 135, Chaguanas, 46, San Fernando, 23, Pinal Debe, 98, Siparia, 66, Mayaro Rio Claro, 19, Princestown, 80, Point Fortin, 10, for a total of 800 persons. And, well, I know that you understand the importance of these grants because they're necessary to equip households to carry out basic structural repairs that would reduce their vulnerability and enhance their living conditions. And it's also a government program to maintain the current housing stock by increasing the number of homes that undergo repairs and reduce the annual demand for new homes.
Follow-up, Member for Opuchis.
No, I want to go on to another.
Okay, proceed.
Under the 235, the Housing and Village Improvement Program, there was a spend of 30.5 million in 23, an estimate of 100 million, and a downward.
Member, 1 second, just for the records. Settlements, proceed.
Yes. 236, there's 235, sorry,
235.
Housing and Village Improvement Program, 235. As I said before, 30.5 actual 23, 100 million, downward to 34, and an estimate for 25 at 50 million. Is it possible to also get the list of those successful applicants to this Housing and Village Improvement Program for the last fiscal?
It would be the same constraint.
The same principle?
Yes.
Then you can indicate the region then as you did before?
We can give the region if you wish.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, Arima, we had 7 homes completed. Aruka Maloney, 1. Caroni East, 6. Couva North, 8. Couva South, 8. Dabadi O'Meara, 3. Diego Martin Northeast, 7. Diego Martin West, 2. Faizabad, 1. La Brea, 2. La Hokata Talparo, 19. Laventil East, 10. Laventil West, 1. Lopino, 1. Bonaire, 36. Mayaro, 2. Maruga Tableland, 2. Naparima, 13. Oropuj East, 11. Pointe-a-Pierre, 4. Point Fortin, 24. Port of Spain North, 1. Princestown, 13. San Fernando East, 41. San Fernando West, 7. Siparia, 3. St. Augustine, 6. St. Joseph, 8. Tabaquite, 4. Toco Sangre Grande, 56. A total of 306 houses were completed, and we have overseen, there are 58 projects that have been scoped and designed. All have been tendered, 7 contracts were awarded, 2 of which are completed. And there are 8 infrastructure development projects, 6 of which have been completed, and 59 maintenance projects in villages throughout Trinidad. We have also upgraded infrastructure such as roads, drainage systems, water supply, and electricity. And we also have the areas of St. Madeleine, Stanleyville, Pleasantville, Bayshore, Train Line, Golconda, Victoria Village, Embarcadere, Lady Hales Avenue, and Springvale. And in Couva, we have Milton Village, Baxter Hall, Perseverance, Carly Bay, McBean, California. In Claxton Bay, we have Cedar Hill Road, Point Fortin, Warden Road, Moruga. We have St. Mary's Village and Samuel Cooper Road. In Guayara, we have La Brea Village. Rio Claro, we have Pool Village and Clearwater. We have Siparia. In St. Augustine, we have Dookie Singh, Sangre Grande, KP Lands, Northeastern Settlement, Sahadeen Trace, Rampanalgas, Blake Avenue. In St. Joseph, we have Mount Hope Road and Mount Dore. In Mova, we have Lady Young Road and Never Dirty. In Diego Martin, we have River Estate, Factory Road, Dundonald Hill. In Bonaire, we have Windy Hill and 5 Rivers. And in Arima, we have Calvary and Mount Pleasant. And Mr. Deputy Chair, I just wanted to point out that since the inception of this HVIP program, we have had approximately 10,000 jobs which have been created directly. And we have also facilitated benefits by providing micro-enterprise training and engaging in community development initiatives throughout these areas in partnership with other government agencies. We also did a number of site works which have been completed in Coconut Drive, Cedarwood Drive, Blake Avenue, Bolai Trace, and Covine Road, Tarodale, and St. Francois Valley Road, and Malik. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I might just indicate that this project is twofold in that it takes care of squatter settlements where people have been living in less than the best conditions, and also improves houses which may not be in a squatter settlement, but the conditions are so poor that the person's house needs upgrading, and the government provides this HVIP housing to those persons, and the houses are free.
Madam Minister.
You're welcome.
G, other services. Couvrenotte? Okay, member for Couvrenotte.
Mr. Deputy Chair, for D, starting with project D, may I proceed?
D, housing estates.
Well, you call D, you recognize Urupuch East, but Urupuch East identified projects in E, but you did not allow me the opportunity to ask the question. So it's just one simple question, Honorable Deputy Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Minister, with respect to this project under D, housing estates, Project 75, rehabilitation and maintenance of HDC rental apartments and housing unit, 50 million was allocated for 2024. However, the revised estimate is 75.5 million. Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of how this 75.5 million was utilized? The contractors, and the amounts. In writing, Honorable Minister, we can receive it in writing.
You sure? I have it here if you would. You want it in writing?
Mr. Deputy.
Could be provided in writing.
It could, but we do have the information available.
Well, it's up to you, Madam Minister, if you so desire.
Would you like it? Would you like me to read it out, or you want it in writing?
We will accept it in writing, Honorable Minister. In the essence of time, I'd like to move to another group, Mr. Deputy Chair, in going forward. And
we are still in D. All right, hold on. Maruga Tableland, your turn will come, and also member for Couva South, your turn will come. Couva North.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I would be moving on to Group E, so I don't mind giving way for my colleague from Maruga to deal with D.
Maruga Tableland, member.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, with regards to D, with regards to the Gomez Trace Phase 1 and Phase 2, those residents, they have several, or the homeowners, I should say, have several issues with their units, and I don't know if this particular line item would be where the repairs of those units would be done, and also with regards to the constant land movement, Phase 1 and Phase 2 experience.
Does it fit in here?
It would not be under this line item. However, I could indicate that we have already, as you probably are aware, we have started work in Gomez Trace, and we are in the process of completing the works. Any soil stabilization would have to be included, or we would have to resort to the Ministry of Works and Transport for assistance in that regard. But we have started the works in Gomez Trees.
Minister, if you will permit me, with the ongoing sewer stench, as you know, this is a complaint from the moment the units were awarded. Is anything being done with regards to that?
We have done a significant amount of work in that regard, and as a matter of fact, we have worked with WASA in improving that situation. But just let me get the details for you. Right. I'm just confirming that we have awarded a contract and the works will begin in the upcoming fiscal. But we did do some amelioration, and so the stench has been reduced significantly.
Minister, as you would respect, I live in that area, and the stench is... there's nothing to describe the stench when you're passing Gomez Street, so if the ministry officials could revisit while we wait for the project to unfold next year.
But both ministers, both the minister and the ministry and I have visited. We understand the situation. We went there with HDC officials and officials from the ministry. We did some amelioration, and we have awarded a contract to rectify the situation.
And one more question, while we are on Gomez Street, I know there's a field street that is about to be unrolled, and that and all is causing a lot of land movement to the existing residents of Gomez Street. So I would like consideration to be given to those residents if we could facilitate a meeting. Thank you for allowing me such leeway in this line item.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, 239, Government Aided Self-Help Program.
Anybody else have questions on D? All right, so hold on. Point up here.
On E, right?
On D.
On D,
we are
no,
still
no,
on
no,
housing
no,
estates.
no.
All right, so therefore we are now going to E members, right, which is settlements. And we on page 126. So Couva South, member, I recognize you.
Yeah, Government's Aided Self-Help Program. Minister, could you inform this meeting how you intend to spend this $10 million in 2025?
Yes. So these funds will be spent on, right, so there are ongoing projects. We have 2 ongoing projects in Cashew Gardens. And we have 3 projects that were tendered in Orangefield, Buccaro, and Freeport. We also have 5 projects in St. Madeleine where engineering design is expected. Also Arena, Balmain, Couva, Korea Village, and Pipitimon.
Could you elaborate what you intend to do in Buccaro and Balmain?
In Balmain, Couva, we have drainage works. And where you ask again?
And in Balmain, where in Balmain?
In Balmain is drainage works.
Specifically, you could pinpoint where in both areas. I'm very familiar with every street and trace and so on in the constituency.
We're going down into the operational.
No,
right?
no, I just want to make sure it is happening. Chairman, you would know as the MP for Tunapuna.
No, I'm chairing today.
Yeah.
Right? I'm chairing at this time, right? So, again, members, briefly, so could you identify for the member, Balmain, Couva drainage, and what other area you would like to know?
Buccaro, how many projects you intend to execute?
In Buccaro, we have fencing and we have remedial works.
And in Balmain?
Drainage works.
Drainage.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Right. Couva North, member. Settlements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honorable Minister, with respect to this government-aided self-help program 239, there have been several applications that would have been submitted through the office that have written and we would have liaised with the self-help office to get a status update on the application. Several of the status updates are showing approved, that the applications have been approved, but the disbursement has not been made to those applicants. Is there
Sorry. What specifically are you asking about?
For self-help grants?
This is not self-help grants. This is the government-aided self-help program. This is for lands.
The lands for the landless?
Yeah. Well,
Operated.
yeah.
Again, the Self-Help Commission actually will come under Ministry of Sports and Community
Yes.
Development. All right, so should I now recognize Point up here?
Yeah.
Right, Point up here.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, I miss you. Welcome back. We miss you. Line item 241, development of residential lots dash Petrotrin. $30 million identified for 2025. Could you state where these developments will be taking place?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Point of Pay. I'm happy to be back. The ongoing projects are in Glenroy 2, Ponderosa, Golconda, Ponderosa, Concolda, where we have the consultancy services for engineering designs, La Savanne and Nurse Trace in Guayari, we're doing pressure testing, and Guapo, Point Fortin for consultancy services for engineering designs. We have had 3 live draws, and we have a total of 430 applicants. The projects scheduled for tender are at Woodford Lodge, La Romaine 2, and Glenroy 2, Pitimon, and Woodford Lodge in Chaguanas.
Just a follow-up. Madam Minister, I don't know if this falls under issue, but the lots that have already been developed and given out, when those individuals who are successful will be getting their certificate of comfort or their leases?
Provided the information to the Commissioner of State Lands for the preparation of deeds of lease for 46 lots in La Savanne and Guayari, and offer letters have been given for those. We had the live draw in August, and we have provided offer letters to those persons, and those are for the areas of Pitimon and Harmony Hall, and also Wellington Road in Debe and Springle Street in Point Fortin. I would also like to take the opportunity to indicate that thus far we have allocated to 179 former employees, and they have received their offer letters, and 131 have been issued to date.
Thank you.
So, and I gave you the sites.
Can I ask another question? Madam Minister, line item 233, surveys of squatter sites. You have identified $3 million. I guess it's for surveying. What areas you have identified as squatter sites for this year?
Just a second, please. Item 233?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is E.
So, you want the list of the squatter sites?
Yeah.
We have 20, we have 43 squatter sites. We have 53 squatter sites. Would you like
you gave me the writing, but I just want to ask a follow-up question.
Sure.
When you survey these squatter sites, what's supposed to happen after? When you do your survey of these areas that you have identified as squatter sites?
Okay, we do the survey of these squatter sites, and then we involve the Commissioner of State Lands to give us the demarcation of each of the locations and each of the, in most instances, these sites have squatters, actual persons who are on the sites. So we ask the Commissioner of State Lands to do the proper demarcation of where each house is located. Then we attempt to give each person a certificate of comfort to ensure that they are within the time limit that has been given through the legislation to have been on the site since the legislation was passed. After that, we attempt to do a regularization for them, and we also have to send the information through the Commissioner of State Lands to the Director of Surveys and the Chief State Solicitor, who prepares the requisite legal documentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
G, other services. A, community development, page 127. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We at A, administrative services, page 128. F, public buildings. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, and we now on page 224 of the same book, which is the development program booklet, page 224. All right, Urupuchis, member. 224.
224 are settlements. 231. A new project we're seeing, 231 affordable housing program, and they have budgeted 100 million. Would the minister just indicate the nature, objective of this program?
Recall that when the Minister of Finance spoke, he indicated that we would be, two things, that we would be increasing the amount of the spend for the HVIP houses.
For the?
HVIP houses. Sure. So this will be the allocation to deal with that. We will also be ensuring that those persons who have been in situations where they need assistance in upgrading their houses, that would be taken care of under this. And also any other matters in relation to the housing program that may not have been covered by previous allocations, it will be taken up under this amount.
So it is an extension, really, of the home improvement facility?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the process to access this will be, have they worked out already, the process to access
as I said, we will utilize the HVIP process. We will also utilize processes within the ministry that are already in existence and may not have been fully utilized by the public. Right. So the intention is to ensure that all the areas where we have had a series of issues where people come in for assistance in areas that are not now covered. And so we felt it was imperative that we put this amount here to be able to cover those instances.
That's another question. Yeah, I'm on to community development, urban upgrading, and
community development. Proceed. Number
005 urban upgrading and revitalization program. Just for clarity, in the explanation note, it is a project funded by an IDB loan. Is this 65 million TT or 65 million US dollar loan?
All the figures are in TT dollars.
TT dollars.
Yes.
So it's the exact loan that you are budgeting for 2025, loan money for this program, because you are budgeting 65 million, correct?
Right, but this is the loan and counterpart funding.
And counterpart funding will
Yes.
assist. Counterpart from which counterpart?
No, IDB, remember, if it's a loan from the IDB,
You mean government?
we also have
the
to
government
put
funding.
something.
And
Yes.
and just remind us the nature and objective of this program in particular.
This is also a program that deals with upgrading settlements for people. So we have the Factory Road area in Diego Martin that we will be upgrading and servicing lots and sites. And wherever we have any emergency work, we are able to use this funding. We have bridge construction and support to areas where there may be defects or slope stabilization that might be necessary. We have also been able to use this funding for the creation of detention ponds and for the urban regeneration, which is Eastside Plaza. So we'll be through NIPDEC. We are upgrading the Eastside Plaza. We are also doing upgrades to the Maloney Shopping Mall. We've also been able to use this project to do the Connected Arima Smart Town project, which is a fiber optic infrastructure works, which has been completed recently from the Arima General Hospital to a server room which is located in the Arima Borough Corporation's Town Hall building. And we will be going on to expand this project. And then in the constituency of Laventille East MOVA, we are completing the MOVA Institute of Technology. We're also doing another component, which is the affordable housing subsidies. And we spoke about some of those subsidies. So we have the home improvement subsidies, and we have also the strengthening of housing and urban development stakeholder capacities. So we're increasing the ability of persons who may want to become involved in the housing projects, their capacity and their capability. We're also using this for the acquisition of software for the HDC, and we're also doing a housing preference survey throughout Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, which is?
Yes, that's
nice. Member for Couva North, and we on
Yes.
224.
Yes, thank you.
Went.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy
lovely.
Chair. To the Honourable Minister and Minister in the Ministry, would under these projects 001 and 005, would works at the Roystonia development fall under these projects as well? And I know the Honourable Minister in the Ministry will enjoy seeing some works done there, because as we all know, Roystonia still is under HCC, and I would have asked a question, the Honourable Minister would have explained that we are in the process of having it vested in the CTTRC, but until it has not been vested into the CTTRC, it still falls under Ministry of Housing.
Yeah. And yes, member, thanks for your question. And we always deliberate on this. And no, these funds will not be spent in Roystonia.
Minister, is there any project that is going to assist the infrastructure in Roystonia? Because you know for a fact, you traverse the roads and you know the poor infrastructure, the residents of Roystonia?
Yes, there's a project, but it's not on this line item, and that project is a project you and I discussed.
I'm hoping that we will see action other than the talk. You know, we're hoping that
We'll move on. Move us out. Belatedly.
We're still on.
We're on page 224, Community Development A.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I know that the line minister is very familiar with Lisa's Gardens in Couva. And I don't know if out of this sum of $65 million, will there be any portion allocated to the development of that particular community?
Minister? Member?
In the context of urban upgrading and so on, I know they always find money to move around in all different
Okay, it's an AGC development, so over to you, Madam Minister.
But I don't know where the member for Couva South got the impression that I was very familiar with Lisa's Gardens.
Yes,
Only in the context of being the Minister of Housing.
part
and
of the
Urban
Women's
Development.
League of the PNM.
But the Women's League of the PNM is everywhere, everywhere.
Madam Minister.
Thank you for the question, member. This Lisa's Gardens area is still under the remit of the HCC, as you rightly said, and in the context of the regeneration that we have under another head, we will be doing work in the Lisa's Gardens area.
Parliament when those works are taking place and so on.
Well, as a member of Parliament, I'm sure you would know because I'm sure you're everywhere at all times.
Oh, yeah, all of them.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings, page 225. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $853,842,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $853,842,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the two ministers of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you, Madam PS, and thank you to the senior executives of your ministry. All right, do get home safely. Thanks. Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Welcome, Madam Minister. Welcome, Mr. PS, and also the senior executives of the Ministry of Sports and Community Development. Welcome to Parliament. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, $431,341,500. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Community Development to make brief opening remarks not exceeding 5 minutes. Over to you, Madam Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mandate for the Ministry of Sport and Community Development is to nurture our nation's human potential by fostering athletic talent and promoting sustainable community life in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Chairman, this is consistent with the government's Vision 2030 and guided by the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. The ministry, which was realigned on August 28, 2020, seeks to build our nation's human capital by strategically harnessing the synergy of its three main divisions, namely the Physical Education and Sport Division, the Community Development Division, and the Mediation Division. Additionally, the ministry has oversight for Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, also called Sport ET, the National Commission for Self-Help, Export Centers Company Limited, Trinidad Boxing Board of Control, which is a statutory authority under the portfolio of the ministry. The ministry is also the line ministry for the First Peoples community. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, allow me to wish the First Peoples community a successful First People Heritage Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $431,341,500 for Head 79, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $431,341,500 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Members, we are on page 358, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration, and I recognize the member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, line item 14, that remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees, it finds its way in itself in terms of the budget every year, and it remains unspent for the entire year. Tell you, what is the purpose of this, and has any committee ever been appointed under this line item?
Committee was appointed on August 15th, and it is the Trinidad and Tobago Anti-Doping Organization. Yes, so it's a new committee.
Can you indicate the members of the committee?
Sure. Mr. Douglas Camacho, Mr. Andre Collins, Mr. Oba Galston, Mrs. Anika Fritz Brown, Mr. Leroy Lewis, Ms. Alison R. Pouchet, Mr. Sukish Maniam, Ms. Nikisha Plato Robinson, Mr. Jared Franklin, Mr. Ian Downs, Ms. Aisha Seeley, Mr. Dandy Piggott, Mrs. Maslin Melville Jack, and we are working on adding another person who was recommended by the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee.
I couldn't check what does a membership of 10 persons in total?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 persons
13,
in total.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Item 002, Physical Education and Sport Division. I recognize the member for Caroni Central again.
Yes, thank you. Madam Minister, in respect of this line item 0, salaries and costs of living allowance, it finds its way in quite a number of subheads. If you can just indicate to us the list of vacancies to be filled and how many were filled in last financial year, And where there are increases, all of these division here, there are increases. What is the purpose of the increases? That is for 002.
Line item are you looking at, please?
01, salaries and cost of living allowance.
That is primarily for salaries, increments, arrears, and acting to be paid to the director, assistant director, technical officers, pesos, swimming instructors.
(003) Community Development Division. Item 004, Best Village. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 360. Item 001, General Administration. I recognize member for Caroni Central.
Yes, Minister, in respect of this lease of this office, rent lease, item 08, line item 08, office accommodation and storage, can you indicate what building is rented or leased in respect of this line item, or are there a number of buildings that are rented and leased?
This line item is related to monthly rent payments for Nicholas Towers, level 8, 18, and 20, Chepstow House on Frederick Street, Port of Spain, and Jobco Building 51 to 55, Frederick Street, Port of Spain.
Proceed, Caroni Central.
Yes, line item, we'll take it to line item 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. I see that there was a drastic increase of approximately $2 million spent in financial year 2024. Can you account for the increase of $2 million in 2024?
That was for the CARICOM Cricket Conference that was held last year. Well, earlier this year.
And the amount of that spent will basically be $2 million. That's the difference in
Yeah, a little over
budget
$2
as
million.
opposed to.
A little over $2 million.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, members. Item 003, Community Development Division. Item 004, Best Village. Best Village, and we're on page 262 and 362 and 363.
Yes.
Member for Point of Pay.
Thank you. Madam Minister, under Best Village, line item 22, short-term employment. It's called a new sub-item, which I don't really think so, but it's 400,000 identified as short-term for this fiscal year. I know Best Village does tremendous work. Could you identify why, this short-term employment, how many individuals you expect to utilize with this funding, and how long the short-term contracts would be?
The short-term contracts are usually for 6 months. We have 8 short-term contract employees as of September 30th, and we expect that in the new fiscal year we will retain those positions until the incumbents fill substantive positions once they interview and qualify.
So this takes care of 8 individuals, you said, if I hear?
Yeah, roughly 8 individuals, yeah.
And for this fiscal, right?
For this fiscal, yes.
Thank you.
Because you would recognize, and you would see it a couple more times on here, we would have paid them out of a different budget, out of a different line item, for the most part, general admin last year. So for the first time, they're getting their own line item. Yeah?
Thank you.
Item 005, Mediation Centers. Item 006, Dwight York Stadium, and we're on page 364. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Physical Education and Sports Division. Item 003, Community Development Division, page 365. Item 004, Best Village. Item 005, Mediation Centers. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, page 366. Item 005 non-profit institutions. I'll recognize the member for Couva South first, and then I'll come to Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, 05, contribution to community-based organizations. And you could provide me in writing with the passage of time. That $3.5 million, could we get an idea of how this $3.5 million was disbursed? And what would have warranted an increase in $2 million under this line expenditure in fiscal 2025?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We go through this every year. This line item is not contribution to community-based organizations, as it says. We do this every day. I can do it again this year. So this is the programming for the community development unit. Way back when, in the 1960s, when the ministry was first developed, many of the programs were run in collaboration with community-based organizations. So at some of your community centers, still today, you have YTEP, CCC, MIC still working alongside village councils and so on. But this is primarily the community education program, support that we give to village councils in training and so on. So this is primarily the community education program for the different community centers and community groups. It's not monies disbursed to organizations.
Well, I asked in the context of there's always the California youth facility and so on.
No, that's youth facilities under Ministry of Youth
but
and
I know
National
that the
Services.
California Village Council, they utilize that particular
Right, that wouldn't be this line item.
facility.
This is for programs run through the regional complexes and community centers. Let's say, for instance, you would see every year we train 3,000, 4,000 persons in through our community education short skill courses where they learn barbering, childcare, East Indian cuisine, and so on. Right, so that covers that. It also covers your community education program. It also covers like strengthening organizations, your village councils, your community groups in governance and rules as to how to carry on their meetings and so on.
If you could provide me with the information in writing and also in the context.
I can provide to you the information right now. For short skills, a total of 92 in-person courses and 19 online courses were implemented during a 5-month period at a cost of $2.2 million or $2,210,500, a total of 6,130 persons registered and have benefited from the program throughout the country. A total of 4,003 persons completed the programs. We also did training in good governance through 5 online sessions and 16 in-person sessions.
But in which areas the courses took place, the 5-month courses?
Sure. So you had Bellevue, Debe, Dundonald Hill, Point Kumana Regional Complex, Maitawa Community Center, Mizir, Fabu, Cascade, Diego Martin, Pitti Valley, Beetham, Gonzales, St. Augustine, South Tacarigua, Brazil, Upper El Dorado Community Center, Curep, Arima Community Center, Maloney Regional Complex, Blanchishes, Maracas, Chaguanas Community Center, Monroe Road Community Centers, Las Lomas Community Center, Gordon Village Activity Center, Warrenville Regional Complex, Cashew Gardens Activity Center, Lisa's Gardens Community Center, Bethel Community Church, Siouxlands Carlson Field, Balmain Community Center, Chickland Community Center, Toko Regional Complex, Rampanalas Community Center, Northeastern Community Center, Nature Seekers Compound in Matura, Sangre Grande Civic Center, Manzanilla Community Center, St. Madeleine Regional Complex, Esperance Regional Complex, Bayshore Open Bible Church, Gulfview Regional Complex, Plaisance Regional Complex, San Fernando North Community Center, St. John's Community Center, Vista Bella Regional Complex, Embarcadero Community Center, Tortuga Community Center, Manhambury Community Center, Williamsville Community Center, Barrackpore Regional Complex, Lower Brothers Road Community Center, La Gloria Community Center, St. Croix Community Center, Bassetier Community Center, Marac Community Center, Conjal Community Center, St. Julian Presbyterian Church, Cedrus Community Center, Fanny Village Community Center, Mondezir Community Center, New Village Community Center, Tiche Community Center, Capdeville Community Center, Buenos Aires Government Primary School, since that community center is currently under refurbishment, Icacos Government Primary School, Vecini Community Center, Los Cocina Activity Center, Katwaru Trace Community Center, Siparia Community Center, Faitabad Regional Complex, Palo Seco Settlement Community Center, Mon Diablo Community Center, La Costena Activity Center, South Oropouche Community Center, Erin Community Center, Funrose Community Center, Mafiking Government School, Mayaro Civic Center, Dades Road Community Center, Radix Community Center, Navet Community Center, Rio Claro Learning and Development Center for Special Children, Ecclesville Presbyterian School, Black Rock Multipurpose Regional Complex. Yeah.
As I said, I want to save time with the meeting, so
I would like to, I was prepared to come here. This is the place to answer, and as much as I can answer here, I surely will, like I've been doing for the last 9 years.
What minister, what guided,
follow-up question?
What guided what yardstick you have used to increase the spend by 2 million in 2025?
I wouldn't say it's to increase it. The budget has been roughly $5 million over the years, so we have some outstanding bills to pay.
You have some outstanding bills? Yes,
because the tutors would send in their invoices and so on, because you use I think over 100 tutors nationwide. We recognize it's a nationwide program. So when you go out to those 92 communities, you recruit people from the areas and so on to give the training.
So the 2 million is to pay tutors?
It's the same thing for the last how many years? Is to pay the bills coming out of. And not just that, you have some of these sessions that took place during the July-August period that, of course, wouldn't have made it. We wouldn't have gotten releases before the printing of the book and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Item, same thing, Caroni Central, member, proceed.
Yes, I know the minister's prepared answer. So line item 15, contribution to non-profit institutions. Minister, can you indicate the beneficiaries of this spend of 20 million in 2024 and the projected beneficiaries in 2025?
Yes,
page 366.
Line item 15. So line item 15 covers grants to sporting bodies, individual athletes, sporting community clubs, national governing bodies, etc. And I can share with you the information we have regarding. So we have Kashif King under the Elite Athlete Program, Joshua Johnson under the Elite Athlete Program, Rennie Cow, Aaron Prince, EYED, I think that's the way it's pronounced, George, Nikolai Blackman, Zarek Wilson, Elite Athlete Assistance Program, Zarek Wilson, Elite Athlete Assistance Program, Graham Chatur, Elite Athlete Assistance Program, Rayari Thomas, Elite Athlete Assistance Program, Dylan Carter, Elite Athlete Assistance Program, Eric Harrison, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Che Lara, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Jeremy Richards, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Keyshawn Walcott, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Keon Benjamin, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Michelle Lee Aye, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Nigel Paul, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Kwesi Brown, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Tiana Guy, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Akil Campbell, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Alexi Costa, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Nicholas Paul, Elite Athlete Assistance Program. Under individual sport category or grant funding, you have Sophia John for assistance for track and field training expenses. Rochelle Lufat for Pan American Karate Federation Championship. Dominic Wilkes for local training expenses. Onal Mitchell for track and field preparation for 2024 Olympics. Shivana Sukdio for Combo Elite Championship, the end of an era. Gwendolyn Smith for financial assistance for regional masters in Mexico. Victoria Swift for training and development. And Dwaylee Wright for Olympic Games and NACAC Championships. Karen Forbes for training, equipment and supplements. Nicholas Romani, request for track and field preparation. Alana Bourgeois Dudnat on behalf of Liam Carrington, track and field preparation. Jabari Reso Fox for track and field preparation. Tafari Waldron, track and field preparation. Sherelle Thompson for the Summer Olympic Games, preparation for Summer Olympic Games. Joel Theodore for airfare and accommodation. Stephen Enil for airfare and accommodation. Sheldon Bain on behalf of Makeda Bain for various tennis tournaments. Nikolai Mills for UKSCA training course, strength and conditioning training course, Ruben Walters for Olympic 2024 preparation. Ezekiel Romeo for Olympic 2024 preparation. Nicole Clark Martin on behalf of Nathan Martin for accommodation and training expenses. Nathan Farina for training expenses. Kamika Forbes for training, coaching fees, and equipment in the area of football. Rival Webster for preparation for senior championship. Samantha Shukla for training expenses. Joshua St. Clair for training expenses. Dominic Wallace on behalf of Makaira Wallace, she's a cyclist, and this is to purchase specialized equipment. Jeffrey Holder for West Indies Full Bore Council Shooting Championships. Varma Rambaran for West Indies Full Bore Council Shooting Championships. Janice Price on behalf of Janae Price for 2024 Development Games. Shaquem McKay for financial assistance training expenses. Rochelle Lufat, 37 PFK Senior Championship. Samuel Melanie for preparation training expenses. Jonathan Farina, preparation for training expenses. Debbie John on behalf of Gabriel John, assistance for China table tennis camp. Devante Lawrence for a 6 months training camp in Newport, Wales. Gabrielle Wood for CAC Games, Pan Am Games, and Commonwealth Games. Gerard Elcock for track and field. Yeah? Okay. Gerard Elcock for track and field Olympic Games. Raul Garcia
366,
for track cycling equipment and training. Kyle Crew for financial assistance for preparation for Paris 2024 Olympic Games. Abini Procope, financial assistance to pay bills. Trey Campbell for Allen Community College. Shanika Bascom for training track and field in Jamaica. Kadia Austin, International Karate, 4th World Cup. Jada Cummings, Kandaki Community College. Jelana Sandy, financial assistance for Southwest Virginia Community College. Natasha Simon, John OBO, Amaya Samuel for Yamile Pina Classic Gymnastic Competition. Nicholas Landu for training expenses. And that's for, yes?
Follow up, please. Yes, follow up, please. Has any provisions been made for, I was not sure I missed it, with your quite comprehensive list, Chelsea Winter or Christian Winter?
Chelsea Winter and Christian Winter are, I think, minors. Yeah, they are martial arts or karate fighters, and they have been supported in the past. Yeah, so it wouldn't be in their names. If you're looking specifically for their names, it would be under their national governing body.
Okay, because
yes, and in fiscal 2024, I think as recent as December 2023, December 19, 2023, the ministry gave $103,000 to the NGB. I think it is PCAT in support of what they're doing. I know what you're alluding to, but go ahead, ask your question.
The question is, has provisions been made for them to represent us at the Pan Am Games later this year, later this month?
No, later this month, in 13 days to be exact.
Days, yeah.
So the national governing body made their application late. You have to apply 3 months before the event in order to be for processing. In addition to that, we usually close to get ready for the end of the fiscal year on July 15th. They submitted an application, the NGB submitted an application on August 20th, an incomplete late application. Up to yesterday afternoon, they had not submitted the documents that the ministry wrote to them on August 24th, asking them to submit. So up to yesterday, their documents were not in.
Follow up, please. Same point.
Yeah, on the same topic for last year, though, but he wants to talk about the future. So
Again, Madam Minister, and again, members, again, we're getting down into the operational aspect where we're going into an actual individual process. 1 second, right? So again, I'll entertain one last question on this particular matter, and then we move on. Proceed.
Well, I actually have two questions on this
same
line item.
Okay, let me hear you.
All right. The first is, and not that I got into any policy issues, Mr. Chairman. The minister was indicating that you must do so 3 months. That is a policy decision of the ministry. My question is, if a governing body does not do what they ought to do, should the athlete have to suffer the consequences?
Well, because we have systems like this, and the Auditor General comes to do his or her work based on different rules, it's not a matter of whether they're going to get help. Once you submit your application, you get help. Once you submit your application on time with your relevant document. The thing is when. So let's say they submit their documents yesterday. Let's say I get off of this microphone now and I check in my ministry and we have all the documents. Then there is processing to take place. One, this budget allocation has not been passed as yet. So there is no movement of no money right now because the budget has not been passed yet. And if so, even if we, with all best intentions, right, it wouldn't happen in 2 weeks, as we said to them As we said to the NGB yesterday and this morning, it's also important for the NGB and the athletes, their parents and so on, to know what we say all the time. It's not only at the Ministry of Sport and Community Development that they can apply. They could have tried going to the Prime Minister's Sport and Culture Fund. They meet monthly. I think they would have already missed last week's meeting. They had a meeting last Friday. I don't know when the next one would be, but we are working with them and trying to assist in the best way possible. But as I told them at this 11th hour, it is highly unlikely that from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, they'll get it from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development in time. Usually when something like this happens, if the NGB has the means, they would go ahead in collaboration with or in discussions with the ministry and fit their bills, and they will keep their bills and then submit a completion report form, and we would facilitate after once we've had that arrangement before. But it is not something that we practice doing because it's not something we're really supposed to encourage. Okay. Yeah, so even right now as we speak with 14 days to go, we would do our best, we're working with them, but we can't guarantee that they'll get that money in time for 13 days. It doesn't work like that. The system is not that swift.
I did say I have one more question on this line. I did say I have one more question on this line item.
Well, let me hear you, and I'll determine.
Yes. The other question is respect to the decrease of $4 million in this financial year. If you can provide an explanation as to why there's a decrease in this financial year on the same line item.
A decrease, you said?
No problem.
Yeah, decrease.
A decrease?
Yes, line item 15.
Yeah, because last year was an Olympic year, and the types of competitions that we had last year, the kind of activity we had to support, you would recognize not only the national governing bodies came to the Ministry for help, but also individual athletes. Then you had parents also requesting on behalf of their children, and even because Commonwealth Youth Games took place in August or at the end of the previous fiscal year. So last year's bill was particularly higher because of support paid to people who participated in Commonwealth Games, along with the people who were getting ready for Olympics and so on. Yeah?
Right, thank you, Madam Minister. Member for Point of View, you still have a question?
No.
Asked and answered?
Yeah. Well, good. Madam Minister.
Member, proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Line item 10, Best Village Program, Madam Minister. They do good work, and I'm not asking, and it might be underfunded in a sense.
To line item 10?
Where we are, not in non-profit institution.
We were on
366. We're on page 366, Madam Minister. Yeah.
No problem, I can
Under
handle.
non-profit institutions. Yeah.
You want to go back to Best Village, yeah?
You know what Best Village is still there.
Right, no problem. So ask your question.
Well, you're roughing me up.
And I never rough you up. I love you too much to rough you up. You don't operate like that.
Line item 10, Minister. Best Village is allocated $5 million. And nothing is wrong with that. I think it's underfunded.
You think it's underfunded?
Yeah, it needs more funding. What I ask is that, from what I've understood, and people have approached me as the MP, that a lot of the prizes are delayed in handing out the prizes for whatever competition they win. And all I'm asking, if some sort of, if you as a minister could look into that to see, because they depend on, it's a sort of a goodwill for them.
Yeah.
Because they do the work and the children and so I'm just asking if you can look into how you can speed up the prizes, giving out the prizes.
Well, we're working on improving the process. We also must keep in mind that the bulk of the height of the Best Village competition, the finals take place in the August-September time when we're wrapping up for budget. Yeah, so if we're unable to move extremely quickly and get it out before September 15. Oftentimes your competition, like your Larian Review, would be September 4th, September 9th, and Ministry of Finance would give you a close-off date of September 15th. It's a challenge to get it through in those couple of days. I think what we can do if we can pull up some of the activities earlier in the year to allow the finals, but when we do it that way, we lose out sometimes on the school children participating, and we had a lot of 5th formers and 6th formers this year. So we have to balance it. We want the youth involved, but they don't participate as much when the finals are during the school term, because they are also getting ready for end of term. But it's something to consider and look into and work with the community.
Good question, member for Pointe-a-Pierre. Faizabad, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question asked and answered. Thank you.
Asked and answered. Item 007, households. I recognize the member for Caroni Central.
Thank you. Minister, let me take you to line item 11, Community Skills and Craft Education Program. There was a budget of 19.5 million in the last financial year, the actual spend being 2 million. Has there been any program that was not implemented under this line item that would have resulted in that 17.5 million unspent?
The thing is that we do have some bills here. A lot of these programs took place during the July-August holiday. You will have noted that the member for Pointe-a-Pierre said that Best Village money is small. We actually took some monies from here to supplement the monies owed to Best Village, so that would show up in the new fiscal, for the new fiscal. And the programs ran under this project, under this line item, took place primarily in July, August. This is where we took from to give to ECCL. Also, the line item we took some monies from to give to Export Centers Company Limited, because they were getting into communities like Faizabad and so on in the far corners and doing training with the people in the community, because when they came to the JSC in the parliament, the JSC asked them to get into the rural communities and work, and they did so. Over the last month, they would have had over 206 persons from that program graduating, so we supplemented their program through using this route.
Yes. Well, after
follow-up question?
No, not follow-up. Next line item.
Hold on. Pointe-a-Pierre, member.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, line item 10, community sporting programs. You had allocated 39 million at the beginning of 2024 fiscal. This year you spent 16 million and allocated another 16 million. Firstly, for my own appreciation, you would have budgeted 39 at the beginning of 2024 because you would have had a certain sort of either programs coming to you or funding requests. Why that did not materialize, the amount of literally half was not spent, and as another follow-up before, how does one in a community apply for that funding?
No, this is for programs run by the ministry. Now, this was to support the establishment of our Sport in Schools program for the first time in the country, and we were only able to get off to doing that in April. So I Choose Sport was launched in April of 2024. We did a pilot first to see, if schools would take onto it, if Ministry of Education, to develop a smooth flow, because, sport in schools is primarily under Ministry of Education. So we developed this unit under Sport ET, supported by the ministry, to provide that support to schools. So the reason why all the money wasn't spent from here is we utilized some funds from Sport ET, because they were able to do it faster, quicker. Yeah. So it's not only sport in communities; it's more so Sport in Schools program, which is now up and running. We have trained over 34 coaches to go out into and place them in schools. So we are working right now with about 90 to 100 primary schools and 34 secondary schools through the program.
Okay.
We hope we get some more at midterm.
Item 009, other transfers. I'll recognize Karini E. Central.
Thank you. Madam Minister, line item 12. There's a new sub-item under Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Can you indicate and expound what is the purpose of that allocation?
That is a new arrangement that we have now for the maintenance of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. After UDCAT had completed the work, they never handed over the maintenance and so on to the ministry. They kept doing it themselves, and now we have to take up our responsibility to finance the maintenance of the facility in the new fiscal year. So there's an allocation of $1 million to do so.
Does that mean that then the management of it will now fall under the ministry if you're paying for the maintenance?
No, this is supporting UDCAT.
Thank you.
We have an MOU with them for that specific.
Member for Point of Pay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, under line item 4, the sports company funding, Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago, $170 million. I have to ask my question in here because when I looked in the development area, I didn't see a specific line item for my question. I want to ask you, what is the status of the Manny Ramjohn Stadium in Marabella?
The development program. It's not under here. This is for salaries, stipends.
Okay. Fine. So there's a line item.
It's later on. You'll see it later on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. So we are in the development program booklet. We are on page 161, subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, item 004, social infrastructure, and we are at A, culture. I recognize the member for Kumutu Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, I really impressed at 6.9 million at line item 001, development of the First Peoples. Really tremendous. Honourable Minister, what do you all have in plan for the new fiscal year as to the development and public awareness initiatives?
Okay, so for this line item is based on, or it focuses on a master plan that we have been working with the First People in Arima. They are building like a heritage village, and we've been working with them not only in developing the master plan, but getting the location, the venue ready to build out their building. We did slope stabilization last year, and we are going to be doing this year some further slope stabilization work, roadways and retaining walls and so on, and finalizing the master plan because they have big plans for that area. They're talking about we have a cassava factory in the lineup, the commencement of a pyramidal square works, and box drains, catch pits, that type of thing. So they're building out a full heritage site and tourism site out there.
Couva South, member.
Yes, Chairman, you reached, have you reached C Sports?
No, not as yet. Kumutu Manzelene, you okay, member? Faisabad? Okay. All right, so we'll go under C, Sports, page 161. So member for Couva South.
Thank you, Chairman. The Minister is smiling broadly because she knows the direction that I'm going in. Minister, with respect to 001, upgrading of swimming pools. That projected expenditure of $2.7 million. Will any portion of this sum be spent on the Couva community swimming pool?
Yes. We intend to work on this year the Coquille swimming pool, the Sangre Grande swimming pool, the La Hoqueta swimming pool, the Siparia swimming pool, and the Couva swimming pool. We expect in this first quarter to pay the mobilization and get the works going.
So based on your overall vision, could I tell the people of that area that the Couva swimming pool will be opened on so and so date, and there will be a grand
during this fiscal
ribbon
year?
cutting exercise?
Yes, I'm confident. I'm confident about that. Yes.
By the middle of 2025?
Definitely by the end of the fiscal year. Couva swimming pool is one of the older swimming pools, and it's a lot of work to be done there. So I'm confident about the middle of the fiscal year. But I know definitely by the end of the fiscal year.
You have been making that promise to me about 3 years now.
Some things I cannot get involved in, right? Better left unsaid. A, community development, page 162. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 163. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. Be on pages 237 and 238. C, sports. All right, I'm moving too fast now. C, sports. Carney Central.
Yes, Minister 001, development of a master plan for sport and youth facilities. Minister, when you look at the spend over the years, can you indicate when this master plan will be fully developed for sport and youth facilities?
Okay. The service provider has completed the work, and it's going to be submitted to the board on the 18th of October.
Proceed, Carney Central.
No, another line item.
Another line, okay, well, hold on. I'll get point up here, member now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 009, upgrade of multi-purpose stadium. $24 million allocated for this year. Is that where I can ask my question about Imani Ramjan Stadium? All right.
Yes, member.
Really and truly, could you enlighten me as a member of Parliament?
The Mani Ramjan Stadium, we are looking at doing this one with UDCOT. They had a site visit on August 29th, and they are working on developing the scope to properly phase and do the works for that stadium. We expect a conditional survey of the stadium on the 17th of October. And then we go from there. But we intend to work on the stadium in this fiscal year.
But do you in your discussions with UDCOT or even you as the line minister, have you given a timeline when you feel the stadium will be reopened for the people of Marabella and Barron?
I think it's kind of premature for me to give you a timeline before seeing UDCOT's proposal coming out of the survey. So the survey is going to be on the 17th of October. So coming out of that, we should know exactly what ought to be done. When we were looking at this earlier in the year, SportTT was thinking about doing the lighting first, but there are some other critical works that have to be phased properly. So I prefer to allow UDCOT to come in with their proposal, and then we go from there but works would start here in this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Vancouver South.
Chairman, Minister, I see that you intend or you are projected to spend $5 million as it relates to the upgrade and rehabilitation of former Caroni sport facilities. 003. Does that take into consideration Gilbert Park in California?
That's not a part of this specific line item. This is basically the work we're doing at Sevilla Clubhouse.
At Sevilla?
Yeah.
What you're doing at Sevilla that will cost $5 million?
We're working on the clubhouse. We have done some work, or we worked with NLCB and TAC to do the tennis court. We're also doing some roof works this year at Sevilla. We're hoping to wrap this up. It's been going on for some time. Yeah? To start Dubisson Park.
Dubisson?
Yeah.
I have no problem with Dubisson Park. Could you concentrate also with Gilbert Park in California? A number of the Trinidad and Tobago senior cricket team and the youth teams and so on, they train at that particular area. I don't know if you are aware, sometimes the Trinidad and Tobago senior cricket team, the youth cricket teams and so on, they do training at Gilbert Park in California. And the last time the facilities continue to deteriorate.
Okay.
So I think that you should apportion some sum of money. With respect to, if I could go on, Chairman, with your permission, under 019, the redevelopment of Skinner Park, this sum of $18 million in 2025 will be utilized for what, saying that I think that Skinner Park is now fully reopened, and we are told by someone, I think, that it was approved by FIFA to play football and so on.
We do have some balances to pay off to pay to the contractor.
So this is to pay, not to do any.
Yeah, and we also have some outstanding works that we want to do at the tennis court, the tennis, netball, and basketball courts.
Good. And so, but out of that 18, you don't know how
The
many.
bulk of it is monies owed.
Money is owed.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere to the tune of $14.9 million.
All right, and with respect to 026, a couple moments ago, you told my colleague from Caroni Central that under another line item, $1 million was allocated for the maintenance of the Brian Lara Stadium, the Cricket Academy. And under this particular line item, upgrade work to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, I see that $7.9 million is projected to be spent in 2025. Could you advise the meeting how this money will be spent?
For payment for works already done, we're still owing the contractor.
Still owing the contractor?
Still owing.
Okay. So nothing, no development work?
The works were done. The works were done to the ticketing and hospitality area, the players, and match official area. All the works requested by the ICC were done. So it's just to pay up now, and we've been slow and low on payment.
Okay. Thank you.
Caroni Central, member.
Thank you. As you on that same line item, upgrade to Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 026, yes. Will any of this money here, 7.9 million, be spent on the media room, which has been fogging up?
Hey, it's monies for work already done. think I answered that already. That's the work's already done. We're paying the contractor what we owe the contractor. The works have been completed.
So in other words, no monies have been allocated in next financial year under this line item to deal with the issues at the media center or the media.
The monies in the allocation right now before our eyes in this document, in this book, are for the payment due to the contractor.
Third
Full
time,
stop.
so we need to move on. Carney Central, another question?
Line item 017, construction of community swimming pools. There's a budget of $10.5 million in this financial year, having only spent $121,000 in the last financial year. 017, construction of community swimming pools.
017, we are 237, yeah, we are correct.
Okay.
We are correct, Madam Minister.
Yeah.
Proceed, Carney Central.
Yes, can you identify the projects to be undertaken in this financial year with this allocation of 10.5?
Okay, for this allocation of 10.5, we owe monies, retention for the Maloney swimming pool that was already built, retention for the Mova swimming pool that was already built, retention for Dabadi Omera that was already built. There also are some variations that we are still trying to finalize with UDCOT, and we are attempting new pools, for instance, in Rio Claro.
Pardon, the last response, Honorable Minister, was?
I see here that we're attempting new pools. I see Rio Claro here. Yeah.
Carney Central? Yes, your mic is still on.
Yes, I want to take you back to now to line item 005, development upgrading of recreation grounds, parks and spaces.
Proceed. 005, proceed.
Yes, allocation of $8 million. Can you identify where these projects will be undertaken in this financial year?
005. That's for work already started at Ojo Road.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where we're at right now, Ojo Road.
Okay. Line item 007, corporation grounds. We had a spend of $2 million in last financial year. Can you indicate which grounds were upgraded, and in this financial year, which are the grounds to be upgraded under this line item?
I don't know where you got $2 million on corporation grounds from. What?
2024 revised. 007, upgrading of corporation grounds, and we're on page 237.
Oh, we have $5 million going into the new fiscal.
Yes.
Yeah?
We had $2 million spent.
All right, so we have a balance on Grand Riviere Recreation Ground. We also have a balance on Marak Recreation Ground. We have a balance on Todd's Road Recreation Ground. And we have a dispute going on with Aranguez, so we expect some monies to be paid from there too.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Right. Member for Faizabad. Asked and answered. Lovely. Item. Madam Minister.
We hope for some monies to attempt some new grounds too.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. Page 163. Oh, my mistake, sorry. A, community development. Currently central member.
Yes, can the minister indicate which were the community centers built in financial year 2024 and which community centers will be built in 2025?
001.
001, construction of community centers.
I could send that one in writing, because I have them all mixed up here, so I'll send that one in writing.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, with regards to 001, construction of community centers, I would just like the Minister to consider when she's submitting in writing the St. Mary's Community Center. This is a new bill, and Strange Village Community Center, they have been advocating for years, and the Strange Village Community Council and the St. Mary's Village Council are two active councils and AGM Minister. Minister, I would like to take you to line item 003, refurbishment of community centers. And I would like to make a plea for Kunjal Community Center, another active village council that participates in Best Village, every program. Their books are up to date, but their center is in a deplorable state.
Noted with thanks. I'm sure your community center is in line with the others like Cocorit and so on.
Go ahead.
Minister, to take your attention to 005, implementation of the self-help program. Minister, with regards to the allocation, the revised allocation of 24 million, if the Minister could provide as to how the allocation was spent with regards to the number of recipients per region, specifically by constituency.
By constituencies at all. We see this every year. We don't operate by constituencies at the National Commission of Self-Help. We operate by districts.
Okay, Minister, with that in mind, if we could get the allocation that was spent by district.
I'll do my
best. With regards to, Minister, I would have to make a plea for emergency cases. I have several emergency cases that I would have written for persons that would have experienced natural disasters from landslip to fire. And to date, most of them is like a year, 2 years, 6 months still waiting on the grant. If the Minister could say why emergency cases would have to wait that long.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be chained up by this whole letter writing thing. I can tell you that many a times they say they write letters for people, and when you check, the person have not submitted an application. So if you have a specific case where the person submitted an application and you want us to look into it, we'll be more than happy to look into it. But as it relates to emergency situations, just like anywhere else in the country, the self-help responds as quickly as they can with the allocation on hand. But you see this letter writing of backdating letters 3 months, and then you have people listed on the letter. When you check, they do have no application. I can't play that game. But if you have persons who have actually applied and have application, feel free to reach out, and we would follow up like we usually do. Yeah?
Duly noted, Minister, because the Self-Help Commission would have visited my area, and each one of the individuals would have attended the caravan, and even the caravan that the ministry would have hosted in Murga Table, and persons from those caravans that would have submitted the document, advised to work with the document, are still awaiting.
Right. Once you submit the names, we will follow up and provide a response to you as to the status of the application.
Yes. Kuva South, you have the benefit of the last question to the Minister.
Yes, of course. Chairman, I know they are very active in the local government campaign and so on. With respect to refurbishment of community centers, 003, Minister, you are spending, or your ministry, $6 million. Is the Balmain Community Center in that list for fiscal 2025?
As stated, I would provide that written because I have the information here is not properly presented. As I said earlier, I would present it, I would submit written.
I
Thank
find all
you,
of a
Mr.
sudden,
Chairman.
when time to provide information for fiscal 2025, you seem to be confused
You know, if I say,
with your
you know, if I say
documentation.
I'm not providing, it could be a problem.
And with respect to the implementation of the self-help program, my colleague from Aruga Tableland wanted to know how many recipients, and could you inform this meeting how many applications you have pending at your ministry for such?
I'll provide that in writing.
Provide that in writing. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. D, youth development. Honorable members, Maruga Tableland, belatedly,
Yes.
I'll give you the opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, with regards to the MURGA, the establishment of the multipurpose youth facility, this question with regards to the allocation here, the $2.7 million, if the minister could say how that was spent and the estimated million as to how that would be spent in this current fiscal. Minister, while I have you here, we have several problems with regards to that facility, mainly with regards to the access to community groups and the cost it would, persons from the community would have to pay to use the facility. So although the facility has been opened, members are still having problems accessing the facility. One sporting group was charged $18,000, and again, as the Member of Parliament, sometimes I'm asked to contribute to assisting groups, and I find it rather hard and difficult to do. So your guidance as per.
As it relates to this specific line item, Mr. Chairman, the balance owed to the contractor is about $2.5 million, and we're expecting some variation, so we are working that out right now as we speak. As it relates to the amount charged for utilization of the facility, these facilities are under Sport TT, and there's an application process and so on. There is also a very outdated fee system that groups must pay when they apply, depending on the purpose of the activity. You can write to Sport TT to ask to consider waiving and so on, depending on if it's a holiday or so. Of course, you have to bring out cleaners, you have to bring out workers, you have to bring out people to man and make sure that you have a safe event. Also, some of the fees are like caution fees that and fees that if you clean up the place, you will get back some of the money and so on. So I would look into your concerns to see the level of fees that are being charged, and we'll go from there. Yeah.
Appreciate, Minister.
Nice and sweet.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $431,341,500 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development stands part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $431,341,500 for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Mr. PS, and also to your senior executives of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Thanks for coming.
Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, $675,278,900. I will now invite the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just making sure that the mic is on. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is the main driver of the energy sector and in earning the energy revenues for Trinidad and Tobago. And I have to say that I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the 2 permanent secretaries, all of the members of staff, and all of those who have supported the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries over the last few years. The country, and in fact, the global energy sector, is in fact seeing all the pieces of the puzzle come together. And I can say now to the population of Trinidad and Tobago that between now and 2027, they will see direct foreign investment in Trinidad and Tobago in the energy sector of over $10 billion US, and that will also produce revenue for Trinidad and Tobago. What we've seen in the last fiscal is the Dragon, the Coquina Mannequin. We've seen in international energy news, in fact, in the last 48 hours, the announcement of further investment in Manatee by Shell with the various subcontracts. You have seen seismic being completed in 3 deepwater blocks that were only awarded this year, shallow water block UC, as well as the Coquina Mannequin field, which is a cross-border field with Venezuela. You've seen last week, Friday, a vessel setting off from Trinidad shores to the Dragon field to do the surveying so we can know where to lay the pipeline to bring the gas from Dragon to Trinidad and Tobago. So what we've seen in the energy sector is a resurgence, much investment, a good future being provided for Trinidad and Tobago. And again, I take the opportunity to thank all of those who have worked with us to make this possible.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $675,278,900 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $675,278,900 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 239, subhead 01, item 001, personnel administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration, member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 28, other contracted services, 2024 you had a revised figure of spent of $217 million. 2025 you have budgeted 85.8 million. Could you say what was the large amount that was required in 2024, given that you had only allocated 22 at the beginning of 2024 fiscal?
Yes, under this particular line item, that was with respect to the unfortunate oil spill in Tobago, which took place in February of this year.
So do we still have, so that exorbitant amount was due to the
covering the expenses associated with the cleanup of the oil spill and containing the oil spill.
And is there other still expenses owed, because that's why you have a allocation of 85?
Correct. There's some expenses that are still owed, but fortunately we were successful in our submission to the IOPC earlier this year, I think in April of this year, and they have agreed to cover all of the reasonable and legitimate costs coming out of that oil spill, and that process has begun. In fact, we should be heading back up to the IOPC in November for further engagement with them, but they were here up to a few days ago, and that process is going well in terms of the country receiving reimbursement for the cost of the oil associated with the oil spill.
So is it fair to say that these expenses that have been spent would be recovered?
I certainly hope that the vast majority of them will be recovered for the taxpayers, yes.
Thank you.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, Households. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under Household 01, the shortfall in subsidy. The revised for 2024 is $470 million, and the estimate for 2025 is $500 million. The original estimate in 2024 fiscal was $500 million. We came here in mid-year review for an additional $570,900,000, and that was to pay for arrears owed to NP and Uniped. Could you say why, firstly, in that 2024 revised estimate does not include that additional amount that we had approved here?
At the mid-year review? I cannot say that. I mean, these documents, as you know, are prepared by the Budgets Division at the Ministry of Finance. I'm sure it is contained where it is supposed to be contained. They would have provided the funds for us to cover the amount that was provided in the mid-year review.
But
So
you
I know
agree
that
that we had come here for that additional amount?
I do recall at the mid-year
There was
review,
arrears,
yes, the
so-
vast majority of the, or if not the whole amount requested by the Ministry of Energy was for arrears in the fuel subsidy.
And that would have carried up the revised amount to close to just over $1 billion if it was included. So I just asking you if you can check with the Budgets Minister of Finance to ask why. Yeah.
Absolutely. The members from the Ministry of Finance, the representatives are here, and I'm sure they've heard the discourse between us. The Minister of Finance seems to have left his mic.
Thank you.
Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Member for Point of Peer.
Chair. Minister, under transfers to state enterprises, there's a line item 10, Alutech Limited, where an amount of $5,459,200, a specific amount has been allocated. Could you, and it says a new sub-item. Could you state what that amount would be for?
Absolutely. As part of the government's diversification program, we are pursuing the Alutech investment. So they have completed the warehouse, they have the equipment in there, and this is to operationalize the startup of the aluminium sector that we plan to use as part of our diversification. So this is to cover wages, salaries, and other startup costs.
Okay. Madam Chair, could you just go to another? Line item 4 above, Minister, equity injection. I know time of time the government puts in an equity injection. Nothing is allocated for 2025. Could you explain why?
Absolutely. Coming out of the last answer I gave, we've reached operationalization stage. So the equity injections would have been to complete the warehouse, to get the equipment in, to get the equipment up and ready. Those were considered the equity injections. So now it's to start the company and to get it going.
And
so it's recurrent expenditure now.
And the government of Trinidad owns 100% of this?
100%, but I think we are now in the majority shareholding of the investment.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable members. One more? Yes? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Minister, just a simple one here. Under 09 Liquid Fuels Company, a decrease estimate for 2025 of $5.9 million. Last year was 12.5 we spent, a decrease of 6.6. Why that? Could you explain the reason for the decrease, or something has required less spending this year?
That is the amount that was requested to finance the company's operations. You would recall in the previous years, because remember, this is really for aviation and diesel fuel for the PRCO airport. So they would have been coming out of a period of COVID where air travel was reduced, etc. But now that things are pretty much back to normal, they're able to carry their more and more of their operational costs.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program, Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. We are at page 98. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. G, Equipment and Vehicles. Infrastructure Development Fund. We are at page 210. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. D, Industry. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $675,278,900 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $675,278,900 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Permanent Secretary, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, and the other technocrats at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, $354,714,300. I now invite the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Good afternoon and thank you, Madam Chair. For fiscal 2025, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts received a total allocation of $375,714,300 for the continued development and marketing of the sectors. Of that total allocation, $315,714,300 was allocated under the recurrent expenditure, and $60 million was allocated under the development program. This ministry is mandated to provide leadership and strategic direction for the tourism, culture, and arts sectors, formulate policy to guide the development of these sectors, collaborate with all stakeholders on related matters, and to facilitate and monitor the offer and access to incentives in accordance with the Tourism Development Act, Corporation Tax Act, and the Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Program. The ministry implemented its mandate with the support of the state agency and the statutory authorities as follows: Tourism Trinidad Limited, Naparima Bowl, Queen's Hall, the National Carnival Commission, NAPA, and SAPA. Madam Chair, the tourism, culture, and arts sectors are powerful drivers of economic activity, but the benefits of closer links between culture and tourism go beyond the economic and provide to the visitor an enriching, authentic cultural experience, an opportunity to appreciate cultural diversity, and to establish new cultural ties. In fiscal 2024, we will continue to build on the foundation we have created to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago continues to be recognized on the world stage for tourism, culture, and arts. I thank you.
Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $354,714,300 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $354,714,300 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies, and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 370. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Honorable Minister. Minister, with regards to 01, I know last year you stated that there are 46 persons employed and 13 vacant posts. Was any of the vacant posts filled?
No, the number of established staff is 86.
Okay.
Vacant without bodies, 42. Vacant with bodies, rather, 42. Vacant without bodies, 16. And the positions filled are 28.
The increase, the allocations for the revised allocation is 7.4, and there's an increase of average 500,000. So I was wondering if that is projected to fill any of the vacant posts.
Yes. No, the increase is to cater for outstanding acting allowances and increments.
Okay. Noted, Minister. Thanks.
Item 002, Culture Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, to take you to contracted services, if the contract employment, sorry, if the minister could state how many persons benefited or are employed on this line item? That is 16?
16?
Yes.
41 persons on contract.
Okay.
Yes, Maruga Tableland.
With regards to short-term employment, Minister, I saw that there is a significant, that would be line item 22. Right, there's a significant decrease of 1.6. Can the minister state how much persons will be affected by this and how much persons currently employed on the short-term employment line item?
There were a number of persons paid under this line item. Persons who are attached to the National Steel Symphony Orchestra, the National Theatre Arts Company, and the National Philharmonic Orchestra. They are now paid under NAPA. That accounts for the decrease.
Okay, noted, Minister. With regards to other contracted services, this is line 28, line item 28. There's an increase of $2 million. Can the minister state what new services would be catered for underneath this line item?
So under this line item, we expend monies to maintain a number of the sites that we have under the Ministry of Tourism. So, for example, wastewater treatment plant maintenance for Las Cuevas and Manzanilla and Vesini, we expect to pay about $380,000. Landscaping, grounds maintenance to Galera, Fort George, Lopino, Lavigi. Pruning of the trees at Maracas and Manzanilla. So those are some of the contracted services that we intend to expend monies on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item 002, Culture Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Culture Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, item 001, Regional Bodies. Member for Oropouche West.
Chair, Welcome, Minister, and your technical staff. Minister 01, Caribbean Tourism Organization. We had an estimate of $500,000 for fiscal 2024, but we tripled that to 1.5 million as your revised estimate for 24. Minister, can you indicate what would have caused that substantial rise?
Yes, so this is to pay for the membership dues to the Caribbean Tourism Organization. Those dues aren't fixed. They're based on a formulaic calculation on your visitor arrivals. So year on year, it will be different.
So what you're suggesting then is that we had a very high visitor arrival in fiscal 2024, but since you now have a reduction, we expect a lower arrival level in 25?
We don't have a reduction. We have an increase. But no, it's done on it's calculated, and this may have arrears in it as well. Okay. This 1.5.
Okay.
Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 01, the National Steel Symphony, we had an estimate of 4.3, revised of 1.2. Now we have nothing projected for fiscal 25. Can the Minister explain?
So in line with the previous explanation under short-term employment, the National Steel Symphony Orchestra is now under NAPA. So this allocation would now go under the statutory authority that is now NAPA.
Noted, Minister.
Yes, Member for Oropouche West.
So given your explanation, Minister, would that also be true for line item 04, the National Theatre Company, which went from a 2.6 to a 300?
Correct.
Okay. Last one on the same subhead. Well, not subhead. On 03, the Music Festival Committee. Minister, you had a 5,000 allocation for 24 and you didn't spend any of it. But is this an indication that the Music Festival Committee is considered elsewhere, or has that committee been dismissed with, abandoned?
Yeah, this is catered for elsewhere under contribution to cultural organizations.
Okay, thank you.
They paid a subvention there.
Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to national days and festivals, the current allocation of 4 million, and I see that it's expended every year. Would the Minister say that this is sufficient, given that in the news we see different cultural groups clamoring for funding on a yearly basis?
Sufficient, and we via money from elsewhere to top up the vote.
Okay.
Item 001, Transfers to State Enterprises. Subhead 06, Current Transfers to Statutory Boards and Similar Bodies. Honorable Members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We're at page 541. 20, Queen's Hall. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Minister, with regards to the decrease in short-term employment, that is line item 22, there's a 100,000 decrease. Could the Minister say how that would affect the operation of the establishment?
1 second. 22.
22. We are not goods and services.
So there are 54 short-term employees, box office staff. I believe that this is sufficient for 2025. This is sufficient.
It will be sufficient?
Yes.
Given that you would have spent more in 24 and you're projecting, it would be sufficient?
Yeah, it would be sufficient.
Noted. Minister, with regards to fees, that is line item 23, there's an increase with regards to 400,000. Can the minister identify what this increase would entail or what bills is to pay?
Yeah, well, these fees are to pay for annual subscriptions, licenses, audit fees, liquor and dancehall license, payroll fees. This increase is relative to the payment of a blanket COT license. So that is what that would have been negotiated between Queen's Hall and COT, and that is what the increase is to take into consideration.
Okay. Noted, Minister. Thanks.
That's it? Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. 21, Naparima Bowl, we had page 547. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration. Yes, member from Origo Tableland.
Minister, with regards to I saw there's a minor increase of 400, and I was just wondering, with regards to salaries, that is 001.
This vote caters to the payment of 2 monthly paid staff, so this is sufficient.
Okay.
That's it?
Yeah.
Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. 22, National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, we at page 553. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration. Remember? No? Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Member from Moruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, through you, Minister, with regards to 22, again, there's a significant decrease of 1.4 from what was the revised estimate of 3.6. I was wondering how this would affect the running of the NCC and the carnival celebrations.
Significant persons are employed during the carnival celebrations under this vote. If more is needed, they are going to have to supplement from income or via.
Minister, with regards to what was allocated to NCC, I know last year they would have received 4.7, and this year they would have received, I'd like to restate that, they would have received 147 million, and this year I believe they received 140. So there is a significant drop in what the chairman had envisioned to get with regards to this year's, well, the upcoming carnival season. And now seeing that this projected decrease here, I know that you're saying that monies could be via, but we have not seen that happening when it comes with regards to the NCC. Because last year he would have requested more funding and he did not receive it.
We all request more funding, you know.
Noted, Minister.
It's what the country could afford.
All right. Minister, with regards to 49, there's also a decrease with regards to the construction of facilities, and we know that this is something that has to be done each carnival season with regards to building the different venues. How is that going to affect the celebrations and with regards to what is allocated to NCC, seeing that they would have gotten less than they would have received last year?
Well, they're going to have to, through their tendering process, negotiate for lower prices and ensure that it fits within the budget.
Even with the increase of goods and okay. Noted, Minister. That's all, Madam Chair.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 008, subsidies. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, through you, Minister 02, grants to regional bodies. An allocation of 8 million is given. And I know that regional bodies, they usually ask for more funding. But with regards to the accountability of regional bodies, if the minister should, under this line item, could give us some information as to how the regional bodies account for the funding that they receive. Also, Minister, I don't know if you would have received my correspondence with regards to the Murga Carnival Committee. I would have written tirelessly with regards to how the funds are dispersed through that committee, and we have other groups clamoring for funding, namely the stick fighting and what have you. And the other part of the question is with regards to no increase was given, and I know different undertakings was given by the chairman in the public domain with regards to more funding for regional carnivals to improve the carnival product.
Right. So with respect to your last question, you may have to address that to the chairman himself.
Okay.
With respect to the first part of the question, we provide grants to approximately 51 regional bodies. I am certain that there is some accountability mechanism that these regional committees would have to show and prove to the NCC before they receive their funding, but I can get back to you in writing with the process.
I would appreciate, Minister, your commitment to get that in writing.
Sure.
And 05 as well. One more question on this particular head, Madam Chair.
As well, that means in terms of the commitment in writing, yes, with respect to the process?
Yeah,
yes,
and how the groups are held accountable.
Yes.
Minister, with regards to 03, Carnival Awards, there was an estimate of 11 million and a revise of 10 million. I see no projected increase, and I know most persons, with regards to the awards and the prizes, they look forward to some sort of increase, but I see nothing has been catered to honor this particular line item.
Okay. So yes, it is for appearance fees and prizes and other related costs.
Mm-hmm.
So this will have to be sufficient, and if they require more, they're going to have to either supplement it with their income or via.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
59, National Academy for the Performing Arts, NAPA. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, we are at page 559. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the sub-item 16, which is contract employment. The Minister, well, we had no actual spend in 2023. And the Minister had targeted last year when he came before the Standing Finance Committee an expenditure of about $800,000. But that expenditure actually now is looking at closer to $4.5 million. With a $7.9 million projected for fiscal 2025. So basically, we moved from zero in 2023 to estimate $800,000 in 2024, but now to $7.9 million in 2025. Minister, can you explain what would have caused that substantial leap from the estimate of 2024 to the estimate of 2025?
Yeah, thank you, Member. If you recall, in and around 2022, 2023 is when we debated and created, through acts of parliament, both NAPA and SAPA, so that they are now statutory authorities. In 2023, 2024, and continuing, this entity, NAPA, is still being operationalized. So under this vote, contract employment, these employees were previously paid through the ministry's contract employment vote or short-term contract employment vote. And they have been transitioned now to NAPA and the same for SAPA. So that would account for the 4.5 and moving up to 7.85 as it is operationalizing, and we are also recruiting more employees.
Thank you, Minister. Would that also hold true for sub-item 22, which is short-term employment, which also has a jump from, well, close to a 200% increase?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households, item 009, other transfers. 60, Southern Academy for the Performing Arts, SAPA, we at page 564. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Member from Rural, Tableland.
Madam Chair, quickly through you. Minister 16, I guess the explanation with regards to NAPA would hold. Right?
Yeah, correct.
Thanks.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. This is on page 165 of the relevant book, item 003, economic infrastructure. D, tourism. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm on line item 001, tourism sites and attractions upgrade. I see a projected planned spend of $15 million for fiscal 2025. Could you tell us what sites you plan on upgrading in this next fiscal year, please?
Yeah, well, work continues to a number of sites, including River State Museum and Water Wheel, the Stallmeyer's restoration, Stallmeyer's additional works, the Maracas Lifeguard Towers, the Las Cuevas Lifeguard Towers, that is practically completed, but the defects liability is ongoing. Manzanilla Beach Facility, Phase 3 and 5. For next year as well, we have Vesini Beach fence repair, Maracas Beach wheelchair access, and some further Fort George works.
Thank you. And then with respect to the lifeguard towers, do you have an estimated completion date?
The lifeguard towers in Las Cuevas, they are practically completed, so it's going through the defects liability. The Maracas Lifeguard Towers, that project will continue into fiscal 2025. I expect it to be completed before the end of fiscal 2025, but I can't give you an exact date right now.
Member from Ruga-Tableland.
Minister, I would like to take you back to 001. The estimate was 25 million, and we see only 10 million being spent. So that is, taking that into consideration, there was a lot of plans with regards to renovations to different sites. Can the minister state what are those sites? Because I'm hopeful that the Murga Spring Bridge might be listed amongst those.
Murga Spring Bridge is not one of those sites, but we can consider it next year.
I'll appreciate.
Member for Oakwood West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, same line item. when the minister came on the last occasion, he would have defended several projects that you had planned to do in fiscal 2024, summing up to $25 million in expenditure, but you've only spent a projected $10 million. Minister, can you indicate what was planned and not done, and whether that what was not done was actually pushed forward to fiscal 2025?
Yes, in most instances, and there have been delays to the procurement cycle. We have a new procurement regime in place. But some of those have been pushed forward to 2025.
Yeah, if I may then continue, Mr. Minister, I accept that. I'm looking at line item 021, diaspora, visiting friends and relatives, targeting. Minister, we had a $4.8 million proposed spend with a revised figure of 2.6 and a downward revision further of 1.5. But Minister, my question is not about the figure themselves. I'm very curious as to exactly what was envisioned in this item, which first appeared last year in the estimates. Diaspora, visiting friends and relatives. What exactly does that constitute? That is now we would have spent 2.7 million last year, and we now propose to spend 1.5 million on.
Right. So, as you may be aware, one of our main target markets would be the diaspora. That is what this is. Visiting friends and relatives. That is the diaspora market, and that's one of our main targets here in Trinidad tourism. In 2024, we did some destination promotion. You may have seen ads on CNN. We engaged a number of social media influencers, visited trade shows, international trade shows, and quite a bit of digital marketing as well.
Minister, but that's just marketing. But this is suggesting diaspora, visiting friends and relatives. Is that just a targeted niche?
Yeah, it is a niche. It is one of our, well, what I mean is it's one of our main niches, right? When I say it's one of our main target markets. So when you come in, people visit for a number of different reasons. But when you examine and analyze the data, the largest amount of visitors are actually persons from the diaspora, persons who visit friends and family and relatives. So that's what it's for.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister, I'd like to take it to 16, Queen's Hall Energy Conservation Project. Minister, I see that there is no allocation with regards to fiscal 2025. The project is completed and there is no longer any funding necessary.
Completed, yes, that is correct.
And with regards to 19, that would be the same for the tourism, the sport tourism master plan.
That project has also ended, and this spend with respect to promoting sport tourism will now be undertaken in the recurrent expenditure.
Okay, Minister.
For Tourism Trinidad Limited.
All right. I would like to draw your attention to 18, tourism festivals.
Yep.
In 2024, there was an estimate of 2 million. Then we had a spend of 5 million. And in 25, we are asking for 2.5. Can the Minister give us a breakdown as to what the 5 million was spent on and what he projects to spend the 2.5 million?
Yeah, so this was spent on our first World Steel Pan Festival, which occurred around World Steel Pan Day, which is recognized by the United Nations and on the United Nations calendar. So this year there were a number of activities that we had. We had a World Steel Pan Conference at the Hyatt. We had a number of panyard limes across the country. There was an art gallery hop, NSSO concert at Napa, and of course it all culminated with the World Steel Pan celebration in Woodford Square. So that's what it was spent on.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Project 18 Tourism Festivals, the 2 million was allocated in 2024, 5 million was utilized. Minister, can you provide us with some information in terms of what these tourism festivals cover? What are the festivals it entails?
Just explain that. I'm sorry you may have missed it, but I just did.
All right.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. B, recreation. We're at page 240. Member for Couva North, that's where you're at?
I was waiting for F.
F?
Yeah, you call out E, but then you went to the IDF and it didn't call out F. On page 166.
Yeah, okay. All right, so my apologies. We'll just go back. So we're under item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F will be public buildings. Yes, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Project 2, the establishment of a Sugar House Museum, 1 million was allocated for 2024. However, the revised estimate is nil, and another million is allocated for 2025. Can you explain why it is we're not seeing any utilization of the funds here in the revised estimates for 2024?
There were some delays in the procurement of the works under this line item. The tender evaluation is now complete and we're now able to award a contract. The contract, however, is for $2.9 million, and we expect that, once the funds are available, we can award that contract in this financial year.
Member for Muruga Tebanan.
Minister, with regards to 003, restoration of Fort St. Andrews, the question is similar. There was but I would have noticed painting being done on Fort St. Andrews. So is it that the bills are just late forthcoming?
No, the answer is the same. We've done the procurement and the tender evaluation process is complete. So the major works, we anticipate that we can do it in the next financial year. If you're seeing painting done, it's probably under maintenance of building under the recurrent vote.
Okay.
Thank
you, Madam Chair.
We can now go on to Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. B, recreation. We're at page 240. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $354,714,300 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $354,714,300 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, now stands part of the schedule. I want to thank the Minister, the Permanent Secretary, and the Deputy Permanent Secretary.
Thank you very much.
Head 09, Tax Appeal Board. Tax Appeal Board, $8,458,800. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the House. It is my privilege to make these few remarks on behalf of the Tax Appeal Board, which is a superior court of record established under the Tax Appeal Board Act, Chapter 4, Number 50. The board is a superior court of record. It has jurisdiction to hear and determine appeals from assessments to income tax, corporation tax, value-added tax, customs duty, anti-dumping and countervailing duties, and other taxes and duties prescribed by law. The board is a formally prescribed arbiter between individual and corporate taxpayers on the one hand, and those entities who are duly authorized to levy taxes on citizens and corporations according to the tax laws enshrined under the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. I am happy to be here and to take such questions as I'm asked.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $8,458,800 for Head 09 Tax Appeal Board stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $8,458,800 for Head 09 Tax Appeal Board is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 45, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program. We now at page 16 of the relevant book. Consolidated fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $8,458,800 for Head 09 Tax Appeal Board stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $8,458,800 for Head 09 Tax Appeal Board now stands part of the schedule. I thank the Attorney General, the Registrar, and the other representatives of the Tax Appeal Board. Pleasant evening. I also want to thank all members for their participation, their discipline, tolerance, efficiency today. This Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Wednesday, October 16th, 2024 at 10 a.m. I wish everyone a safe journey.